a permit for 0.92 acres. And Larry's question was, why didn't you do it for an acre? Why an odd amount of acreage? So the pool,
Difference, isn't it?
the pool is connected to the sewer.
Right.
So zoning regulations, it meets the zoning regulations at 0.92 acres, hooked up to sewer.
Right.
So if we decided not to be hooked up to the sewer, which there would be no reason not to be, there's no way you could put a septic down there
Right.
because it's in the flood plain anyways. So
Right.
we're restricted unless you put it in the parking
Why
lot.
would we want to consider that anyway?
We don't. So Larry's just,
But making it an acre would be advantageous how?
Yeah, exactly.
it wouldn't. I mean,
Right. Well,
I
so
don't-
why is he bringing that point up?
You must have a reason.
Well, it's because of the sewer. So if we didn't want to be on the town sewer,
If you had an acre and you
Right.
could put a septic system in, you
But
could
we
do it
can't.
on an acre, but not
Right.
on .92.
Right.
That's the
right,
point.
you would
Okay.
have to have an
Is
acre,
that what he's saying?
you would have to have an acre in order to put septic
Ah,
in the village.
Yeah, no, we don't, that doesn't matter to
Okay,
us.
so in Lionel's, when he went through the process, you know, he was saving the town maintenance on all the invasives and trying to protect, you know, the endangered species that are out there. So I'm comfortable as a zoning administrator keeping it at 0.92 acres and not changing it, because there's no need to. And-
The only reason to change it is related to sewer.
Right,
Yeah, no, that doesn't.
so,
Because I'm assuming we don't pay a sewer bill to ourselves for the pool? Or do we?
That's a good point, we don't.
I don't think we, I.
Well, we don't
never-
have to. I mean, we
Right.
shouldn't. So,
No,
Well, yeah, but everybody else does.
yeah.
what do you mean everybody else?
We
does?
get a bill that we,
Yeah, the
Town
fire
hall gets a bill?
station, town hall does,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
We do pay those, so.
Huh, interesting.
Do we? I
but
don't,
there isn't one for the pool, why is that?
maybe the school's paying for it.
Why?
I don't know.
Why do
Good
we-
question. We'll have
That
to look
doesn't
at
make,
that.
that doesn't make that much
That's
sense
no.
to me that
But-
we,
when they figured the plan,
We
there were
pay.
a number of sites that were the towns that didn't go into the figuring out the cost of the system.
It's all user fees, so. So, yeah, I mean. We
I
pay
mean,
for
we
the
journal
bond,
entry,
we're
we
paying
don't
for
write
the
ourselves a
bond,
check, or,
so.
you know what I mean, but we,
Yeah,
yeah,
but we move money.
exactly.
well, it goes to that
No,
fund.
I don't, right, I'm all for taking it out.
So
Yeah,
Larry's wants to know if we want to move forward. So again, in order to do that boundary line adjustment, we still have to warn it, you know, 30
Right.
days in advance.
Right.
And he has to do all the title work, okay? So Lionel's gone ahead and done a deed,
right,
but there's a right of way,
right.
and it was mapped out as 20 feet, I think, but it's actually 30. So Larry definitely needs to
Needs to
do,
do title work.
so that's gonna cost the town money.
So what's the other option? Not to go ahead, in which case what happens?
Then we have to keep in mind that they're trying to transfer the
Right,
school forest
right,
to Forest for Learning, because the town still
Right.
has that.
right.
So this boundary line adjustment, they're trying to do it in tandem with that.
But we can't.
Right,
remember
no, I
to share
understand that,
Yeah.
but why, so why wouldn't we want, why wouldn't we go ahead with this? Because of the costs involved. But if we don't go ahead with it, what's the repercussion? Part of our pool sits on their land. Or is it just they want that? I guess I know we've been over this, but I don't understand.
So it's been permitted to do the boundary line adjustment.
Right,
So at this point, and you can appeal it, you have a certain amount of days to appeal that permit. So, I mean, we agreed to move forward with the boundary line
Right.
adjustment. so.
Right.
Now Larry's gonna have to do the title work and, make sure it's clean.
So is Larry recommending what, I guess I'm, again, sort of missing the
No,
point.
he wants to know what you guys wanna do. Do you want?
Well, is he recommending against moving forward?
No, he's not.
Okay.
And he was only recommending changing the acreage size of the pool in case, to protect that
Right,
spot. in
and
the
I'm
future
not
for septic.
concerned about
And
changing
we don't need to
the
worry about that.
acreage.
I wouldn't think
Yeah,
so.
okay,
So-
all right.
So I will talk to Larry tomorrow when I talk to him about the articles
Right.
and, let him know we do wanna move forward. I'll try to get some sort of like
Yeah.
cost associated with this, but I also recommend he do the title work, so it's a clean
So
title.
it's done. Yeah, we
And
have
it
to-
can be a warranty deed,
Yeah,
so everything's clean,
yeah.
okay?
And that's what he would recommend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he needs to look too to make sure there's no glebe land
Right.
associated.
No what?
Glebe, Glebe. So I'm not too familiar with that.
What does that mean?
It's essentially commonly owned, well, it's land that was allocated from the town for use by people who didn't have land, essentially, I think is
yeah.
my understanding of it.
Like-
Sort of.
Sort of like town.
But why
It's
would
just
there
like
be
shared.
glebe land there? Yeah, I don't know.
He brought it up, so
He thinks there's some history?
if he does the title work, his
He'll
office.
find out.
He will
Right.
find out.
Right.
Because what he's nervous about too is, giving a warranty deed and not having clean title, because that liability will be on him.
Right.
So he does need to do the title work.
Now, the town is giving this to the forest for learning.
Yes.
Is there any reason why the forest for learning wouldn't reimburse for the cost of the title work?
Because they're a nonprofit
Yeah,
and,
With no money?
Because they don't have the money.
yeah, and they were
It's
given
not-
that money, that 18,000,
Right,
That
to
we're
take care
holding.
of this.
Right.
Right.
to make sure they finish this
Right.
process.
And this is all essentially to separate it from the school because of the
Yeah.
change in the school zoning.
Consolidation,
Right,
yep,
exactly.
yep.
right. Which
And it
keeps
was-
it in our hands.
Right,
It was
Right.
something that we agreed to
Right.
a couple of years back where, yeah.
No, it makes,
Yeah,
it
it's
definitely
pretty
makes sense.
yes,
I
yeah,
mean, it's just,
yeah.
it takes time. Mr. Fairman?
Mr. Chairman, it turns out I have two things to mention.
Okay.
Concerning glebe land, of course, you need to check what I say as well, because it's worth what you're paying for it. But my understanding of New England history is all towns in New England were granted before there was the United States or even a confederation, before the Revolution.
Yeah,
And so they were British colonies, and a requirement was that land be reserved in each town for the established church, the Church of England. And my understanding is that this is what glebe land is.
is that the glebe, okay.
But
This
as I
whole
say,
land?
as I say, it's just my understanding. Now, of course, these people were looking for good farmland, so the glebe land, they made that some land that wasn't good for much. That's simply my understanding. But the other thing was, I thought I would briefly mention, coming back to the question of donations to various organizations and DHMC being taken over, visiting nurses and hospice being taken over by DHMC. Are you familiar with what One Care Vermont is?
By name only, but I don't
Okay.
know.
All right. See, it would be now 3 years ago, the Green Mountain Care Board entered into an agreement with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. There was an initial year to get started, and then it's a 5-year contract, which culminates in 2022. Now, the idea is that One Care Vermont, which is owned and operated as a limited liability corporation by Fletcher Allen Healthcare of Burlington and DHMC of Lebanon, but now we're talking only about their DHMC's
Right.
Vermont patients, that people would be enrolled in One Care Vermont as an accountable care organization, where the accountable care organization receives for each person a flat payment per year, which of course is doled out monthly, for keeping the people healthy. Now, I checked online a few minutes ago. At the moment, 172,000 Vermonters are enrolled. But they mention, and I read the contract. The contract says that by 2022, 70% of all Vermonters and 90% of all Vermont Medicare recipients shall be enrolled in One Care Vermont, or what the, translated into plain English, the contract with CMS says, Green Mountain Care Board makes it happen, or we will make it happen. So this is where we're headed. Now, I've not checked recently what the actual amounts are for the all-inclusive population-based payments are, but I can tell you for sure that for Medicare recipients like me, it's around $9,000 a year. As I say, they're enrolling more and more people, and CMS says, you're going to get this done, or we'll do it for you. Now, with that in mind, DHMC for the enrolled people is receiving a flat rate for each person,
Right.
which of course includes the care provided by visiting nurses and hospice. So in the future, they and some other organizations, they for sure and some organizations possibly will be simply receiving their portions of the all-inclusive population-based payments. And if that is the case, they may no longer need
Being
donations
social
from
services,
towns
yeah.
because they're being financed otherwise
Right.
and on an effectively mandatory basis. So really, it is a single-payer system.
Right.
There's a number of these experiments being run around the country. Vermont happens to have one of them, but we're the one where they're really experimenting with the idea that you get so much a month for each patient, you keep them healthy, and if there's money left over, you get to keep it.
Right.
Now, of course, this certainly raises the question of how do they deal with the ethics of, we want to keep the money, but this person, when me, for example, is really sick, what are we going to do?
Right.
And of course, this does put them in an ethical dilemma. What they're hoping is that it will average out extra for me, less for somebody else.
Yeah.
But that's where we are and where we're headed.
Interesting.
I've been following this since the beginning because I thought it was really interesting in terms of the whole question of medical insurance in this country.
Well, I think very basically it sounds like promoting proactive care, which is great. We should obviously
Right.
be doing that. But if they're, like you say, if they're getting that check,
Right.
but they're not promoting that care, then, that's not what you're saying, but, that's the potential, is what that ethical dilemma is.
Well, yes, although I was not thinking about it in terms of they're doing something wrong. I was thinking of it in terms of it's guaranteed someone is going to get really, really sick
Yes, definitely,
just because life is like that.
yeah. Oh. Have to see how it plays out over time, eh?
So it may be a question to ask these organizations in the future, are you part of One Care Vermont?
Yeah.
Right.
That would be the question. Are you part of One Care Vermont? Because if you are participating for sure in
You're
the
already
all-inclusive
being subsidized.
population-based payment.
Yeah, yeah.
Good point.
All right. Executive session? No. Next meeting date, February 12th?
Unless I have to call one sooner. You're gonna have to sign the articles,
Okay.
the warning. I'm gonna need signature before Friday.
Well, we can stop in then.
I will contact you. Okay.
So if we can all plan, okay, so you just need to get that one question sorted out. But if we all plan essentially on stopping by sometime on Friday, that would cover that.
And I can be here
Day
early in
after
the
tomorrow,
morning.
Friday.
What's
If
that?
I can,
Day after tomorrow, Friday.
Yes.
if I can get it cleaned up by tomorrow, I will contact you
Okay.
when it's ready to go,
Right.
and then you can come in and,
Sounds good.
Because that has to be posted, right?
by Sunday.
Not, okay,
Right.
not in the town report, okay.
Well, it has to be in the town report too.
Right, but not signed up.
Right.
Good night. Let's
Good night, Howard.
Howard.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 7:05 and I'm calling the meeting of the Development Review Board to order. I'm Maya Hasagawa, I'm the vice chair. And I will do the opening remarks. We only have one person here, but anyway, you'll have to listen because it's the procedure.
Sure.
It explains the procedure. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence relating to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional testimony at its hearing, but it will look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and decisions of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board. So I strongly encourage all of you to speak up at this hearing. So you're going to present, so I know you're going to talk. As we are on the record, we are going to ask that you affirm that your testimony will be truthful. So would the applicants and anyone wishing to speak to an application please affirm the following? Okay. I hereby affirm that the
Stand up
evidence. Oh.
Yep.
He doesn't have.
Right hand up. There you go.
Okay. I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the cause under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That's 4 votes out of 7, and I think we have 7 people, so. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next public meeting. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for an appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have a special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. Okay. I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 18th meeting.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Excuse me.
Okay, everybody took the oath. Has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Does anybody have any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications?
No.
No.
Yet.
I just had a question about the agenda, the number 3 item on our agenda. I was confused about that. Review of cases public. Did you put this on the agenda, Brian?
What's that?
The number 3?
Could you read it to me?
Review of cases / public hearings to be reviewed under the Brattleboro land use regulations as warned on October 12th, 2015? Is that just a,
Yeah, that's the standard. That's what you're doing.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's-
so the applications.
And that just, the date refers to when those land use regulations went into effect.
Exactly.
Okay, it just caught me off guard with that
Yep,
date.
sure.
Okay. Sorry about that, Madam Chair.
I am going to appoint Ian to hear all applications.
That Ian.
That Ian.
He's the alternate Ian.
Ian too?
Well, I don't know.
Good Ian and bad Ian.
Oh, good.
We're
I'll
on,
second
we're
that.
on TV, guys.
So it goes.
People will find us very entertaining. Okay, are you Deborah?
Yes, I am.
Tamosh?
Tramposh.
Tramposh. Okay, will you take a seat up at that table there?
And the nature of that microphone is so that the television can hear you.
I wasn't ready for TV.
Okay.
Sorry.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Okay, can you talk to us a little bit about your project and what you want to do and?
Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, I'm losing my voice. I've got some lung thing, something moved into my lungs, I guess, and I work with children. You know how that goes, right? So germs are everywhere. So my voice is going, so hopefully it'll stick with me for a while here. Yeah, so I purchased a duplex on Western Avenue. Excuse me, in September I moved in, and I'm from Portland, Oregon. So I drove across. Part of the reason I wanted to, well, there's a lot of reasons I wanted to move here, but part of the reasons I wanted to buy this place, which is, it's really quite a good deal and a nice place, was because the attic is a perfect space to have a small practice. And I am a Pilates and yoga instructor. Actually, currently getting certified in yoga, and I've been teaching Pilates for about 12 years or so, and also teaching yoga. It's a very sweet space. It's pretty small. You know, it's an attic. It's the 3rd floor. And I currently live on the 1st floor of the building, and an old elderly woman lives on the 2nd floor, but she's going to be leaving, and then I'll move to the 2nd floor and rent out the 1st floor. It's a very sweet space up there, and it's probably comfortable. I've started working on it, fixing it up. It's not a big deal. There's not much to do other than taking wallpaper, fixing the plaster. You know, it's not a major renovation. It's pretty simple. And I've already talked to the fire department, to the assistant fire chief, about what I would need to do for that part of it. It's already been done. Well, it's going to be done, but I've talked to him about it. And probably, maybe, at the most, would be 10 people up there, you know, at a time, because it's not very big. So it's a small, my idea is to have a small studio where I would be the only one teaching. So it's a pretty small situation. And maybe teach like anywhere from 1 to 3 classes a day, because it's just me, so, and I'm in my 60s, so yeah, so that's my plan, that's my desire, and keeping it, you know, the parking is pretty easy on the street, you know, there's plenty of parking, and like I said, there wouldn't be, who knows how many people would come to a class, but the room can only accommodate to about 10. So really, for what I'm doing. Yeah, and I've got other ideas about maybe providing some kind of classes for maybe disadvantaged youth, or, you know, reaching out to high schools that have kids that could use, because I've worked with kids a lot, different ages. I work at the Montessori school right now with elementary and young kids. So maybe providing some kind of, in the future, some kind of classes that maybe, you know, there's a sort of a community pay it forward kind of thing, you know. So providing for, who knows, I don't know what the situation is. I haven't actually spoken to any schools yet. That sort of thing I'm looking at, maybe doing, yeah. Because I love working with kids of all ages, and maybe there'll be some teenagers that could, you know, be interested in yoga. So that's kind of my basic idea, plan. Not until, I wouldn't be doing it until at least the summer or the fall, so it wouldn't be right away. It's a few months off. Yeah.
So are you planning to have any evening classes?
Well, my understanding is the hours are 8 to 6. And I prefer not to teach in the evening, so I really don't have a problem with that. I like those hours. I would, however, I was hoping that once on occasion, if I wanted to do something in the evening, but it would be probably very rare, you know, to do something special there and have people over or something, some kind of a gathering on occasion. But for the most part, I don't like doing things in the evening, so I like to end by 6, so I'm good with that. Yeah.
Is this the former Dr. Avila's building?
It is,
Okay,
yes.
that's why, I just
Yeah.
Googled it, so I was.
Right, yeah, so Dr.
Okay.
Avila was an eye doctor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he was practicing there. So the signpost is all still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I was wondering exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, when I Googled it, that's what I,
And then I guess I'm going to direct a question to the zoning administrator. The way that it just says, request for retroactive change to use from dwelling unit and office to 2 dwelling units and home business approval. So that neighborhood, so to speak, that section of Western Ave, that's there's a number of properties that are sort of combination residential
Yeah.
and office.
Yes, yeah,
I'm just
definitely.
asking him because he kind of deals with that on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So, and so to me, in one sense, my mind says changing, and you can tell me whether my thinking is correct, but changing from a dwelling unit and office to 2 dwelling units, I mean, to a certain sense, am I thinking that sort of a small yoga studio is sort of synonymous with an office in a way, for that zoning area?
Yeah, it's a smaller use, and it's kind of something that's protected by law as being a residential use, so it doesn't trigger some of the requirements that would come with a site plan approval. So,
Okay.
for instance, landscaping.
Okay. So in a certain sense, you're saying under the regulations that well, I guess let's call it what it is, a yoga studio has, what did you say, less, is it less impact than an office?
Home businesses have less impact, so they're
Okay.
smaller scale businesses conducted by somebody living in the home, using a small portion of their home for it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I can just picture that stretch of Western Avenue, and in my mind, there's quite a number of combination office and living spaces.
Sure, there are a lot of
Fewer
businesses.
employees and stuff like that.
I see. So an
well,
office.
she's not having any employees.
No.
I understand.
Not planning on that.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I'm just trying to get in my mind.
But I'm saying like a doctor's office would
Yes.
have employees.
Yeah, next door to
and-
me is a lawyer's office.
Yes.
Right next door.
Yes, okay, I can now understand that.
Yeah.
I just was curious as how they were related, office versus yoga studio.
But you will have, instead of having an office on the first floor, you eventually
It's
will,
the 3rd floor, yeah.
you will eventually move to the second floor, rent the first floor as a dwelling,
Mm-hmm.
and then do your yoga in the
The
attic
3rd floor.
on the
yeah.
3rd floor.
And what changes did the fire chief want you to make as far as any external exits?
Yeah, so
Two egresses.
what I'm gonna be doing is putting a balcony off of the front of the building.
On the 3rd floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that the fire trucks would have access if they needed to come, and everybody would be able to fit on the balcony. So it's gotta be like a 10 by 10 balcony,
Okay.
which my next door neighbor Mitch is gonna build. So, yeah, he's great, he's helpful. So yeah, I'm gonna have this balcony there and a door, a small doorway where it's already there as a window, and we're gonna turn it into a door kind of thing. And door window kind of thing. And so people can be able, so that the fire trucks can access that. And it's been approved by Leonard.
And
Yeah.
is
He
the
said it was okay.
Yeah,
I
good.
talked to him, yeah.
The only other question, are you having any facilities up there on the third floor, a bathroom or anything like that?
Right, so I don't want to do any, that kind of remodeling up there. I don't want to, take on that, I just want it to be the rooms. So my apartment, part of the reason I'm going to be living on the second floor, other than I want to, is it would only be one flight down from the third floor to the second floor, and there's a doorway right there at the top of the hallway that goes through a small room into the bathroom of that apartment. So all people would have to do if they need to use the bathroom would be to open that door, walk through a small room, and there's the bathroom. It's just very accessible. It'd be in my apartment, but I'd be fine with that. I would, so that way there would be a bathroom available.
No, that's
Yeah.
just,
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Because I think it's important.
Gotta go, you gotta go.
I mean,
Do you expect people to park in your driveway also?
well, I'm personally fine with that, but I don't know, because it's a pretty big driveway and it
Yeah.
extends around the back. But because I don't know who's gonna be living in the bottom floor yet. I don't know what their situation will be, is like how many cars there would be there already, so I would want to respect that. Like whoever's living there, they would need a certain amount of space. Right now, the woman that lives in my upstairs doesn't have a car. She's 93. And so it's not an issue. But yeah, so it would kind of depend. But the parking in the street is, hardly anybody parks in the street. There's plenty
Yeah,
of parking.
seldom use that area.
I know, so it's really kind of ideal. So, yeah.
What provision do you have for snow removal from the driveway and the sidewalk and so people
Yeah.
have access?
I'm not currently plowing my driveway, having it plowed because I'm the only car, so I just park at the end. Because it gets expensive, can't really afford it. But next year, I will, especially if I rent the downstairs, of course, I'm taking care of that. And I shovel the walkway myself at this point.
There's a hell of a bank behind the place,
Oh, yeah.
if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah, plenty of place for snow.
It's down.
I don't know if it's the purview of the board, but when you sit on this board, you get to ask questions because you're curious. And my experiences with attics in some houses is they can get quite hot in the summer. And again, I know there's the whole hot yoga, but do you have
Which
any?
I'm not gonna do.
Yeah, do you have any, apparently
Yeah.
there's a type of yoga where they actually turn up the heat and then do the yoga. Is that?
I don't approve of that myself.
Well,
But I know there is a hot yoga studio in town.
Yeah,
Yes.
so what I was asking you, and again, it may not be pertaining to the land use regulations, but just curious about, do you have any provisions for, perhaps there might be ventilation, it may get
Yes.
quite hot in the summer, I'm just curious to hear
Yes, so
about that.
I just had my place insulated
Okay,
by Vermont Foam Insulators. So they insulated the attic and the basement, and now the house is much better insulated,
Yeah.
so much better. So I wanted to actually call the guy and make sure that it's going to be cooler, because it's really warm now. It's going to be cooler in the summer,
Yeah.
like insulation is supposed to be, right?
Yep.
So I was going to call him and say, are you guaranteeing me this? But I am going to probably install one of those units that you put on the wall.
okay.
A
That,
split.
yeah, is a heat and an air conditioner.
Oh,
Either.
yeah, bathroom.
I was thinking about getting one of those. Yeah.
And
there's two big windows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm under the understanding
three.
that some of the ventilation fans that people, for example, put in their bathrooms are
Uh-huh.
very energy efficient. I've been told
Oh.
certain of those fans can run nearly all day, and it's the same as like running a light bulb. And so I would bring that up as a thought, is if, that would be more of a passive way of pulling out warm air, as opposed to an air conditioning unit. So I just bring that up because I'm curious
And
about.
I'm a fan of fans. So I prefer fans over air conditioner.
Yeah.
So I always go with that first,
Yeah.
and then if needed, air conditioner.
Yeah, I guess I just bring up the issue because I wonder if it would be
Because
an issue.
I'm
you
very
might have
much
to
an
deal with.
environmentalist, I'll tell you up front. So I, I always think in terms of the environment first.
So the steps up to the third floor in the front or the back of the building?
The front.
The front.
Mhm.
So it's easy.
Yeah. There's no elevator. But
And I'm remembering perhaps, because I believe my first glasses were prescribed by Dr. Ravella, but I'm understanding with the building is in a certain sense that the ground floor entrance goes right to a staircase,
yeah.
and then that staircase would continue on to this proposed yoga
Yeah.
studio.
Like as soon as you walk in the front door,
Okay.
there's a downstairs apartment here,
Yeah,
2
which was
doors.
formerly an
And there's the
office.
stairway, goes straight up.
Yeah.
There's a second apartment, go
Yeah.
down the hall, next stairway goes up, so it
Okay.
just goes.
Are you having any electrical work done up in the attic?
I had a little bit done because I had to have a few outlets put in that were taken off of the electrical that was already installed. Because it's already got electrical up there, there's lighting.
Mhm.
So we just took it, it was easy to just branch off of that. So there's a few outlets, because I needed a few outlets. And other than that, that's it.
So
Yeah.
Brian, is that enough to trigger having to?
It's not in the same part of the house, so I don't think there's any savings on doing,
A charger.
yeah, not at this point.
And there's a smoke alarm up there already.
And you will need a sign permit, a separate sign permit.
Oh, okay.
And I
Okay.
believe Brian can approve that
Yep.
administratively.
Okay.
We can put that in as a condition if everybody agrees that.
Didn't the doctor already have a sign there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the posts are still there. Yeah.
Right. So it would,
Hang on that post,
Yeah.
I assume, yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody have any other questions?
Got it. I'm good, thank you.
great.
Anybody have any other questions? Okay. Can I have a motion to?
I move we approve it.
We approve the home business permit and I think that's what we have to approve, right?
Yeah, with the condition that a sign
Condition.
permit is required
Oh.
and strike the electric
Yeah.
car charger outlet.
We should probably, I would say before we vote, we should mention to you that you're not, there is a provision in the land use regulations in Brattleboro, whereas some changes trigger us to require the property owner to install an outlet that can be dedicated to charge an electric vehicle.
Oh.
What's happened is your particular request hasn't triggered that requirement.
Oh,
But you mentioned you were an environmentalist, and it sounds like you may want to rent your property. So you could certainly talk to Brian, he can give you
Yeah.
information. But the idea is Brattleboro is trying to make sure that many buildings that have renters, that those renters have access to a dedicated, am I saying this right? They have access to a dedicated outlet.
Well,
so
the
they can.
owner also.
Yeah, so we just thought you'd be
Okay.
aware of that.
Yeah.
It's not being triggered in your case, but
Okay.
it may be something you might
Yeah.
want to do for your own sake.
what if I want to get an electric car?
For example. So I just thought I'd point that out to you.
Yeah,
if
thank
that's
you.
if
But
that's
we're not
okay with
making
the rest.
that a condition.
Yeah.
Great, great.
Of approval. The separate
Good to know.
sign permit, and we're approving the home business.
And the change of use to
And the
two
change,
dwellings.
and the change of use to 2 dwellings.
With occasional events in the evening.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We can all come and take a yoga class.
That might be a
Only if
conflict.
we do carryover.
Okay, I have 2 two other pieces of business.
Thank you.
So do I get to go?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Brian will be in touch with you. You'll get something in the mail at some point, and, within 45 days.
That's good, thank you.
So that there was a question about adding another condition for the, what was it, what were their names, Kavanaugh? Decision we made last month, and
Oh, was that actually, did we make that decision in December?
yes.
Okay.
So, can I have a motion that we go into deliberative session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Okay, can we go into deliberative session for, just, will probably be 5 minutes,
So
maybe
this
10.
is where we go off camera?
No.
Oh,
Who knows? We can stay here, right,
Have to
since
vote.
there's nobody here?
what's that?
Do you have to vote
We have to vote
Oh,
on
we haven't voted yet.
Oh,
I
yeah.
apologize.
to go in?
Yes, thank you. Should we
Oh, I
vote?
forgot
Say
that.
aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Seven, I can't see.
7:50.
7:50, and we're back from deliberative session. And there's one administrative item that I'd like to raise, which is there any objection to moving the March meeting from the 18th to the 25th?
none.
And the reason would be that James is gonna be out of town, we know, in March, and Brian is gonna be gone.
Oh, where's your sidekick?
You mean
Andrew.
Andrew?
Andrew, yeah. Well,
Doesn't he have a
So-
title? Doesn't he have a proper
He
title?
has personal autonomy.
And he's a planning tech,
Yes.
and
yes.
he's been in the paper more than anybody else in the
Yeah.
planning department recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with the 25th.
So,
Yeah.
does anybody have any objection?
I make a motion that we make our March meeting be the 25th.
Hey, second.
All in favor?
Aye. I make a motion that we adjourn this meeting.
So.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Even before we move.
Good evening, I'll call the meeting to order. A couple of members that will probably be here long, and we will not wait for them for a moment. Are there any additions or amendments to the agenda? We will have a couple of small changes to the budget that we won't have to put in here as amendments to the agenda as such. Does anyone anything else that they want to add or? Moving on to the approval of the minutes of January 6th regular meeting. I think you all have a copy of the minutes as drafted.
I make a motion to accept the January 6th.
I'll second it.
Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the January 6th minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. January 13th, special meeting. Minutes thereof.
I will also make a motion to approve the January 13th special
And I'll
meeting.
second it.
Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
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 Opposed, abstentions? Minutes of 13th are approved. Thank you. Road foreman's report. Good evening, sir.
Evening. We're working on a pavement assessment of all our blacktop roads to prioritize the roads that need attention. I've reviewed them with Springfield Paving, and now V-Trans is going to take a look also. I have a meeting with Nikon, which is a company that does crack sealing, tomorrow to look at the crack sealing the roads that are not scheduled to be paved in the next couple of years to try to extend the life of them a little bit. I've been in contact with Carolyn Coda from V-Trans, who will be our project manager for the Arch Bridge project. They're planning on putting the bridge out to bid this fall, so it's still on schedule. I forwarded the agenda and the minutes from the Depot Road box culvert discussion from the meeting on January 13th. So hopefully that will continue forward. And we had a brief mud season last week and then went back into winter. So we had a little mud repair to do so we would be able to plow this from the snowstorm. That's it.
Any comments, any questions?
Do you think that the Nikon folks will have a lot to do since they just did sealing last year?
We didn't seal
We didn't see it.
any of ours.
Oh, it was Route 30, sorry.
Route 30 they did, yeah. So
Okay.
it's one of those things, if you can keep the water out of the pavement a little longer, it'll last a little longer.
Any other questions, any other discussion? You have a motion.
Make a motion to accept the road foreman's and road commissioner's report.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor of adopting, approving, accepting road foreman's report, please say aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Administrative assistance report.
The town report is in the final stages of proofreading and editing before I send this off to the printers. This will be completed by Thursday. You have tonight the draft policy for the Williamsville Hall Committee that you requested. If you'd like to review and give any recommendations to the chair, I will make any corrections for the board to approve at the next meeting. And we received the U.S. Census Bureau a boundary mapping verification request. With the chair's authorization, I reviewed this and completed it on Friday. I will be out of the office on this Friday, the 24th.
Any questions for the administrative assistant on her report or on any other business?
And make a motion to accept her report.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Thank you. I think I need a wastebasket back here.
I can have you one for the next meeting.
A pending basket. I'm gonna look at them again. Okay, scheduled members of the public are treasurer, Melissa. What have you for us?
Alright, so I changed up the 3 articles for the town report book, which I think you guys should all have a copy of it. The first one is for town and highway and operating expenses. Those amounts are gonna change now, because I think we have some adjustments going through tonight.
Okay,
And then I changed the capital fund expenditures. And then the last one is for raising the amount for the capital reserve. Hopefully to make it a little more clear with all the capital articles, deleting a couple and just using these 2.
Yeah, since they seemed repetitive.
Yep,
Yeah.
and I ran these by the auditor and he liked them a lot better,
okay, good.
so.
So basically, these changes will change the budget by, overall budget by roughly,
These last numbers that you gave me,
yeah, well,
$3,433 for the increase in minimum county tax.
yeah, we'll do that.
Oh,
We'll
which
get to
ones?
the budget.
Okay.
Okay, I would think we don't need to take any action at this point on this information. It will have to be in the budget. And we'll have a budget discussion a little while later this evening. Once I hear the anything else at this point?
No.
Get you later. Unscheduled members of the public. Well,
Happy to be here.
okay, under old business, we have, as was just mentioned, the Williamsville Hall policy. To be honest with you, I would like to take another little bit of time to look that over again. Does anyone feel we need to take action on it this evening? Or can we do it in 2 weeks, or whenever it is that we get together again?
I personally think it looks great.
Okay. In that case, if you would like to move approval, I'll accept the motion.
I would like to make a motion that we accept the Williamsville Hall Committee policy.
I'll second it.
Very good. Well, this is going to be helpful, I think, guidance in the future. And any further discussion on the motion before us? If not, all in favor of the approving Williamsville Hall policy, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Zipping right along. Highway mileage report under new business.
That's in your correspondence folder. That's the one that you were looking to get authorization for. It's in the next one down. We already verified the mileage, you just need to sign it and then give it to the town clerk.
There we are.
Just have to sign that, don't we?
He needs authorization.
It says we have 69.612 miles of highway, 12 and a half of legal trail. I don't believe there's a big change in that, so
I make a motion that you sign that on behalf of the select board.
I'll second it.
Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.
May I ask if, is the zoning administrator coming this evening?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think that what I would like to do is bring the question of his coming to a meeting up and see if we can set a date that we can send in a letter to invite him.
Okay. That sounds fantastic.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is to approve the budget for the coming year. And I've been informed this evening of a couple of changes that we should discuss. The major, the one at this particular point is the Windham County tax that we don't have any choice about. We have it in on the draft at $20,000. The request from the county is for $22,933, an increase of $2,933. So if you have that in mind when we approve the budget well, let me put it this way, is there any opposition to adding that?
No.
I don't think we have much choice on it. We also have a request from the Newfane Hill Cemetery Association. This was added to, or came in on January 2nd, so in all honesty, it's late. However, I do want to give it consideration. Newfane Hill Cemetery Association requests $500 from the town to support its ongoing repair and maintenance efforts, as well as outreach to town Newfane visitors. Brush cutting, tree trimming, and possible stone wall repair are envisioned. Dead tree assessment and possible removal is also a possibility. Informational guide and information box would be desirable to coordinate historic trail with Newfane Common and our first cemetery. Nearly all labor in 2019 was volunteer and will be in 2020, although supplies for the gate and signage total $525 in 2019. We have an item in our draft budget for cemetery maintenance, however that is, as I understand it, primarily for mowing.
And the tree removal,
Then we
right?
put some in for tree removal. So, this message I just read says brush cutting, tree trimming. There's nothing in here where they believe that the $500 is part and parcel of what we've already appropriated.
Is that on the common up there, or is it the one on the hill?
It's a Newfane,
Because there's some gravestones, I think, up on the up on top.
yeah.
I assumed it was the New Fane Hill, which was the one by Mr. Drukes.
Newfane Hill Cemetery Association.
Who's the head of it?
Well, this came from Ken Esty.
Yeah, he's,
I
that's,
think
that's,
that might be the original fame on the
no,
hill.
no, it's the one by Andrews.
It is?
It is a town cemetery.
Right.
So should
But
we
I-
fall within what the budget is already, or?
Well, it needs a lot of work around there. And a lot of volunteers do that.
Sounds as if there's.
You know, that's a cemetery that is, kept up better than the ones, most of them the town has to do once, well, town usually does them twice a year. Personally, I don't have a problem with this.
In other words, I would request a motion to add $500 to cemetery maintenance line on our proposed budget to cover this request.
So moved.
Well, second.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. If we were at this point in time to approve our budget for the coming year, without knowing exactly what the totals are, but knowing what we've been working on, what we've had as totals to date, adding 500 for cemetery and 2933 for the county, I would be comfortable with a motion to approve the budget with those additions at this point.
So moved.
Second.
Is there discussion? Hearing none, I would ask that anyone in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I don't believe there's any reason we can't put everything together and have it in shape. So, thank you.
And thank you for all your hard work.
Yes.
Both of you.
Yeah.
For sure. In keeping with budget and related material, I think you've all had a chance to look at the draft select board town report. And I would entertain a motion to approve that report for publication in the town report.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
Did a good job writing that up.
Thank you. Good luck. Any other new business to come before us? What are you smiling about?
I think we're happy for you that all of this has been approved. Right?
Right, thank you.
Well, it's thanks to the work of these two young ladies here.
Oh, I know.
That's the ones that
really
did all-
appreciated,
the
all of
ones
your
that
hard
did all the work.
Absolutely.
It's
You did a
a
great job.
tough time of year.
And to the road crew too for doing such a great job on our roads.
I did like that. Coming home Saturday night, getting off Route 30 and onto Newfane's roads was a real pleasure.
You all do a fine job.
You have your same complainers that complain all the time, and they go in one ear and out the other.
It's not a perfect world. We do the best that we can do.
Okay.
He really does need a basket back here.
Maybe I could just get one for the chair.
The door's closed, they can't get out.
I'll just get one for his chair.
It's a side pocket.
Yeah, knowing you, it would come down through and come back up the other side. If there's no additional new business, we'll go to correspondence. We have a memorandum from Carol Hasselback. I will read it. Town clerk must, by state statute, appoint one or more assistant town clerks. A number of reasons to have an assistant. Chief ones are that if I'm out, a trained assistant can keep the recording of land records current, provide dog licenses, provide other services to residents. There's no requirement in the law the assistant town clerk be a legally qualified voter of the town. Newfane's been very lucky for a number of years to have an assistant town clerk paid for by Vermont Associates. Since I took office in March 2017, this has been Peter Putnam. Peter's allowable time with Vermont Associates is expiring. With the approaching election period and town meeting day, it's important for me to have a trained assistant. Vermont Associates may eventually find applicants that they believe will be a good fit for training here, but that may not occur for some time. In addition, interviewing and training a new assistant would take time that I really would not have for the next few months at least. Therefore, I would like to appoint Peter Putnam as assistant town clerk with his salary paid for from the line item that was budgeted for that position. I see a motion. Do I see a second?
I make a motion that Peter Putnam be appointed as the assistant town clerk.
I'll second it.
I believe that the town clerk appoints with our approval. I'm not sure exactly how that works.
Yes, I think so.
Whatever the, no, we appoint, hire?
Carol does it.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Because she's asking for our recommendation.
Yeah.
She's just kind of informing you guys.
Okay.
I say, I make a motion, she go ahead and appoint him.
Well, she does it, so we don't have to.
Well, the point being that the position will be paid for out of the budget that we just approved.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we are in agreement with the town clerk on her request for appointment of an assistant town clerk.
Yes.
I can't think of another way to state it, but I do know. The letter here from Frank Saponsky. Dear Newfane Board of Selectmen, I hereby resign as the Newfane Animal Control Officer and as the Newfane Deputy Health Officer effective January 14th, 2020. Thank you for the opportunity to serve in these capacities. Sincerely, Frank Saponsky. I don't think we have much choice but to accept his resignation and to thank him for his assistance in the years of the time that he did it. The vacancy will show in the town report. And if we don't have anyone come forward, I would recommend to the board after town meeting that there be an effort to find someone to do it and to fill the other vacancies that we have or will have, and perhaps suggest that other adjoining towns be contacted, and maybe there be a joint appointment with some other towns. I think this could be a useful approach for towns. We're not the only ones that are having trouble of this sort, so. 2 cents worth. We have an email from Ann Landenberger. Fits under correspondence. There's a great deal of paper here. I make sure I have the right. She's, in essence, well, I will read it. I hope your holidays are bright, peaceful, and New Year brings you goodness. We'll be away until January 20th. So before we leave, I want to check in on the select board response to the memo submitted for your November 18th meeting. I'm pasting the text below as a reminder. What's the next best step to take from here? I will check email while away, connectivity allowing to hear your thoughts. Gratefully, Annie Landenberger. And I don't think I'm going to go into the suggestions that the liaison group forwarded back in November, some of which we have talked about. I'll have to admit that as far as I'm concerned, we have not responded to the liaison group saying, yes, we've talked about it, we think that this is a good idea, and we don't really feel too good about another. Do you want to speak about a couple of things?
I was just going to ask Jay to speak on that.
Yeah, useful to.
I spoke to Mark Pickering today for quite some time on this, and he still hasn't heard back as far as the traffic bumps, tables, whatever you want to call them, as being acceptable with federal highway. So his suggestion was that we should try to follow the road safety audit, as much of their recommendations as we could, and then back it up with enforcement, and then see how things go for a year or whatever. And because he said that's pretty solid suggestions with data to back them up as to why they suggested stuff, and then see how things go, and then maybe do another speed study after a while and see how things have changed.
I don't really know the best way to go ahead. We have, as I suggested, talked about some of these things already. And I think we've given Jay the okay to go ahead and explore and to do some of the things, some of which have been done. I sometimes wonder, and I'll just throw it out, whether it would be worth it for the board to go beyond the liaison group, or whatever they want to call themselves, and have an open hearing in Williamsville, in all likelihood, so that all of the people who might be involved could give the board response to some of these suggestions, and we not have to work just from what the liaison group put forward. I'll leave that at that. I think there are, personally, and I'm not going to go into any specifics, personally, I think there are a number of suggestions there that are not appropriate. And I think that it needs to have a fairly full discussion, more than perhaps has happened so far. I admit, absolutely, that I was not in on the initial discussions, and don't really have a feel for the history of this, but I think that at the point where we're getting pushed, if you will, it might be well to bring it up and decide where and how from here on out. And unless there's something that someone else would like to say about it at this particular point, I think we have to leave it at that for now.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
The only question I have though is, did you talk to Mark about any part of the signage that could happen? Because there's a half a page about signage and speed limits and digital signs and stop signs and...
The additional stop signs, he said, were now, the stop sign at the arch bridge is part of the new arch bridge, and that should stay.
And painting speed limits.
Yeah, that we're already got in the works, so
Okay.
that'll have to wait till spring because it just got too cold. And we've changed the size and the reflectivity of the speed limit signs, so they're the new standards.
Okay,
So it's coming along.
good,
So
thank you.
I think probably have it, there's a newsletter from the Vermont Emergency Management Spring Flood Sessions scheduled. They will be holding some information sessions in Rutland, Johnson, Brattleboro, Coventry, and Swanton. Brattleboro on February 5th from 9 to 12. It's an open house format. Attendees may come and go as they wish. So that, again, is in Brattleboro at the fire department on Wednesday, February 5th from 9 to 12.
See?
How to stop a flood.
Don't have it rain.
You can't control water.
There's actually, this Thursday, the Planning Commission is meeting here at 6 regarding the floodplains. I saw part of their agenda.
We have a letter from the Southern Vermont Economy Project Coordinator. I have not read this, but we are happy to announce the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation was awarded another round of funding from the USDE Rural Community Development Initiative to continue the Southern Vermont Economy Project. SVEP 2.0 will incorporate features of the original program like webinars, small conferences, mini summits, and of course the annual Southern Vermont Economic Summit. On BDCC's website, you can find a recap of SVEP programs so far, along with an archive of webinars and presentation documentation, which provide valuable information to communities. In this envelope, you'll find a project survey asking you to help us identify key projects happening in your community. We will be hosting general trainings around project stewardship, financial management, project management, and grant writing, as well as covering mini summits around specific technical assistance needed for certain topics. By sharing with us these important projects in your town, you can help shape the training that BDCC will provide through 2020. In the past, for instance, we have focused on connectivity, housing, and working lands. There's a survey for what they're asking that it be sent back by February 15th. Let me read some of the titles of the that they're asking about, or what they're the blanks that they have. There are 6 opportunities to name a project title, type, public or nonprofit, work development, private sector, infrastructure and transportation, or other. And then they give space for contact name, email, town, location, and a short description of the project. At this point, I'm just making sure that major projects, the only thing I can think of is the Arch Bridge. And that's not this year.
Right.
So
it's gonna start in this coming year.
Yeah. Right. Can anybody think of anything else that we should reply with? I will just write in here, no major projects, no project envisioned, and we'll send it back to them so that we're done on it. I just thought of something that I probably should have brought up earlier under new business, and that is under the broad title of broadband. Juanetta and I both attended a meeting last week sponsored by, I'm not sure exactly who was sponsoring it, but it consisted of representatives from several companies and the state of Vermont, in which they outlined a proposal. This includes Wyndham Regional, a proposal for the study of broadband need throughout the region being that area that Wyndham Regional Commission serves, so that a business plan can be put together to try to bring broadband to the region. And I guess I won't stick my neck out too much farther because I really don't understand certain aspects of it. There will be another meeting on February 6th to go into this in a little more detail. And I know that a number of people in town would love to have broadband, better everything. However, I am certainly not the person to be in the middle of that melee talking for the town of Newfane. And I think someone does have to go to that February meeting. And I'm asking for suggestions of someone who might be appropriate for that, and to represent the town from here on till I don't know how long it would be, in planning and perhaps getting a business plan to put together, and then in the long run, helping bring it into town. Has anyone any suggestions? The only one I could think of, and I hate to bring his name up because he probably wouldn't do it, would be Bauman, who does our technical stuff, if you want to call it that, at this particular point. If not, he might have an idea of someone else. I think it's worth contacting him and see if he is a conduit to someone.
Would you be willing to contact him and
Sure.
find out?
If you would do that, I'd appreciate it. You have as much background and knowledge as I have on it. So. Thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe between the two of us, we can make one.
Yeah. Did I miss anything under correspondence?
Planning commission,
Sorry?
the one on the far, yep, from the planning commission.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This could almost be sneaked in under new business rather than correspondence. This, again, is from Ken Esty as the chair of the Newfane Planning Commission. Dear Select Board, please find attached the proposed bylaw change to the Town of Newfane zoning bylaw to add natural burial grounds as a conditional use in the Town of Newfane's resource district. I sent to you the same document sent to you on November 25th as part of our obligation to alert you and surrounding towns et al. Of the upcoming public hearing. As per our obligation, 24 VSA 4441D and 4444, we conducted our public hearing. Hearing occurred on Thursday, December 12th, 2019, with about 15 persons in attendance. Juanetta Powling should have the attendance sheet. The three-member planning commission voted 3-0 to send the proposed bylaw unchanged from the November 25th submittal to you for the select board for your deliberation. I also attached written comments submitted to the planning commission with respect to the proposed bylaw change. We read these comments to those in attendance. The other comment arrived that evening, but as I lacked a scanner, I will send it to you under separate. As I lack a scanner, I will send it to you under separate cover. We now have the proposal from the Planning Commission. It's up to us to schedule a hearing. It's up to the Select Board to schedule a hearing. And I think it would be well to do it on an evening other than a regular meeting, I think there'll be a number of people in attendance, and it will take a little time and eat into any regular meeting agenda. So I would ask for recommendations as to a date, and perhaps time for a hearing on that proposal for an amendment to the zoning bylaw.
I thought we went over this once and settled it.
I thought we had too.
Yes.
Before we schedule a public hearing, do you think we could discuss this after we read the attachments that he sent? And then schedule a public hearing after
Sure.
our next regular meeting? Can we continue this to the next?
Well, the hearing has to be less than 15 days, and not, today's day 0, so we're fine. And we've got plenty of time. If you want to
Discuss it on our
get a
next
chance of
meeting,
this and do it on our next regular meeting, we can do it.
February 3rd.
So your response time is 15 days from today?
Not before 15 days, and not more than 60.
Okay.
It has to be warned, but that's quick and easy too. So could you make changes, make copies of this for everybody?
I believe there's copies on the counter, on the table.
Well, everybody has one,
I believe so.
of all the stuff. Thank you.
No, that's the last one you handed out. We didn't get copies of that because it was part of correspondence.
I think it's all in his paperclip.
Right, but we
Oh,
all would like copies so we
This
can
is not
review.
one packet, it is many packets.
I believe so.
Oh,
My
okay.
mistake.
Thank you,
My
Anetta.
mistake. Getting greedy.
You wanted it all for
Won't share.
yourself. Thank you.
Okay, let's let this go, table it until our next regular meeting. That was your motion.
Yes, please.
Good. I think just to be prim and proper, we have a motion from Angela to postpone discussion on the green burial until our next regular meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.
So it'll be on the schedule for the 3rd.
If we- Is there any other business other than pay orders to come before us this evening? Hearing none, we will move to pay orders, and those that don't want to sit around through pay orders, thank you all
Great
very
to see
much.
you.
Meeting to order. Can I get a motion for the minutes of January 15th and the 21st, please?
I'll move to approve the meeting minutes of January 15th and January 21st.
Can we do them separately? Because
Oh,
I
you
wasn't
weren't there.
Oh, okay, so the 15th first.
I'll move to approve the meeting minutes of January 15th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the 21st.
I'll move to approve the meeting minutes of January 21st. I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll abstain.
Okay, warrants for payments, warrant 16, 16P, War Memorial 16A, and Conservation Commission 6.
I'll move that we approve warrant 16, 16P, War Memorial 16A, and Conservation Commission number 6.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. All right, recognition of visitors, census. We got.
Gotcha.
You want to come on up to the table, please?
Sure, you ready for me?
Sure.
Yeah.
You sure are.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so, are you,
I'm Lewis White.
You
Let's
are?
go around the table and introduce ourselves. I'm Lewis White.
Geraldine Wilson.
Terry Chapman. Maria Glayback.
Hey, and I'm Tom Simmons. I am the U.S. Census Partnership Specialist for Windham and Windsor County, Vermont, and Sullivan County, New Hampshire, and small chunks of Orange and Bennington. Basically, I retired after teaching 20 years at GCC, and I failed retirement, so I took this job this year. And what my job really is to go around to community groups, town boards, libraries, senior centers, and explain the rollout of the 2020 census this year, some of the obstacles that we're already running into, and ways the town can make sure that there is a full response from the town. As you probably know, the Census Bureau does surveys every year, but the Economic Indicator Survey and the Housing Construction Survey. But what I'm really here to talk about is the 2020 decennial, which is the one we have to do every 10 years under the Constitution. And most people think of that in terms of, well, it determines how many representatives in Congress we get. Well, big surprise, no matter what the results are, we're getting one, so that's not going to change. But what most people don't realize is that 65 different federal programs that help the most vulnerable people in our community are tied to the census figures for the next 10 years. So in other words, the money that comes from the federal government to the state of Vermont for the distribution, for Meals on Wheels, Medicare, first responders, school lunch programs, special ed, SNAP, WIC, fuel assistance, housing rehab, they're all based on the census numbers. So it's critical, not for the number of congressmen we get, it's critical for those programs and those who depend on them to actually respond to the census. Now, this year there are two big changes to the census that you've never experienced before. The first is you're going to be able to do the census online. It's the first time in history we're doing it. That means we've already done all of our address updates and things like that, so we're now into the phase of getting ready for the rollout. March 12th, every single person in town, that's when we send the letters out, will get a letter telling them they can go online and do their census. A week later, they'll get a follow-up saying, hey, don't forget about us, go online and do your census. A week later, they'll get a postcard saying, hey, what's the matter you? Go online and do your census. The first or second week of April, anyone who has not responded online will then get the form in the mail. The old-fashioned pen and ink, fill it out, do the form in the mail. And I mention that because, and this is one of the concerns I have, especially in this community, a lot of people are not comfortable doing something like this online. And I've been to 30 different senior citizen luncheons in my territory. And as soon as I say online, even just saying it's an option to do it online, I get a sea of, oh. And I understand that. And there's a lot of communities in my area that don't even have active internet access. You know, there are entire towns that don't, 50% of the people are not online. But I say all that because I don't want people getting into the habit of saying, oh, I got a bulk mail from the federal government Census Bureau addressed to occupant telling me to go online. Forget it. And doing that 3 times in a row, because in the 4th time, it's the actual form. So we have to let people know that you will get a form. And of course, we're doing advertising campaigns, but it helps if you all know that. The second big change, which is going to be a positive in most people's mind, is that there's no longer a long form. Some people used to get a census that went on forever and ever. It's 9 questions. It's your name, your address, your phone number, your age and your birthday, how many people live here, race and gender. End of discussion. And the relationship of those people in the house to you, because you need all those birthdays. So it's a lot easier to fill out and send in. Then, if people have been naughty and they haven't responded online and they haven't responded by phone, because there'll be a number to do it by phone too, and you haven't responded to the form, then we send out people knocking door to door. That's the real old-fashioned, hi, I'm here from the U.S. Census. Before we do that, and that will take place towards the end of April through at least July, all right? Before we do that, we will notify the local police departments that we're about to send people out into the neighborhoods, because you will get calls at town hall, you will get calls at the police department. People will wonder if you're reassessing them again or something like that. That's the usual first line. But they will all have federal badges. They will have been fingerprinted and federal background checked. They have gone through a training program. They have census tablets. They have census placards in their car. The smoothest way this goes is if we hire people from Dummerston to do the enumerating in Dummerston, so that someone can say, hey, you know, Jane came to my door last night with the census, as opposed to some sketchy guy I've never seen before came to my door and asked me my birthday. Is this legit or not? To be honest with you, we are 65% behind recruitment goals in Windham County. We are paying $20 an hour. They are flexible hours. You get nights, weekends, mornings, whatever works, so a lot of people can take advantage of it. And we pay during training, which starts next month, but we don't have any applicants. It's one of the downsides of having a state that's got 2% unemployment. So I mention that because if you know people, if you can, you know, just mention it. I also have a poster that I'm going to be leaving you to hang in town hall or anywhere else. If you can mention that and generate enthusiasm in the community, that helps. In terms of response, there are certain people groups that respond, certain demographic groups that respond at lower rates than others. Those in poverty, single parents with kids, single senior citizens, and in terms of Dummerston's demographics, because I look at all the statistics before I come to a town, the biggest one that jumps out here are senior citizens. And again, that comes up against the internet issue, and are they going to get tired and throw away all these forms in the federal government? So we need to get the word out to them. What we're doing, in addition to the national ad campaign, we put PSAs on the Brattleboro radio stations. We are hoping to send flyers home through the schools and have a program through the schools. I've been speaking, as I said, to a lot of senior citizens groups. In fact, I guess it was probably last week I was right across the street at the Grange Hall. Yep. That was incredible. There were, I mean, for a town as small as Dummerston, there was almost 70 people there. And of all the ones that I've been to, I think proportionally that was probably the biggest, you know, senior meal per population size town I've ever been to. And it was great, and people were enthusiastic. I'm going to hope to work with the church as well, have information there. All of that is a long way of saying, that's all prelude. All that is a long way of saying, if there's anything that you can do to get the word out, to make sure that every person in Dummerston is counted, it helps me, but it helps you guys as well. So other towns that I've worked with, just to give you some examples, many of them have websites or listservs or community newsletters or a Facebook page or some combination thereof. If you have any of those and are willing, I can send you pre-written blurbs, 1-paragraph blurbs, and I'll email it to you and you guys can just post it. You don't even have to change it. You know, it's no work outside of the posting it if you've got that. Or a town newsletter, same thing. If the town library has a newsletter, we can do that. If there's an institution in town, and I suppose the Grange, the church, and the library is pretty much the institutions in the town, who are willing to have a computer available in case people want to come in and get help to do it online. All of those kind of things help generate interest and response. I don't know if your town report has gone to print yet. I know it's coming up on deadlines.
Close.
We have a 1-paragraph blurb that was approved by the Vermont League of Cities and Towns for insertion into town reports. I can send you that.
Well, if it doesn't go in the town report, you could always just leave it here and we can make copies and put it on the table at town meeting, so.
That would be wonderful. Actually, we could do both. You could have it in the town report, and I could also leave flyers for you about the importance of the census. Just give me an idea of, if I were to do that, how many would I need for town meeting?
Usually we have 123 people.
It's about 100.
100
is good.
Oh, we have a real good turnout for.
That's incredible.
Yes.
It really is.
And then people come to vote also who aren't
Yeah.
even coming to town meetings. So, you know,
Yeah,
in
probably-
addition to that, people are coming and leaving, coming and leaving.
Okay. What is the date of your town meeting?
March
3rd.
3rd. And we put a table right up front, so with flyers and, you know, because other people have things to hand out as well.
Okay.
So if you actually had somebody you wanted to pay to sit there and give that information out, or somebody to volunteer to give that information out, I don't know how you were saying something about people getting paid to do certain things. I mean, and just be at that table. That would be, you could do that
What
too.
time?
I would say starting at 9 or 8.
8, the polls open at 8.
The polls open at 8.
The meeting's at 10.
Yeah.
And the polls are open till 7.
Right.
8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Town meeting goes till it goes.
Right, should be shorter this, well, maybe not looking at our budget, but yeah. So, because there's no school portion this year, so.
Okay.
Oh, right.
So, that's why we could do anything we wanted with that budget, so people could sit there all day and talk and be normal.
We're worried about the school behind us, yeah.
Any email list or?
You could call Lori.
Yeah, Lori.
The town clerk, and see if she's willing to put something on her.
On the website. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe I have her information. Oh, maybe I don't.
Clerk@dummerston.org. Town clerk?
Town clerk.
Town clerk@dummerston.org.
Town clerk at Dummerston.org.
That goes to Lori Frechette.
And that's a web page that she runs for the town.
Well, she sends out an email. She has a big email list.
Excellent.
But she's, you know, she's pretty careful about what she puts in that and what she doesn't.
Sure.
So it'll depend a little bit on how you present it to her.
It's important for our town that we all get counted, you know.
Yeah. And then
Dummerston counts. Kind
we
of
do
thing.
have a very good website, and so it could go on the website. And I don't know, is Lori the one that asks Kevin to do things, or how does that work?
Yeah, or Lori can post on the website.
Yeah. So she would do the website too.
Okay. Any other group or institution in town that's got a wide reach?
Roger?
Roger, yes.
Hi, Roger. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm the editor of the Views of Dummerston, which comes out quarterly.
Okay.
And we're working on an issue right now, which is coming out before town meeting. And then we'll have another one in the summer, another one in the spring, and another one in the summer. So we can put articles in all of them about this.
How would I send that to you?
Send it at articles
Mm-hmm.
at Views of Dummerston
Views of Dummerston? Okay.
.org.
You have it before the weekend.
And that's Roger Turner.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Do you have any questions about the census or the rollout or what to expect?
Seems like you're the right man for the job.
I'm trying hard. I'm leaving you with a package of information. I don't know who is the keeper of the holy books. In case anyone asks anything, everything I've discussed is basically in there.
Maybe leave that for Lori.
Yeah.
As well as a sheet on confidentiality. Sometimes people are afraid to say, you know, I don't want to say I live here because for whatever reason. But everything that comes to the census is 100% confidential. We cannot share, by law, by federal law, we cannot share with Homeland Security, ICE, immigration, law enforcement, social services, schools, building and zoning, or anyone else who you might not want to know, you know, where you're living and what you're doing. So.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Super informative, even back here.
Well, that's good. That's why I like to come to I love coming to Board of Selectmen's meetings for exactly that reason.
Well, you hit a good one.
Yeah.
We don't usually have this number of people.
I know.
23 out here.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to Wyndham Regional. Roger, you want to come up and Chris? And was Sam here too, or?
Okay.
Come up anyways. I think you have a big enough role that your name was mentioned in an email, so you're up here.
Call BCTV, you can do a PSA, it runs all day long.
Will do.
Thank you.
Dummerston Cares is a senior citizens.
Oh, yeah, Dummerston
Dummerston
Cares
Cares.
is good. Yeah.
You'll find a contact.
Gotcha, okay.
Yep.
Or Lori is.
All right.
So have you folks heard anything about communication union districts, CUDs? CUDs have been
It's gonna be.
created by the state of Vermont to allow a minimum of 2 towns in the state to group together and run fiber optic, fund and run fiber optic all around. It's meant to address last mile problems or underserved problems. And so there are 3 or 4 of them already in existence in the state. And Wyndham Regional has gotten a grant to investigate the possibility of creating one here in this region. And they've got 2 organizations involved. One is a nonprofit that has been involved with other CUDs to actually do the infrastructure, you know, build it, run the cable around. And another is a nonprofit which is managing the business side of the CUDs once they're created. So what we're being asked to do now is to, in each of our towns, ask if the town will pass a simple resolution to participate in the investigation of the feasibility of a CUD for this region. And by doing that, you would just be committing to appointing a point person that would attend meetings, and that you would promote the distribution and collection back of surveys. What's going to happen is there's already kind of a bare bones survey which is going to be reviewed next week.
Yeah.
Next week to kind of fine tune it for this area. It's going to be available before town meeting. It's supposed to be collected back by March 17th, and then the results are going to be studied, and feasibility is going to be determined for this area. And if it seems like something's feasible, a business plan. They'll create a business plan, and the business plan will kind of be the basis for asking towns if they want to get involved, actually commit to being involved in the CUD. But right now, a simple resolution would be just that. It would be saying we're interested in participating to see if it's, to collect information and to have somebody from the town participate in the meetings for it. And there's no financial obligation at all. You know, this study's being funded through Wyndham Regional. And ongoing CUDs are separate municipal districts, like a waste management district. And there's a letter in the paper last week by somebody from Simon saying, beware of CUDs because your town's gonna be in financial jeopardy. That's not the case. Towns have no financial obligation to a CUD. The CUD is a separate municipal entity. It gets its own bonds, it gets its own, it funds itself, and then once it's providing services, it gets, money coming in from its customers.
Yeah, I watched the BCTV.
Uh-huh.
That was an informative,
Yes, so did I.
and very informative.
Yeah.
What you guys. So basically, what you're looking for is a survey and a 30%, hopefully a 30% turnover or comeback on the
Yeah.
results of the survey.
Yes, and just for you folks to say, yes, the town of Dummerston is interested in participating in this study, and we will figure out somebody to represent the town at the meetings. And it's a 6-month obligation. The business plan is supposed to be created by mid to late August.
And what equates feasibility? What are they looking for? What would make a town feasible?
The study gets at who is interested in internet, in high-speed internet. It's like 25 up and it's 25 down and 3 up. Does that make sense?
Megabytes.
Megabytes? Yeah. That's the minimum. So it's high-speed fiber optic. Although what I've heard, I don't really understand this, but they say that the people who are doing it now say that wherever they put it in, it's always been symmetrical, meaning if it's 25 up, if it's 25 down, it's 25 up too. So
So in terms of feasibility, what they're looking for is who's saying they need it?
Exactly.
Who's saying they would
Okay,
want it?
so that's the main feasibility.
That's why they need at least the 30% is their hope. They need to get
Right,
a
30% people
Back on the-
returning the
Returning
survey,
Right.
but on the survey, what is it that they're looking for?
Yes, we're interested in internet. We're interested in a basic plan, or no, I have a business plan that I'm interested in pursuing, and I need more.
Or I already have it, I have what I need.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So
And so if you have so many people that have what they need, then you're not really, you don't
It
pass
doesn't make
muster
sense for this
for,
town.
it doesn't
Right.
make sense. So they
Right.
wanna get a sense of
Yeah.
who has the amount of internet that they need and who doesn't and wants it.
You're right.
Okay,
Right.
good.
And they're
Thanks.
still working on the survey. That'll be worked on in your next meeting on the 6th.
Right.
Yep.
So my request to you is, would you pass a simple resolution saying the town of Dummerston would be interested in being part of the Wyndham Regional Commission investigation into feasibility of creating a CUD?
You have that written out somewhere?
Yeah,
I can
I've
do
got
that.
it. I got it. You want me to move it?
No, we got that, we've got it
Oh, the
later.
resolution. You want a real.
Yeah, we've got
Okay.
it on the agenda for later on, if we decide we're gonna do it, we can vote on that later.
Okay, and then Chris Olson has kind of come out of the woodwork here. And I don't know, I'm not sure how you found out about it, but he found out about it and he went to a meeting, so, I mean, he's already showing interest in it, and I guess he's spoken to Sam. And, I mean, I'm not particularly interested in being the point person. If it came down to nobody else being available, I would do it, I guess, for the 6 months. But if somebody who knows something about it and is interested in it, we're doing it, that would be much better for the town, I think.
So Chris, are you saying you'd be the point person?
Very, very reluctantly. Being of the age that I am, I'm currently working 3 jobs on top of all of this, so time is pretty thin
for me. So I'm hesitant to commit because I don't know that I would actually.
So let me ask you a question on that. So if we appointed you, say we agreed to do this resolution tonight, and say we appointed you the person, you could always, if you found somebody else, could step in and do that, correct? I mean, be the point person, or do you have to?
I believe so.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
what the regional commission is looking for is just someone to communicate through. They're looking
Right.
for a conduit between towns and.
So I guess what I'm saying is, if you were willing to do it until, you or somebody else could find somebody or somebody step forward, is that something you'd be willing to do?
Yes.
If we decided to do that tonight?
And then I'm not sure, what, if you have possible interest in this too, Sam.
I'm really just here to encourage the select board to make that resolution and to get us involved. And I can speak for being on the last mile and not having the high speed. And I don't think it's ever going to come from Comcast. So I think a utility district is definitely what the most promising thing right now.
So, Louis, I just want to clarify what you were saying here. So, is what you were asking is if we appointed Chris and he felt like he didn't have the time to do everything, he could delegate someone else to go to a meeting, but he would be the point person.
Oh, no, he could come, he could do that, or he could come back to the select board with somebody else and we could appoint that person at that time.
But
Switch the person.
But you're just asking him if he
He's
would
willing to
find
do-
the
Yeah,
person.
start it.
If you can't do it, you could find somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
I just didn't want to appoint him and have him really be that reluctant that, he couldn't do it and stuff, but letting him know that there's always an out to it too, that,
Right, especially if you can find somebody else it is.
Yeah, and the personal interest here for me is I think this is fascinating. I think EC fiber is like an incredible concept, and it seems to be working well. And I have Southern Vermont cable, and that's
Which is
probably going to be turned into
Now,
Comcast.
it
too.
is, yeah, I don't think it's a question anymore,
But,
yeah.
so-
Well,
have options.
We're proofing the views next, on February 6th, so that won't make sense for me, but,
Yeah, I will
if
be
you were
going.
saying you could be available and we were able to find somebody else who was interested and could step in, that would be fine with you. And sounds like it'd be fine with the board.
So I guess we could, if somebody wants to make a motion, it is on the agenda that we could make a motion now while.
I'd prefer to do that now, because then during our discussion, if we have any
Right.
questions, they're here to answer them.
So,
Well, how about if we do it this way? I'll move that the town of Dummerston allow the Wyndham Regional Commission to do a survey for the broadband project, which will result in a feasibility study and business plan, and appoint Chris Olson to be the point person for this.
I would second that. Does that sound like the motion you were looking for, the resolution?
Yep.
okay, discussion on that? Go ahead, Sam.
No,
I want to hear,
this is my
I want to hear you say something that makes me change my mind.
I won't do it.
Alright, so any other discussion?
Well, is there anybody with questions about the, whether we should do this or not?
Really, all we're doing is allowing the Wyndham Region to take this grant and do the study.
Right.
Once the study comes back, then we'll know if it's even feasible.
Right.
And then we go on.
And then we could go on from there. We're just allowing this grant to be implemented, to be used to do a study. And allowing the townspeople to.
I think it's great.
And we're
Yeah.
saying Dummerston's in
Yeah.
for the study.
For the study.
Right.
Yes, that's what we're saying, for the survey. Yes, for the survey.
Yeah. No, there's no CUD, actual CUD proposal on the
No,
table.
it's just for the survey. That's all we're
Dummerston's in on
allowing.
the study.
Yeah.
I don't think Wyndham Regional technically can do a survey without our permission.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, I'm definitely for it.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Roger. Appreciate your time on it.
That was great, Terry. Good for you to write all that down. It's just like, I tried to do it. Somebody's gonna need to say this. It's too long a
That
sentence.
is stuck Just couldn't remember his name until he said it. We're good.
Okay, Tour de Heifer, you guys want to come up? Mark, you want to come up also? Appreciate it if you could. We can make room up here.
Bring an extra chair up if you need it.
Come on up. Little baby.
Do you mind if I just sit there?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, you can sit next to me, yeah.
I'm not part of the board.
No, you're not.
You don't have a beard. I don't know where.
I know. Too clean shaven.
So I'd like to go around the table because I don't know everybody here. So I'm Lewis White.
I'm Geraldine Wilson.
Mark Anderson, Wyndham County Sheriff.
Terry Chapman.
Maria Glayback.
Orly Mudsey. I'm the founder of Strolling of the Heifers.
Noah Hoskins from the Bunker Farm.
And Peter Dorn from Strolling of the Heifers and Wyndham Gross.
Great, thanks. Okay, so I guess we'd like to hear about what you guys are doing with the tour and what your thoughts are, because nobody contacted the town. I guess that was our biggest, surprise, that all of a sudden we get a map and said we're doing this, and it's like, well, it was nice to hear from somebody before all this came out. That's
So, number one, I'm sorry for the miscommunication. We've been running the Tour de Heifer for 12, 13 years. And the protocol prior to that is that one of the volunteers made a phone call just before the tour, that we're talking about the Tour de Heifer, to the towns, and it was fine. So we didn't realize that more needed to be done. So we apologize for that, and I'm glad that we're here to let you know about it. So we've run the tour for about 12 years. I can't remember if it's 12 or 13. We've never had any problem or any incident. It's a very well-run event. It's a lovely event that showcases farms and gives a lot of publicity to the hosting farm. They'll be visiting other farms like the Scott Farm and other farms in the area. And it gives a good publicity for the town as well, and creates a lot of fun.
So Orly, where it's been in the last 12 years, has the route always gone pretty much the same, or do you change the route every year?
It has changed.
But has it been pretty much consistent the last 12 years?
Yes, maybe.
And it's been Guilford, right? Guilford and then up into Marlboro a little bit?
A little bit, and then West Brattleboro and some Halifax. There's never been one problem.
Right, but now it's on a whole different route. So it's how much is paved, how much is dirt, how busy roads are.
Most of it is dirt.
Yeah, well, Maria and I looked at when we got the map, because it all of a sudden, the surprise, so we took it in depth.
Apologize for that.
So we just took a look at it. So we came up with some questions.
Okay.
To give us some.
You have another?
Oh yeah, I got.
You got plenty.
Yeah, I got
Under
plenty.
23?
Yeah, under 23, yes. So, because of the dynamics of Dummerston is so much different than what you're already on. So we took a step back and looked at it as almost like it's an EMD, emergency management type thing, because you're dealing with rescue, we hope, the fire department,
Of course.
the sheriff's department. So those are some of the questions that we had.
Do you want them to go through them? Should we
Or
start
they
with
can-
these questions?
This is the beginning of I think there'll be probably more information coming. You'll need to look through that a little bit more in depth and send us stuff back on some of the questions.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So I can tell you that I'm new to the organization and I basically inherited this event. There was a committee of local cyclists that put these routes together. They're all
We've done this for 12 years.
who've done the ride and rode every bit of, physically rode their bikes on everything that they were proposing to use for these routes. So the whole idea of these gravel rides is that in some cases, the rougher the road, the better. People actually like that. So if we're going on farm roads or class 4 roads, that's actually attractive to the riders, it's not a detractor. Surprise! Sounds crazy, but it's actually true.
Well, that was some of the concern, like the Norris Hollow Road, and the Evans Road,
Yeah.
because the Evans Road's a trail.
Right, exactly, and that's exactly why the planners included
So
that.
these aren't people just riding regular bikes, are they bringing mountain bikes in here,
Mountain
or?
bikes or bikes specifically for gravel. So there's an entire nationwide movement to gravel road cycling events, and there's
It's
a
not
special
road bikes.
special type
No,
of bike
okay.
that, so they have there's clearance for wider tires. So they typically run, like on a normal bike, it's a road bike, it's 20 to 22 millimeters, 23 millimeters for the tire. Gravel bikes can go up to 35 millimeters, so they can get big tires on their bikes, and they can ride on almost any terrain. So these routes are designed to be on gravel as much as possible, and the only time they deviate onto a paved road is when there's no way to get from one place to another on gravel.
So, Terry, the first question, I'm seeing these questions for the first time right now.
Yeah, we just.
So the first question, have the bike routes been driven for conditions and accuracy? What Peter's saying is actually they've been ridden. You know, they've been
Yes.
ridden
Yeah.
by the
Yes.
kinds of bikes that will be
Correct.
in the Tour de Heifer.
Yep.
So that's a good thing.
Yes.
So also, you should know that the Putney, they're very involved. The West Hill shop is very, very involved. The Bravo Bicycle Shop, Specialized Sports, we get input from all of them. The other piece that I want to tell you, maybe that will help you, depending on how we decide, but there are usually about 7 what we call SAG stops, which are stops for people to have water and to have refreshments and whatsoever. This is not a race, it's a ride, so it's not a competition.
Right.
And demographically, the people that come are between, I would say, 30 to 50-ish, very fit people.
And how many roughly do you have?
It depends. If it's a beautiful sunny day, we have about 300 or so. And they don't start all at the same time.
Right, they're staggered.
They're
Yeah.
totally staggered. And they can take their time. It's not a rush. And the people that have come are in really good shape. I mean, that's from my window.
Experience, yeah.
Some of them, you should see some of them, how in good shape they are. They look like they come from another planet.
So have you guys already planned this out of where those SAG stops are gonna be now? I mean.
The SAGs, that's the only piece. that
In
we
general
have.
terms, but not specifically.
Yeah.
So I would,
We're gonna tweak that.
right.
There's a lot of planning, there's a big committee with all this, great volunteers. There's a lot of volunteers with this.
So Terry, from these concerns, would you have recommendations for where the SAG stops would be? Or Mark, even you know, are there particular places that?
Well, I can tell you that that's driven by distance primarily. So if the ride is 60 miles long, I need a rest stop approximately every 10 miles, plus or minus. So I would drive the route and then look for logical places where we can have a rest stop that's not going to interrupt an intersection, that's not going to interrupt the flow of traffic.
I was thinking about it from a safety standpoint. 'Cause
Right.
That's
That
what
would be a coordination
Terry's
with the
concern
sheriff's
is.
Right, yeah, so
Safety.
safety is
Right.
the first concern, and then it's just a logistical question. Where can I get a rest stop closest to that mile marker? And in some cases, on the 60-mile route, it crosses itself. I can probably have a rest stop that does double duty, you know, for riders going one direction and then coming back in another. So I haven't had a chance to suss all those out yet.
I mean, from my perspective, once you have locations you'd like, I mean, we can look at it, and if we see issues, we're happy to discuss them with
You
you.
have a card?
I do.
Oh, great.
You know, and if, I don't, and just road closures shouldn't be an
You
issue
give another
because
many.
123.
if you can picture how hilly it is around here, if a group of 20 riders starts out together within 5 miles, they're strung out over 5 miles because some go faster uphill than others. So there won't ever be like large groups. You won't see blocks of 20 or 30 riders riding together except for at the initial start. And that's fairly quiet roads. You know, at that time on a Sunday morning, I can't imagine there'd be a lot of traffic on Bunker Road, or is it Park Lawton, the one you're gonna turn off?
That Sunday morning. No.
Yeah.
We
Just
also
going to
have,
church.
Yeah.
a few volunteers with cars to follow and make sure that everyone is okay. We take down everybody's license plate, to make sure that everyone comes back, because we can tell
Okay.
by the cars. I mean, we've done this for a long time, so it's an oiled machine.
Okay.
And we've never really had issues.
I guess my biggest issue with the whole thing would be the safety on the tarred roads.
Yep.
The bike, we have signs in town, you know, share the road with bicyclists. And I wanna make sure that goes both ways, and that, you know, we've got bicycle groups around, and I wanna make sure that, you know, they know we share the road, and it'd be nice if, when they're on like Middle Road or the tarred roads, they're going in single file
Yeah.
and not going
And that's, it's very easy for us to talk
two
about
abreast,
that.
because, you know, some of these corners and stuff
Middle
are.
road, yeah.
And there's no shoulder.
There
Yeah,
is, not, yeah,
so-
and Middle Road
Right.
is really the, we wrote that one in, one of the things of our concern was Middle Road.
Yeah, and we've
Yep.
had spots like that in our previous ones. The other thing I need to tell you is we have, I think, 400 signs that we place a day or two before to let people know. And if there's any neighbors that we think should know about it, we make a personal call to them, or we go over to their house and so forth.
And how would you know what neighbors might need to be
Depending
told?
on if there's a SAG stop close to them or whatever, we want them to know what's going on.
I mean, if you're gonna have 400 signs around a couple days beforehand, I would think it would be really.
It's about 2 days.
2 days before, it would be really good to let the
Oh,
town
of
know
course.
that this is.
Of course.
So I would, well, you say of course, so how does that happen? How do you let the town of Dummerston know that there's gonna be this event?
I can put it in the Dummerston, what is it called?
Views.
Front porch or what?
The Dummerston Views.
The Dummerston Views.
Well, if it comes out at a time, I mean, that only comes
This is
out.
in June, I mean, she can put one right in the one that
Absolutely.
he's putting out right now. And
How often does that
Well,
come
that
up?
comes out in March, and then didn't Roger say there was another one that comes in the spring? So that would be the one to, not the
Yeah, the
next
next
one, but the following
That's a
one.
good idea.
To put an
Yeah.
article in the Views, and Roger Turner's the one that you.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Um,
Roger again.
I can also ask the town manager, that's what I was
Right,
thinking,
and so the
too.
town clerk,
The town
Lori
clerk, yeah.
Frechette,
Can send
she
that's
should
what I was
know-
thinking of, sending an email to
Yeah.
everyone to let them know.
And we could, just like the census guy's doing, we could create a short blurb, ask that it be posted on the town website.
So did you guys have to do anything like what did you do in Guilford, Marlborough, Halifax in terms of, you know, like putting 400 signs around 2 days before? Was that?
Honestly, we just put them, nobody
It
said,
wasn't an-
no, it wasn't an issue.
And you come back the next day or the day after and pull them, or?
Monday.
Yeah.
On Monday, okay, so those are,
Right, and those
We're
are, you have
exhausted on
to,
Sunday.
Yeah.
they're spread out over
yeah,
a
miles.
huge area, so it's not like there's this, all of a sudden 400
No,
signs
no,
show up in
no.
one.
I know,
they're-
but still,
yeah.
400 signs is
It's a lot.
400 people that could live near there. So you know, I mean,
We have
that's a
400
third of our
yeah.
population.
Yeah, sure, I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I
It's
don't
a
know-
lot.
I don't know how many we
Yeah.
will be posting, but we do have that many.
That's
We-
great.
And I've done this for many other bike events, like Harpoon Brewery for years did a
awesome.
tour out of Windsor
Mhm.
that went through all the back roads up there,
Mhm.
and we'd go post signs, and I did it myself for years. And you don't go stick a sign right in somebody's front yard next to their driveway. You know, you find the areas between properties where it's wooded or where, you know, where
Yeah, but
visibility
even
is
if it's not
good.
in
So
front of somebody's house, it still is it's still respectful to let people know that in their neighborhood
Yeah.
this is going on.
And we'll
And
do
so we
that.
want to make sure that
Right.
that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
not a
from my
problem.
perspective too, it's just the coordination between Mark,
yeah.
the board here, rescue, the fire
Sure.
department, and who'd I miss?
town,
Chris-
the road.
Highway
And-
department.
And the highway department. Yep,
And-
we're gonna need that coordination.
Yeah, and you
So
know,
who
my
is-
request.
who is the point person for that?
Well, Mark would be
Mark
on the
is right
sheriff,
here.
Drew
Okay.
would be the rescue.
Well, Drew, of
Yep.
course, we,
Probably Rich Cogliano would be for the fire department.
And that's Dummerston.
And that's Dummerston Fire Department. Lee Chamberlain is the road crew, and then it would be us, the board.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for me, we've supported the ride in many past years, so the route is significantly different. Ultimately, however we can enable you guys to have the ride, we'll support that. My concerns, just looking at the routes, depending on volume, if you had 300 riders on the 60 mile, is that the big one?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
The 60 mile route, then
The way that
the
breaks,
road crossing.
the way that breaks down. So if we have 300 riders, we'll probably have a third of them on or more on the 60 mile, and then
Usually there's about
almost a
60.
higher number on the 30 mile ride, and the least participated is the 15 mile ride.
So like 100, 150,
Yeah.
50.
And we stagger those starts because the ride time on the 60 is literally more than double the ride time on the 30. So those people start earlier.
So just the crossing of traffic, and I understand it's not a race and you're not going to have everybody neck and neck, but crossing Route 30 on a Sunday.
Sure.
There's more than people going to church there.
Yeah.
And I would welcome, you look at the route and say, we suggest a police detail here, here, and here. And,
I mean, the covered bridge is one place that.
Well, they cross the covered bridge and the iron bridge.
And
Right, the Iron Bridge is, I mean, I
Well,
don't.
that's blind there.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of, courtesies for the vehicles coming, because Route 30 has the right of way to go through the bridge.
Right.
Not
And
everybody
go,
knows that though.
and
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
a stop sign on this side, so it's just
Yeah.
one of those
That's-
courtesy things that I almost think you'd want to have somebody there.
On either side of the bridge,
Yeah.
really.
Right, oh, right, but you'd want to have
that
somebody
could be,
there.
it could be volunteers wearing safety
Right.
element, or it could be a police detail, whatever, we think is appropriate.
Another thought, and maybe a suggestion, and I'm not sure if the town is open to the idea, but doing a road closure on the Green Iron Bridge and allow the bicycle traffic to just use the bridge, and we eliminate
That'd be beautiful.
that. Then all I would say is put a cruiser at the end of the bridge, just because they're going to be coming out on that.
And that's
It's-
relatively short duration, and it's not, how many people is that gonna disrupt? How many
And you're
people is
saying
that
not
gonna
use the
generate?
covered bridge
They're
at
kind
all?
of used to it.
Right,
Correct.
right.
So then
just-
vehicle traffic's on the covered
Right.
bridge.
They got
and
used to it.
Cyclic traffic is off.
Yeah.
How many years was it closed?
And I can tell you that half the riders will go
Oh.
and walk their bikes across that bridge because people don't like riding bikes on those iron bridges. It's,
I got my dog to cross that
It's
bridge.
not fun.
That was really cool. Yeah, that was very impressive.
Yeah, that's one.
So, yeah,
But that
would
would be a great,
Yeah, okay.
that would be a really good, I mean, just people riding their bikes through the covered bridges.
It's dangerous.
It's
hard
kind of
to
scary.
walk in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Because you can't see when you're coming down East-West Road. It's
I've heard that.
yeah,
The other-
and yet that's one of the appeals to coming to Vermont to ride your bike is to
through the
actually
covered
Through
bridge.
the covered bridge,
Yeah.
yep. The other one I had a concern was at the bottom of Depot Road or Williamsville Road, depending whether dependent on this, because I think that's a 60-mile ride to come down, or 30, I can't.
Yeah.
If there's a lot of traffic there, if it's hot, you've got a bunch of people coming up for already the strolling and the way they
Yeah.
park.
Yeah.
You've got them coming down.
No, this
Yeah.
is, it's Sunday. It's not during.
Yeah,
school.
but no, it's
But it, on a,
Swimming
I,
pool
the
I,
swimming
Yes.
hole.
I ride my
People
bike
are
by there
parked
every
both
Sunday. I
sides
know
for
exactly
2
what you're
You know what
talking
I'm talking
about.
about?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
because if you got them parked on
Right.
Indian Love
yeah,
Hall.
Indian
Yeah.
Love
Yeah.
Hall, that's another concern.
So
of
that's
swiping
another
down.
spot where we put volunteers. You know,
Exactly.
you put them up the top of the hill all the way down. You
Yeah.
know, but they'll be there fairly early. In the
They're
route. So
very early,
before
60 miles.
before there's a lot
They're
of
finished by
before there's a lot of traffic.
Yep.
So, and then I would just appreciate the opportunity to go through this list and then just respond when I can look at my maps and say, okay,
yeah,
we'll
that's
make this-
exactly.
yeah.
Give this. We're gonna have some give and
Yeah.
take on this. This was just the first.
Sure.
You know, if we're
No,
And why was
did
it
you get your
changed to
permit?
Dummerston? Can I'm just
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah,
ask-
but I got the
'cause I can
paperwork,
give
I gotta
you-
get it in.
Okay.
History.
Yeah, because you talked to me about it today, you wanted to make sure you had it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Basically,
The
the
date, know.
farmers
Yeah, it's time.
have asked,
Okay.
why
Yeah,
are you,
I had some
first we
questions
just
about
did it at the
about
Lilac.
which
Woods
are the
for many
conditional
years.
use
okay.
And other
boxes
farmers,
are
I
supposed to
can't
fit
get
on
a
that,
last
so-
minute, It went,
I gotta
last year, we
tomorrow
went the
afternoon,
Rob
get a meeting or
Farm. In
something.
fact, the Robs want it again this year. But we want to give every farm the ability to, we wanted to share the publicity. And also, we want to give riders a different route and different chance, but it's really to publicize different farms, and it really helps because they get a lot of traffic from it, they get a lot of publicity from it. So that's the reason.
That's the reason.
And also, the Bunker Farm this year is in the program of Wyndham Grows. We're helping them scale up. So we're really rooting for them. But it's not just their farm, there's other farms that along the way as well, like the Scott Farm and so forth.
Yeah, you are going through the Scott Farm on the route.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a
and
lot of publicity for that as well.
We have reached out to all the other towns, and none of them have any issues. We've reached out to Vermont Trans about being on Route 30. They have no issue with that. So, in general,
Route 30 is great because
Yeah.
there's a nice shoulder.
Exactly.
You know, but Middle Road and East-West Road.
but those
and-
are all very short, you know, and they'll be
Yeah, I
well
haven't
marked, and
looked
we'll
at the
have.
routes. Yeah.
And it's because it's there's just no way to get here without going there. It's,
Right.
It's not ideal, but it's.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's awesome. You know, it's more, as you'll see from the questions, and again, I'm just reading these for the first time.
Yeah.
It's a lot about, well, what is the Tour de Heifer?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and what are your rules and that sort of thing. The fact that it's not a race, it's a ride. You know, that there aren't clumps of people riding. It's really, and from what I've seen in past years, it's single file. I don't see people riding, you know, side by side.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a group of friends riding together, you know, you might get a clump of 3 or 4 or 5 people, but most of these cyclists are smart enough to know that if they're on a road with no shoulder, they go single file. You know, on Route 30, you might see them riding side by side, but there's also a 12-foot shoulder there, and there's plenty of room to do that. And we can reinforce rules of the road.
The riders that sign up, especially the ones who sign up early, get a lot of emails with different rules
Yeah.
and different things that we're asking them to do, and they're very courteous. It's a
We have some clubs. We have some clubs around or that aren't as courteous on the roads. That do not follow on the single file. I mean, I don't care on a dirt road if they're going as long as they pull over with a car. But on the paved roads, I really think these bicyclists should all be doing single file and not be getting out in the middle of the road because.
It's dangerous.
It is, but like I said, I see it a lot, and
there's
groups that do that and don't stop at stop signs, and it's
there's you'll know, there are bicycle has the same rights and responsibility as a car.
I know that.
So but there are also plenty of places where it's fully within their rights to ride two abreast. But common sense says if the road's too narrow, you don't. But not all cyclists use common sense.
Well, not everybody uses common sense.
Right, not all vehicle drivers do it either.
Exactly.
So.
You've never seen that, Mark.
No.
Lack of common sense.
No.
I had a couple other questions, and I think they're on here. I understand that there's potential for an alcohol event.
Yes.
Are you expecting that to be a large event, or is it for participants of the event? Okay.
Yeah.
And I assume you're pursuing the various permits for.
Yeah.
Well,
the vendor will do that.
The vendor does that, and it's what's her name?
Whetstone.
Okay.
Whetstone.
And so this is an event at Bunker Farm at the end of the
Correct.
Yeah.
So
bike
when
ride,
the riders
which I've
finish,
been to.
there's a beer vendor. We serve them lunch.
It's really
And not
fun.
everybody has a beer. Very few.
It's not an alcohol event.
It's not an alcohol
event.
It's an event with alcohol, my bad. And really, it's like, okay, are we looking at the Brattleboro Brewers Festival versus you just rode 60 miles and have a beer?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Exactly.
there's a difference in what we ask from a law enforcement perspective for different types of events and how
Makes
many
sense.
people will be
And I
there.
can assure you, no one has more than one glass of beer. These are athletes.
I understand. And then the other part for us is really just crash reduction, and that's really talking with both rescue and the fire department. That's really their perspective on this. I'd be happy to help coordinate a meeting with all of us, so that you don't have to make 15 phone calls.
Sure.
I have talked to the assistant chief, Rich, and it's just Rich Cagliano.
Here.
Yes, the
Okay.
Dummerston assistant fire chief. So again, it's a Sunday morning. It's a volunteer department. Rescue Inc. They're going to be the response agency. So, no, we don't want anybody to get hit by a car, fall off the bike, and require medical assistance. But at the same time, we do want to be able to plan and want there to be a fair understanding of what everybody's bringing to the table. So if somebody, God forbid, does get injured, there's a clear expectation of how it's going to work.
And I've done events in the past where every rider gets a wristband, and the wristband has all of the emergency contact information on it.
Wow.
And it's a very simple thing to do, and it doesn't cost a lot of money. And I'll be personally responsible for whatever's going on that day. My number will be on there along with any other numbers that need to be on there. So
Oh, are you saying that wristband is something that people do?
Well,
You're
what
considering it?
What I've done is I've given them each, in the past, because we couldn't afford that, a little sticky, a mailer sticky, and they put it on their bikes with my phone number and all that.
So same
emergency
idea.
number.
They have something with, everyone
That's
goes
cool.
with
We've
something
always
that
had
says,
that.
here's
Yeah, and
here's
Rich
who to
Cagliano, he'll love that
Yeah.
idea. You know, that's just up his alley.
And we don't charge that much for the ride
Right.
because we want locals to be able to do it, so we try to do it
Yeah.
as economically as possible. So.
All right, any other questions?
We also have, just so you know, we put porta potties on the farm, and somewhere, we haven't figured out, somewhere within 30 miles where all of them intersect, there'll be also some porta potties, and we have to figure that out and get permission and so forth.
So, Terry, what do you think we would like to see happen here? So Peter said he'd like to go through this, get a chance to answer the questions. He'll reply to the select board. We'll get answers to these questions, and then what?
Just that we get all, if this is where we're going, the direction we're going, that we're all coordinated between the select board, what's gonna happen with the sheriff's department, what Rich is gonna do, have
So
available.
we need another update.
Right, we'll be needing updates as this goes, yes. As they get their stuff together, I think we should be updated as the board. The board should be updated.
How often do you meet?
Every other week.
Every other week.
Every other Wednesday.
It's going to take me more than 2 weeks to get this sorted out.
That's fine.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, your ride's not.
I think the reality is we could probably, I could probably give you updates in late February or March that cover all this ground,
Yeah.
unless you need
Yeah.
something sooner than that.
No.
But
No,
it's really just me reviewing the routes, tweaking, setting up the west areas, and
right.
like some of the roads I can't even drive right now. So
So Mark, did I hear you say that you're gonna coordinate a meeting? I mean, we work with rescue already.
I have Peter's card, so what I'll do is connect
Yeah.
through an email with the various partner organizations. The only one I don't have is Lee's email. Do you guys know Lee's email?
Lee Chamberlain.
Town@dummerston.org.
Perfect.
Yeah, just through Lori, you
Yeah.
can get to him.
Who's this?
That's
The
the
highway.
highway. Yeah.
Oh,
Your road foreman.
Your road, right, yeah.
You guys take care of your own road.
and
So
the only
I'll
issue with
coordinate
that
that
is that we just don't want the
conversation.
roads graded 2 days before
Right.
this
Yeah.
event because it churns up rocks and it makes for a lot of flat tires.
So it sounds to me like once Mark has sort of coordinated this group and they've met, then it would be time for a status update to us. Does that sound reasonable?
And I can go to, if I can go to the meeting with Mark and the group, so that we can,
And if we can cover that ground in that one meeting, fine. If I need to come back for another select board meeting, that's fine too.
I mean, ultimately, out of it, I think with all the stakeholders there to say this is what we need or don't need, I think that we could present the board with hey,
this is what's happening.
we should have an ambulance on hand versus, they're 5 minutes away response time. They're expecting a slow morning, so whatever.
And what I'd like to see in terms of the communication to Dummerston residents is we're really proud to have this Tour de Heifer in our town this year. And so I want to get to that point with the two groups so that when we do communicate to people in the town, letting them know that this is happening, we're doing it in a positive way.
Absolutely. And also, just so you know, the Bunker Farm is part of our farm tour on that day. And, the town can come and take tours of the Bunker Farm. I mean, it's really...
But you can't drink beer. Is what you were saying, right?
You gotta bring your own.
Yeah, bring my own. I knew there was going to be a catch here for me.
But it's really to celebrate the farm.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I mean, the whole reason for it's great. I think that, this was a surprise to us, and the select board's main job is the roads in Dummerston. That's our charge.
Yeah.
And
I
so
really appreciate you taking such care.
Yeah.
In the 12 years that we've done this.
But you've done it in the same place with the same players and
Right,
the same.
even from year one, no one asked us any of this. So this is wonderful. I'm glad to see that you're taking such care. We just didn't know, so we were just following the protocol that we've had before. We didn't realize that it was necessary or important.
Okay,
so.
Great.
All right. Well, thank you guys.
Thank
for coming.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And,
All right.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you.
Have a nice evening.
You too. So we'll be in touch.
Exciting meeting.
There you go,
All
right?
sorts of people here.
I know. It's the biggest meeting we've had all year.
It is, yeah.
Oh, and I'm not kidding
Man,
either.
we've had these
Are you on Friday?
tables.
Oh, you're coming.
You
Yeah,
bet.
it's
Yeah.
the longest meeting we had too.
Sweet.
So now that we're off the record, I was basically going to volunteer.
You're not off the record.
You're not off the record.
On.
Door to door knocking on every door in Dummerston saying, hey, we're having this event.
Yeah. With the census.
You guys
Yeah,
got more to do, huh?
Yeah.
Hire somebody with
Take care.
Yeah.
You all tapped out?
Just started today, but hard to know what the right thing is.
I know.
Forecast is awful sugary. Don't get any sugar in this afternoon. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
All right, thanks,
you.
Noah.
Appreciate
Take care. Have a
Thank
good night,
you. I
Orly.
just want to say thank you as a Dummerston resident for all the work you do. Really appreciate it. Really. Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Early.
Road foreman's report. I just wanted to have a second just to let everybody know that Lee's wife passed away, Martha, yesterday morning. So it's, if you see Lee, just give him a wave. All right. So moving on to correspondence for information. Anything anybody would like to discuss there? Nothing. Correspondence for discussion and or action. We have nothing under there. New business. We did the broadband already. Did everybody see that, signed the census for the, just the town borders?
Borders.
And it's a map of the borders.
Okay.
Um,
Did it look good to you?
Looks like it hasn't changed, so.
It hasn't, has it? Yeah, it's the same. It looked good.
So,
We need a motion for that?
yes, please.
I'll make a motion to sign the census for, form, for the town borders.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Geraldine, you're up.
I'd like to move that we recess as the select board and convene as the liquor control board.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Anybody like to make a motion for the Sunoco? Sandra?
Sanders.
Yep.
I'll make a motion that we approve the liquor license renewal request from Sanders on Route 5.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Is that it?
That's it.
So I'd like to move that we adjourn as the liquor control board and reconvene as the select board.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any unfinished business anybody would like to discuss? Motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Welcome, everybody. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Additions to the agenda tonight, I have 3. Under new business number 9, Select Board Secretary resignation. New business number 10, historian's use of space to hold a sale on Election Day. And old business number 3, Wyndham Regional Council broadband project update.
So moved.
Moved and seconded to add those 3 items. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Open public comments regarding agenda items only. Yes, we don't have any department and committee reports. We don't have any regular meeting minutes. Approval from January 7th, please.
January 2nd. Under salvage yard, should we bold the motion like the rest of the motions usually are? It's really all.
Okay. Any other corrections? I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes as corrected.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the minutes as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Bills and warrants, please.
Okay, I move that we approve payment of the following warrants. 15T accounts payable, $64,851.79. 1S payroll, $8,430.37. 2S payroll, $7,326.15.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Town sand pile discussion. So it was requested by David to put a concrete barrier, I believe, or something to that effect in front of the town sand pile to not allow, I guess, commercial loads of sand with a tractor or what have you, to help in not depleting the town's pile. So what are our thoughts? Chris, we'll start with you.
I had said as long as it does not impede traffic or cause residents to have to park in the church parking lot and cross the street right there, that is fine. I did speak with David about it. He said there was a couple of people that had stopped down and loaded their trucks up with tractors, and that was what the issue was. I am curious, it was also brought up that the people that are plowing for elderly assistance are also utilizing that. And I didn't know how that worked because they are getting paid. So that switches that into a commercial, is my thought on that. No longer is a town use if they're being paid for that.
Sure. Jeff?
Guess I'm not really sure what the original intent was. I guess I'm not sure what other municipalities do as far as allowing residents just to come and get sand. It just seems like kind of an odd thing to do for residents. I buy my own sand to sand my own place. So I guess without really knowing the history behind it and questioning David, what I reserve my opinion at this point. But I don't think it's quite right. You know, as Chris said, if somebody is bringing a loader tractor in and filling up for commercial reasons, I don't think that complies with the original intent of allowing residents to have access to sand.
Okay.
Sandy?
I agree with that part of it, but there are those that go down because they're residents with a tractor to get it. So I kind of reserved on whether we should do it or not.
Okay. Jean?
The elderly assistants, I feel as if they're really just getting paid for their labor, because it's not like they're charging for sand, per se, you know.
How much are they charging? How much do they get paid?
Well,
Just for sanding alone, it's $20.
So they're getting paid $20 to sand with the town sand that the residents are paying for. I don't
and the
think that
people
that's
are
right.
residents, but you know, they've gotta go get the sand, they gotta go back and spread it, so there's labor involved there.
Yeah, but if you were gonna plow commercially, you would have to go down to Lane and pay for your own sand if you're going to charge your client that. So my opinion would be if you're gonna be sanding with the town sand, that you can't charge for that, and we shouldn't be paying you for
I
that.
don't think that, what I'm saying, I don't think they're charging for the sand. I think they're charging for the labor to do the sanding, which is justified to me.
Yeah, they're not charging for the sand because they get it free. So why should they turn around and charge? But
Right.
I think,
And it's for the residents.
but I'm not gonna put words in Chris's mouth, but probably a cleaner way to account for it is to whoever's doing the sanding to charge the elderly assistance fund for materials for the sand.
Well, that still comes out of the same
Well,
bucket.
well, sure it does, but like I said, it's a cleaner way to do it though.
Yeah.
And how much do they get paid for the plowing?
I believe it's 40 for plowing alone. It's 50 for plowing and shoveling. It's 20 for sanding.
So I don't have anybody plow or shovel or sand my driveway. Is that pretty standard? It's not like the elderly assistance is getting a break because it's a cheap rate, or I don't know. I'm asking a question, not making a statement.
I don't know what the
I'm not
going
sure.
rate is.
I'd be curious if anybody pays for plowing and what that looks like. And for your driveway, I mean, that's a straight shot. What are we talking there? What do you pay somebody to plow that?
Well, the person that we have plowing has plowed us for umpteen years, so we get a break.
Fair enough.
But it's $20 a plowing.
You got a break.
Great deal.
When I first moved here 11 years ago, I was paying Carrie Tyler $60 a plow. And that was 10 or 11 years ago. I don't know what it is now because I'm on the elderly assistance board thing.
Yeah, I know last year I think I was paying 35. I don't know what the rate is this year, so it kind of seems like they're right in the ballpark. It's not like they're getting a huge break to the elderly assistants to do the work.
And also, I believe that like Brattleboro has a sand pile for
They do.
residents, and I'm not sure of other towns, but
Yeah, Brattleboro has a thing, only Brattleboro residents.
right.
That's what ours is supposed to be, only Vernon residents.
And I don't know if it's at all feasible that if he were to put that up there so that it is just foot traffic in and out of there, and then during regular business hours, if you needed more, you would have to talk to David and actually go into the yard and get that. As long as you're still a resident and David knows what's going on, I don't know if that would curb any of the
Down.
excess that's leaving, yeah.
Down behind.
This resurfaces every few years if there's a complaint like this.
Well,
They're right.
there wasn't necessarily a complaint. It was a concern coming from David, who watches that pile and is obviously seeing us going through more sand than we have in years past because he hasn't brought it up,
I
you
did
know,
see it,
until
I
now.
did myself, I saw a green tractor there, and it was getting sand out of the pile there.
Yeah.
To load, I just think that tractor.
So obviously he has some concerns about
Right.
additional cost to his budget. And
And the concern wasn't so much that they're dumping into a pickup truck. They're filling up a hopper on a sander that is
Right.
then
Oh, yeah.
going out and they're making money off from it. So elderly assistance aside, I mean,
Right.
that's what David's issue with this is.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
But there's a lot of little tractors go down there and get sand, which kind of.
and that's the incident where I'm wondering if maybe that's something that we have to work with David on. And if
Yeah.
you need that sand, then the gate is open and you guys can work that out. But the rest of it should kind of be reserved for buckets and shovels. And the other side to it is, how much does a load of sand that we're dumping there cost? Because I think you can go down, to fill a sander at Wayne is less than 20 bucks, isn't it? I think. So I don't know, I thought that's what one of the classes was saying.
Pile of it.
So I guess kind of the general consensus that I'm getting, and tell me if I'm right or wrong, is that we would like David to move forward with putting that concrete barrier up and then work with those folks that, utilize small tractors and things like that to get their sand from the larger pile.
I think that's fair enough.
Does that make sense?
I just hope the traffic doesn't, I didn't really visualize it, but I just don't want people into 142 more,
Okay, so that's the direction we want to give David? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Better than doing away with the whole thing. Totally.
Okay. So there's a resolution on that. Great. All right, approve town meeting warning and articles. And you see the note on that, consider additional funding for recruitment.
All done.
Okay, so just to go through some of the changes that have happened, in addition to the recruitment that we had talked about, that's about estimated $5,500 to $6,500. That's not in the budget right now that you all approved. If you wanted to add that, now would be the time to do it because it's going to change that article by $6,500. Additionally, in the article, some changes. We were talking about what to put in the solid waste fund, waiting to the last minute in case the pay-as-you-throw is approved to have somewhere to grab from if it's a negative at the end of the year. Or if they decide to get rid of it and pay off the negative balance, where that money would come from. So Cindy estimated about $8,000 would cover it. So I added $8,000 to the solid waste article. Now it's at 108. And you can change any of these at this point.
It's Article 15 if you're trying to find it.
The Farmland Protection Committee reached out and they had a meeting and voted to reduce their request from $20,000 to $15,000. So that is article number 28. And we can't sign this really tonight anyways because petitions aren't all in yet. And then the Lister article changed a little bit based on Larry's recommendation, that we don't need to have a board of listers if you hire an assessor. But it does need to be done by paper ballot from the floor during town meeting. And we do have one petition in for that election, for the Lister election. So you were gonna talk about whether you wanted to keep that in or not. That's where all of these stand right now.
Okay. Let's start with the funding for recruitment. I believe the last time we went through the recruitment process, it was around $6,000 through VLCT. So I would suggest we probably go with their higher figure. They said 55 to 65 for budgeting purposes, if that's what we want to do. So we would need to amend, it's Article 4, right? To be $6,500 higher and add the that recruitment into the, I think it's the select board budget is where that recruitment line
For the
sits.
hiring.
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree.
Jean?
Yes.
Chris? Okay.
And along those lines, would you like me to have her call in at your next meeting, your meeting after, just so I can set up an appointment for?
Probably call as soon as possible, so next meeting,
Next meeting, okay.
yeah. Just so we can get things rolling. The other changes, the solid waste fund, that makes sense to everybody, increasing that by 8,000 to cover the loss in pay-as-you-throw. Okay, and then the reduction in the farmland, I'm assuming nobody has any issue with that. Okay. Do we have questions on any other articles that are out there? Yeah.
You have an article number 17. Shall the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent unbudgeted items or expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and or equipment over $500?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have an article putting any money in the fund.
Oh, right, that's just great, yeah. Establishing the fund.
It's another pay-as-you-throw thing all over again.
Which article number is that?
17 is the one I was reading.
Establishes the fund.
It establishes a fund, but there's no money in it.
There's no money.
So $10,000 in there still, right?
Yes, I think so. Everybody's happy with that?
Are you going to make a separate article for that?
Yes.
That's okay.
Any other questions, comments, concerns on the articles as we have them drafted here? Chris? Jeff? Sandy?
I gave Michelle mine up 29.
Okay. I think we're, that's on the agenda to talk about later, I think. And then,
Yeah.
okay.
As
Do
far
you
as the
wanna-
article though, she wants to put in the article what
What the changes are.
which is just gonna make this really long. Well, won't he can explain that though. Let's see.
Yeah.
He said
But
how
when
to
you,
put it in.
but in the town records, they're not gonna have the town report. You're gonna have this and you're gonna have the minutes, so you wanna put what they're changing them to in the article. Because 10 years from now, you're gonna look and say, well,
What were the changes?
what were you amending it to?
Couldn't they go back and look at the CUSIC policy change?
But
Like the actual policy itself to see what those changes were?
it should be, this is a town meeting, so it should be
Mhm.
with the town meeting minutes
Okay.
and the town records.
Because those requirements are all in the town report.
But don't have the town report and the town records.
Right.
Okay, so we're
She's
gonna,
check with Larry on that anyway.
we're gonna discuss this down the line about what the possible changes are to this CUSIC scholarship fund, but if for those of you that didn't hear it, because Sandy has a very mild voice, there's some changes that are being proposed to this CUSIC scholarship fund that will be presented at town meeting through article number 29 and spelling those out in the article versus just having a general article and then spelling it out at town meeting. So I think I already asked you, you got your change anything for the rest of the articles?
No.
Okay, great. Amend resolution for municipal planning grant. So designate a municipal authorizing.
Oh, wait, just for clarification.
Yep.
So, after I get all of these back from Larry, the petitions are all in, I'll email all of you to come sign it. So you need to vote that this is, with these changes, that it's good.
Okay.
So,
Second.
So moved and seconded to accept the town meeting warning and articles as corrected tonight. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, so we got that done. So the resolution from the municipal planning grant designating a municipal authorizing official, meaning one of us, to help in the municipal planning grant process.
This isn't really to help with the process. There needs to be an authorizing individual who says, yes, give us the check. We're ready for the money. The Planning Commission has designated Martin Lankeveld and Bob Spencer to help with managing the grant. We just got our first disbursement approved for that grant. But it's more a matter of, it has to be a select board member or a town manager or a town administrator who's the authorizing official that says the final, yes, we're ready to take this money back, and yes, all of this is true, all this documentation when you submit the report, that kind of thing.
That cannot be the treasurer.
You cannot be the treasurer.
So I would make a suggestion. I'm not sure that you would be able to be that authorizing official because you're on the planning commission. I don't know if there's a conflict there.
I was gonna volunteer,
But
just because, but I don't know.
then you're in as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Great idea.
I just want.
You don't often hear people volunteering. If you want to.
I just didn't want to ask you because you're on the planning commission. I didn't know how you felt about a conflict of that. I don't think there is. I just wanted.
As long as I don't have to do anything.
Second.
Moved and seconded to appoint Jeff as the designated authorizing official for the municipal planning grant. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Who moved it, who seconded it? Chris.
Gene can have. Oh, look at that, you're so giving today.
All right.
Chris. And you can, it'd be great if you could name an alternate.
Gene. Oh, sorry.
Is that an emotion?
I'll second it.
Awesome.
So moved and seconded to add Jean as the alternate.
If something happens to me.
Yeah, if you get hit by a bus on the way home, as the alternate authorizing official for the municipal planning grant, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Great.
Okay, I need signatures on
Sorry, Gene, that just came right out.
I'm waiting, okay, you wait. So this here? No.
You got it.
Yes, yes, just add sign.
Yes, the legislative body.
I'm not signing next to CEO.
Do we have? We don't have a CEO.
It says we do.
I think we're supposed to sign over here.
Oh. His name,
Signature.
signature. Oh, name is.
Name is printed probably.
Oh,
Signature cursive.
Sorry.
We'll keep going as we're passing that around. Planning Commission, Economic Development Commission resignation from Jessica McCurt. I would like somebody to make a motion to accept her resignation. I do know, well, let's just do that and I'll make my comment.
We accept your resignation with regrets.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation with regrets. As a side note, the Planning Commission does have a person that's interested that attended the last Planning Commission meeting. So I expect maybe at our next meeting or the meeting following that we will be accepting that person coming in, which is great. All right, so that's accepted. So the handicap seat, oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor of accepting Jessica Freeman Earp's resignation from the Planning Economic Development Commission, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for catching that. Handicap Vernon seat. So handicap, for those of you that don't know, is the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. Michael Root has been our appointed Vernon seat for handicap for, I don't know, maybe a year or two at this point. He's resigning from that position, and Madeline Arms has decided that she would like to take his seat in his absence. So I would entertain a motion to accept Michael's resignation and appoint Madeline Arms.
So moved. Second.
So moved by Jeff, seconded by Sandy, because I saw you shaking your head. To accept Michael Root's resignation from IndyCap and appoint Madeline Arms. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? So I will get that to Anthony Lachinsky so we can get him on, or her on record. Accept changes to the Cusick Scholarship Fund.
Okay, I can point out the change is really
Yeah.
at number 4. Everybody has the requirements. It was $1,000 per applicant. The fund hasn't been funded at town meeting the last couple of town meetings, last 3, I think. So they don't have necessarily. So you have 2 choices. You can either set an amount of money in this requirement, which if you're not going to fund it every year, I really wouldn't suggest doing that. So number 4 just has that the number of recipients and how much is given will be determined by the money that's available. And the select board is the Cusick Scholarship Committee and the town clerk. So really, I've never been involved in that.
No, it's the chair, the town clerk,
Yeah.
and the principal at Vernon Elementary.
Ah, okay.
Those are the 3.
I don't get involved in this either.
Yeah. I do. So,
Chair of the school board?
Yeah, the chair of the school board.
Chair of the school board, Mary Ross as the principal has joined us, myself and Tim.
Okay. Yep.
Yep.
Well, I agree with number 4 as it's written.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll write that up per Larry's instructions in the article.
Let's make a motion to accept that, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, Jeff moved. Jeff moved it already, sorry.
Second.
We'll take Sandy's second. To accept the changes to the Cusick Scholarship as written. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
And you are supposed to review this every 5 years as a select board for the requirements.
Any record of
So there's
the last
some.
time that it was done?
I do.
No idea.
We're good for 5 more years, just keep it in the back of your mind.
I know we've talked about it before in the past, just to try to determine what to do with it since it's not being funded. There was talk of having an actual scholarship contest at some point where instead of just, I'm a Vernon resident, give me money, that the kids would write some sort of, this is why I love my town, or these are the things that I want to see going forward for the town of Vernon.
Similar to other scholarship.
Yeah, very
And
similar.
now is your chance to make those changes.
So, or we
If
can
you
just
want
say
to
you're a
make-
Vernon resident, and instead of getting $1,000, you get $500 because that's all we have left in the fund is to, give you little chunks here and there.
But his change did say, he did suggest saying
An
500.
essay and letters of recommendation.
Yeah. So, maybe something that we revisit next year and determine whether it's something that we want to turn into a scholarship contest versus just being a Vernon resident as the requirements.
I agree with
Okay.
So for this year, it's good. that we
Let it
just-
ride as it is. Okay. We need to go into executive session regarding Diallo versus Vernon.
Mr. Chairman, I move to find that premature general public knowledge of the pending litigation of Darrell versus Vernon will clearly place the town at a substantial disadvantage by disclosing its negotiation strategy.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session.
No, to find-
Or, excuse me, say that again?
Find premature general public knowledge.
Yes, to find premature general public knowledge. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
I move we enter executive session to discuss the pending litigation with Darrell versus Vernon under the provisions of Title I, Section 313A1 of Vermont statutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We are in executive session at 7 o'clock. All right. We went into executive session at 7 o'clock, out at 7:24. No action was taken.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session on appointment or employment evaluation of interim town manager per 1 VSA 3133A3.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? We are in executive session at 7:26. All right, we went into executive session at 7:26 p.m., out at 7:34. No action was taken. The next item on the agenda is our own Michelle Milrick. Our select board secretary has put in her resignation effective the end of this month. So we need to accept that resignation.
I move we accept it with regrets.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation of our select board secretary, Michelle Milrick. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, historians.
So what would you like me to put an ad in the paper for a new select board secretary?
Unless anybody's got any bright ideas.
Because you're gonna have a meeting in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yes.
So I would suggest, instead of putting it in the reformer, former employer, putting it on Indeed.com.
What is that?
It's a free website that gets a
Is it
significant
free?
amount of, yes it is.
It is free? Okay.
I utilize it for Leader all the time.
Okay.
Could we also have Mark add that to the unofficial
Yes.
Website?
Yep. Post, once we have
Oh, yeah.
once we have it, we can post it on Facebook and get it up on the app.
Do you just want the same one that we did last time? The same ad?
Yes, that's fine.
Front Porch Forum also.
Yep. So that is all free advertising, and like I said, I do very well with Indeed in my real life. So historians use the space to hold sale on election day.
I move we allow them to.
Second.
Moved and seconded to allow the historians use the space on election day for a bake sale or whatever they're doing. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Great. All right, census boundary approval.
So I'll have to approve this. And it is, no, it's a new business.
It is a map of Vernon.
As far as I can tell, it is a map of Vernon. We have to approve that as the census boundary.
Oh, okay.
That's in the white. Correct.
So if you wanna,
So if you look at it,
Here's Brad.
so if you look at it against the map on the wall there, it is consistent.
So is this an opportunity? I think we ought to move the western boundary of Vernon further west.
When is the census? Do you wanna see these other ones?
This spring.
officially April, I believe.
That was just. That's the wrong spot. That's not there.
No, it's not.
Right.
It's up further.
That's Jeff's land.
Yeah, that's Jeff's land.
Give that to Mass.
No, you want to change states?
That's right across here.
It's fine with me.
Oh, on the
Well, that's
bigger
right.
map, it has.
It doesn't go down,
Miller's
it's not a good map,
down
it
here
doesn't go down to
on
your
his
home road.
property.
What?
So we
There's a
approve that, so you're gonna have an
southern
airstrip down there.
Okay.
Okay.
And it ended at the Pleasure Airfield.
Be an air traffic controller.
You could. Go out there with glow sticks.
Yeah. Okay, it's safe.
All right.
So just so you see.
I'm happy with the boundaries. Are you guys happy with the boundaries?
Yeah, if we can't change
The
them.
southern one, this one with the southern.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't take Guilford or the river over in
This
this
is the
meeting.
largest, I'm sure. It's not really
Safe
that
for a bridge.
That's a good thing.
You don't remember what it's like when it was open. Used to go through for a while.
Mr. Chairman, I move we sign the initial boundary evaluation program as the legal boundary for our government is correct.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the census boundary. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Ordinance enforcement,
So I did hear back from the health officer. He is not interested in being able to do this. He's got the health ordinances that he works with, and that's it. So as far as people on this list right now, and your interim can take this to the next step, but you need to name a different custodial official, which would be the person in the office that's making sure the records are just filed.
Did you table this then?
I would do that.
so we would like to table this? Yes, yes?
Yes.
Table it.
Okay. So we will table the ordinance enforcement and the appointing. Chris has asked us to table the emergency services billing as well for tonight. Everybody okay with that?
Sure.
Great. Wyndham Regional Council broadband project update, please and thank you.
Thank you very much. It was an interesting meeting. I learned a lot about a lot of towns. If it's all right with you, I'm gonna read what I sent you, Josh and Michelle, in, there's some edits, but it's easier for me because I had put
Sure.
my thoughts out.
Yep. That's what you sent us this afternoon, right?
Yesterday, but yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
I don't remember.
The timeline for this project has been mandated by the Vermont legislature to be 6 months, starting last Monday, not yesterday. And there is a lot to be done in a short time, beginning with a survey of residents of participating towns, including Vernon. The ultimate purpose of the project is to make recommendations to the legislature to ensure that all of Wyndham County and Vermont is covered by fiber optics. The first part of this will be a survey to collect data by March 17th, so the timeline is really, really short. I would like the select board's permission, and in my email I said to set up a table at the back of the hall during town meeting. I really want to change that to a place that you recommend, and it maybe not during town meeting, but during breaks. And also downstairs in the town office, during election day, on Tuesday. I know now we have the historians, the Girl Scouts, and just a small table somewhere, so that we can ask voters to their. The survey would ask them about their current cable coverage and future needs. Representatives of participating towns will be meeting February 6th which is after your next select board meeting, to finalize the survey. So we haven't even seen the content of the survey yet. Another part, one of the reasons for the survey, another reason is to educate participating towns, voters, about current technology and also future needs. And Vernon is currently, as we all know, Vernon is currently well-served for today's technology. Our concern is and should be for the future. We will not be attractive to new home buyers and businesses as we currently are, which is why we should participate. Boy, that's confusing. And to find, we need also to find the pockets, and there are pockets of Vernon that are not served. There's some places that have DSL, dial-up. I know of two, and there's especially to prepare for future needs. There are a lot of towns participating that don't have what we have, and they'll be served first, and then, but I think we need to be ready to find ways to fund this ourselves if we're going to prepare for future needs. Where am I? Okay, in addition to tabling, we would like to advertise this, we will plan to advertise the survey on Facebook, Front Porch Forum, the newsletter, and the unofficial website. We also hope to put surveys in the library and the town clerk's office. We'll have to talk to those two places. And to send, and I also want to talk to the school, to send them home in their packets. A lot of towns will be putting it as an article, but it seems a little bass-backward to me because we'll be tabling during the time, and the article will probably, so that's why we didn't ask for an article. And we also would like a select board liaison to work with us, or with me. I'm the official and he's my backup. Is there anything else I missed?
Yeah, just basically, the idea of the survey is to figure out the feasibility of what needs to be done in order to bring high-speed internet. The survey will have a take rate survey. In other words, how many houses and at what price they're willing to pay. An analysis of the underserved and unserved areas. An idea of what you said, bandwidth need for now and for the future. Then this will discuss deployment and methods of doing it, whether it's the Communications Union District or the CUD, how that, if the legislature puts together a certain number of people, the towns want to be, say we joined with Halifax and Guilford to create a district, and how that would be deployed, what's the most effective and how be paid for, whether it's private, whether it's public, whether it's a public-private organization, whether it's connected to EC Fiber, which is very successful in the Upper Valley, and how to decide which are the best CUDs to put together, and an estimate. The basic estimate basically is it costs $30,000 a mile. When we did this before and had a study, we know that basically that it would cost $2 million to wire the town. We know that Velco has a lot of open internet access that they are interested in using. They only use it using 15% of their network, and they don't know what to do with the rest of it. That'll be the feasibility, and then it'll move on from there to create business models to work it. As you probably know, it is not allowed by the state to use tax funds. It has to be revenue bonds to pay for it. There are grants and loans and that sort of thing. The idea is to figure out the best way to feasibly bring all of us, because we say we're well served. In 3 years, we won't be. I mean, we literally, it's going faster than we can, and the value to the town in getting people to live here and increasing the home values and business values for being here by having an internet that is ready for the future will be very attractive. That's the selling point. But the main thing is to figure out what's the best way to do it. And that's what the CUDs, this feasibility study, the 6-month study, they would like to have a 35% return. That's huge to do in 1 month. So we're going to need, if we're going to do this survey, it's going to have a lot of input. We're going to have to, we were talking about getting all the school buses that are at the high school, handing them out and saying, bring this back tomorrow from your parents, or going to the rec department and going to the games and catching people. It's not going to be, and we're willing to do that. It's not, but obviously the more volunteers and the more people get involved, the better the study and the better for the town.
And the project won't cost the town anything.
Some printing.
Well, I'm willing to donate a couple of reams of paper and we'll figure out the printing.
So what you're looking for us tonight is approval to have a space at on election day and at town meeting somewhere, which I don't know.
You know, Senator Doyle used to put out a survey, and it was on the table, and you filled it out and then just passed it back into the town clerk. When you came in, it was a little bit of the papers you picked up. You might want to have one of those when you come in, so they'll pick it up. Everybody that comes will pick it up.
And have Tim announce it.
Mm-hmm.
And a brief description of why this is important.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The whole project is, that part of the project is also educational. Because when we did the survey from the fiber optic subcommittee, it wasn't anywhere near as exhaustive as this is going to be, exhaustive and exhausting. And people did not understand. Very happy with what we had then. And that's really outdated. It's going to be outdated, as Munson said, very quickly.
So the other thing that I would suggest is, I don't know if Sarah Coffey has plans to come visit us at town meeting and do, the typical political spiel that we get from our Senate representation, the House of Representation, but obviously she's well involved in this, so maybe as part of her, if she plans on attending town meeting and taking a few minutes to speak, maybe she can touch on that as well, and let the people in town meeting know that they can, come pick up the survey from you in the back corner or whatever, we decide to do.
Would also be very helpful if we could get some sort of assent of support from the select board. The select board says this is something we think is a good idea or a good thing. If you do, that the more support we get from every different part of the town, the historians, the seniors, the rec department, everything we can get to go to get an effective and useful survey will certainly lead us down a path that I think is important.
And it's in the town plan. So we're ahead there. So, yeah.
That's where we are.
Thank you.
So the question for us is, do we want to allow the survey at election day and allow them a table during town meeting?
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded to allow the, what do you call it? The Wyndham Regional Council Broadband Project Survey to be brought forth at election, in the town office on election day and at town meeting. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Why don't you touch base with Tim on the election day, because, yeah, it's really his realm, so you're gonna make
Yeah.
sure to dovetail both. Yeah, absolutely.
He's part of the
Tim.
Wyndham Regional.
Right, yes, he is, but just,
And he's on top.
because you gotta get his okay before doing it on election day too.
Yeah.
Just wanna thank you for that out there.
Thank you all.
So, public participation on non-agenda items only. No, we tabled that one. Seeing none, correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all the correspondence in your packets. And my report pretty much is centering around getting the annual report ready to go to the printer before the 30th of January. My goal is also to get the mailing for the town meeting morning all set to go. So that can just get brought to the post office for the door-to-door mailing in time. So hopefully you will be in good shape by the time finally.
Okay. Upcoming meeting February 4th and local government day.
1 second.
Yeah.
I received an email from the fire department, and I think that the amount of scrutiny that they fall under in this town sometimes, that it deserves to be pointed out, that on Sunday they received the call to 142. Our units responded very quickly. Within 2 minutes of the call, we had a firefighter on scene that was addressing it. Upgraded the alarm, got mutual aid coming. They saved 4 animals out of the home. All the occupants were able to get out as well. The home is not able to be occupied, but all in all, they did have a good save. The structure is still standing and is rebuildable. And that is the second one in the last couple of months that they have actually been timely and efficient in, the other one being the one on Huckle Hill. But they are still 2 structures that are standing, and I think that that deserves some acknowledgement given everything that they get criticized for.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Okay. We are adjourned.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 356th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, me, the not very amazing, and Tom Fennell, the amazing.
In the flesh.
In the flesh, which is what he always says, unless I say it first. I'm going to start out by saying, you might not know, but we have come about that close to meeting our fundraising goal for BCTV.
That's good news.
Yeah, it's very, very close. And I'm going to make an appeal this time because actually by the time this goes up, January will be practically over.
Yeah.
We need about $35. And, you know, I can arrange for that. But nevertheless, if people want to donate, BCTV is charging us or is asking us to raise $480 a year for this show, which is not very much when you consider the cost of a TV show.
Oh, no.
You know, I mean, that's
peanuts.
less than $10 per show. And what I want to do now is I want to tell people if they want to donate to BCTV to support Energy Week, this is something they can just continue doing. Go to brattleboro.tv.org and make a donation, and when you make the donation and fill in the amount, down a little bit below it on the screen is a place where you can put in a comment and you could say this is for Energy Week. But I want to point out,
If we get enough money, George and I can go on a cruise.
well, that's not quite true because we don't get the money. But the thing is, I want to appeal to everybody who is not watching this at BCTV and not online, getting it online, because a lot of people do those. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of stations
That watch this
that
online.
have this available, and it costs them money, even though they're not paying for the show. They have to. It costs them money to put anything
Just to put
up.
it online, yeah.
So you could make a donation for your local TV, public access TV station, and make a note to them that this is to support Energy Week, or that you like Energy Week, or whatever you want. Because if they get feedback on the show that's positive, and of course, if you tell them you hate the show, it might not do anything in our favor. But if they get positive feedback, especially with donations, it means that that show will probably, or at least have a better chance to stay on where you are. So much for that. Energy Week is made up of snippets of news for over a week period, and they come from my blog, geoharvey.com, GeoHarvey. We're starting this week on January 23rd. If you hear about something that you like, that you're interested in seeing more of, you can go to the blog, geoharvey.com, and click on the date. We'll try to keep you up to date on which shows are on what dates, and then find the show, because there's only about 15 shows to choose
Well, some
from.
of them are well worth looking at. If you got the time, it's time well spent.
Yep.
And I'll try and call your attention to some of the better ones.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Should we just charge
Yeah, let's
ahead?
get started here. We got a picture coming up.
We do.
And
Who is this guy?
it's Bonnie Prince Charlie.
Bonnie Prince Charlie. It's Prince Charlie. I don't know how Bonnie is.
Well, I wonder why he's got such red cheeks. A lot of British people do. I always thought it was from sitting around a coal stove getting their faces warm.
Yeah. Well, when
But
I
he's a
was
prince.
when I was a kid, and princes don't necessarily get things any better than anybody else. When I was a kid and I lived in the UK, I remember my father telling me there's a reason why the English kids have rosy red cheeks. It's because the rooms they play in are 45 degrees.
Well, we're sort of thinking in the same area.
They
there.
and you know, my parents in the UK knew one person who had central heating. Now this is common today, but
It isn't all that common still.
It's much more
much more
common.
than it used to be.
But they knew one person with central heating, and he would brag that he could keep his entire house at 56. Okay, here is an article from CNN, January 23rd. What's the title?
Prince Charles, we need a new economic model or the planet will burn.
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Only a revolution. This is a revolutionary prince. A very
revolutionary
interesting
statement.
Yeah, but he is a revolutionary prince. This is a very interesting concept. Only a revolution in the way global economy and financial markets work can save the planet.
He's absolutely right.
From the climate crisis and secure future prosperity, warned Prince Charles, a lifelong environmentalist, the heir to the to the British throne, spoke in an interview with CNN, which is a pretty unusual thing. That picture, by the way,
I'll get it up again.
the background of that looks like he's probably talking at Davos, which is in Switzerland, at the economic thing there.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah. So what do you got on that?
Well, there's a 5.5-minute video link.
Yeah.
From this CNN site.
Yeah.
Which is the same link in the next one, which is also from CNN.
Yep.
But in this 5.5-minute video, you will see the prince talking. It's about him.
Yeah.
He's saying basically what we've already said. Only it's taken him 5.5 minutes to say it.
You might say the prince is a little slow.
Well, this is a little bit of what he has to say because he's on the money. We can't go on like this. With every month, another record in temperatures are being broken. If we leave it too long, as we have been doing, just growing things is going to become difficult.
Yeah.
Charles threw down a challenge to the global business and financial elites to lead to a paradigm shift.
A paradigm.
Paradigm shift. One that inspires action at revolutionary levels and pace to avert the approaching climate catastrophe. And we're going to visit that one in the very next
one. This is also from CNN, and this is not exactly a response to the prince, but it's
definitely related. I mean,
it sure is, and it tells you part of the problem with dealing with this.
I'm going to get rid of Charlie.
Okay.
Top U.S. bankers don't want to lead the climate fight.
Yeah. Okay. While professing deep concern about global warming, top executives of the World Economic Forum, again in Davos, expressed reluctance to act as referees in financial markets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That, they said, is not their role, despite calls to stop funding climate-intensive industries. They're loaning money to coal burning for construction of coal burning power plants, and
this from a reality standpoint, it doesn't make sense.
No,
but from the standpoint of making money for the people who own the resources, it makes a lot of sense.
No, I disagree, because they should know that they are putting money into financing bonds for organizations that are going to go out of business, leaving
them
stranded assets.
Yeah.
In other words, those bonds, those stranded assets are going to sell off. And what are they going to sell for?
They're going to go down.
Exactly.
Lose money on it.
Exactly. Yeah. They could lose a lot of money on this. It doesn't make sense. But they have this ingrained idea that their job is their job, and that's what their job is. And they have to meet their business plan, and the business plan says you do whatever you need to do to make money.
Well, it's all short term. I mean, they look at the now, and the now stops tomorrow.
And why is it that American banks are particularly vulnerable to this problem and European banks are not?
Probably because they're investors.
I don't
know, but who invests in American banks? I
don't know.
In any case, in the previous article, we referred to a bunch of links to some videos.
Yep.
The same links are on this
site
because it's also CNN. Interesting 2-minute video there, though.
Oh.
Greta, you know Greta.
Greta, what a name.
She's countering Trump. Trump has made about 10 statements. She takes every one of these statements
apart.
And drills them.
Yes. Greta Thunberg is not somebody I would want to contend with.
She's a bulldog.
Bulldog. She turned 17, by the way.
Yeah, she just did.
She still
Well,
looks
Wall
like
Street, I got a little
younger than
takeaway
that.
here. Wall Street is coming around to the idea that the climate crisis is a huge financial risk, as you just tried to say.
Yeah.
But America's most powerful bankers don't want to lead the way in tackling it.
Well-
However, the world's largest asset manager, BlackRock, will ditch investments that it considers a risk to sustainability, including thermal coal producers. So he's marching to a different drummer.
Yeah. Well,
He's going to make out. The other
Yeah.
guys are going to lose,
Yeah.
just as you said.
BlackRock. Do you suppose that was named after coal?
I don't think so, but it might have been.
It might have been. Well, we have an American coal company called Black Diamond
Yeah.
or Black Jewel. Black Jewel. Black Jewel.
Is it Black Jewel?
I
Yeah,
forget.
whatever.
But it's, you know,
Not doing too well.
I think every major coal company in the United States has either stopped business altogether or is bankrupt.
In bankrupt, yeah. Well,
You know.
I wonder why.
Okay, we have an item with a
another
picture.
picture coming up here.
I'm getting bored of pictures of Teslas. I really am. You know, I go to Clean Technica every day, and I look at the articles they've put up, and it seems like half of them have something to do with Tesla. And
Well, we'll be talking about that.
we will, and this actually tells you a little bit of why. And this article came from the BBC.
That one happens to be a Tesla Model 3, in case you don't know.
Yeah.
And that's the mass production model.
Which
isn't it?
has, you'll notice on the left side rear, to the left of the license plate area, there are Chinese characters on that Tesla.
Yes, there are. Yeah, I can see it up here. I can't see it on my screen.
That first character looks like it might be middle, which would be of the term Middle Kingdom, which is China.
You know a little bit of Chinese, huh?
About, well, I'm not on TV, but if you put your finger about a millimeter
Well, I'll give you
from
a
your
picture
thumb
on
that
TV.
much, you know, that's about how much I know. Okay.
Well, anyhow, after you've ogled the Model 3 there,
Yeah.
Tesla overtakes Volkswagen as its value hits $100 billion. And there's more on that.
Tesla has displaced VW as the world's second most valuable car maker after dramatic rise in share price pushed the market value to more than $100 billion. Tesla shares rose 4% on Wednesday, making its valuation second only to Toyota. And today, in the news, it said there was a thing that said Tesla the value has gone up another $4.5 billion or something like that.
So now they got GM, Ford, and Chrysler beat.
Together.
Together.
It's worth more than GM, Ford, and Chrysler put together.
But Toyota's still worth more.
Toyota's worth more than the
$230 billion.
Yeah,
they're worth.
more than the four of them
Yeah.
put together. Toyota is a big company.
It is quite big.
Yeah.
But let's move on here to Friday, January 24th.
Okie dokie.
And we got the New York Public Service Commission approves a measure to lower costs for clean energy.
This is from the Natural Resources Defense Council. The Public Service Commission issued an order allowing New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, which is commonly called, and it actually is commonly called NYSERDA.
NYSERDA, right.
To offer a new contracting mechanism. The takeaway on this is that this change will make it cheaper and easier for New York to meet its clean energy goals.
I read the article, and it's kind of complicated.
Yeah, well, this is an economic thing. It basically says, okay, how expensive it's going to be has a lot to do with the economic way that you do it.
Well, it seemed from what I read the article, instead of guaranteeing a set return on your money for investment in renewable, they're putting in an index structure which adjusts for the market.
Right.
And it's expected to reduce financing costs for renewable energy projects.
Right, yeah.
So if you're making money, people are going to be more willing to invest in you, and the financing costs are going to go down.
Right.
That seems to be what I read out of it.
That's what
As
I got
said,
out of it.
It's just complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated. And, you know, this is an area of life in which a tweak can change everything. And
oh, yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
It's a big deal.
Let's move along. We got another
We
picture
have a picture
coming
here.
up. This is what the Irish call turf.
Turf?
Turf, yeah. And believe it or not, they actually eat it.
They eat it.
Well, it's not nourishment. It's kind of a
way of cleaning out your insides. I don't know.
No, they just take it's kind of a thing, you know. They don't eat enough.
Is that why their hair is red?
They don't eat enough of it to make a difference, but they do eat it. Well, what they're talking about here in Finland, Ireland does the same damn thing. They make energy from
peat.
Turf.
Yeah.
So carbon neutral in 15 years, the country with an ambitious plan, and they're talking about Finland.
Yep, Finland has pledged to be carbon neutral by 2035. That is twice as fast as the UK government target, but to achieve this, they will have to make big changes, particularly in the peat industry. I don't think about a peat industry very much, do you?
Well, I do because I've seen it in action in Ireland, where they make power out of peat.
That industry currently provides energy, heating, and jobs, and that will make it a hard goal to achieve. This is from the BBC.
Well, peat is a form, I'll put the picture up.
It's almost like coal.
Well, it's on its way to becoming coal.
Yeah.
I mean, peat is a
dirty
form of
coal.
Decayed vegetation.
Which is
it's a swamp.
Is
okay?
what basically, it's a swamp. Maybe that's what Donald Trump wanted to dig up in Washington.
Well, when you what they do is they'll take this peat, which we'd find in any swamp here. It's just decayed vegetation.
It's just decayed vegetation.
And they dry it.
Yeah.
And then they burn it.
Yeah.
And they use it to heat their homes. And in Finland and in Ireland, they use it in commercial quantities to generate power.
Right.
Because neither country has coal.
Yeah.
Okay. But unfortunately, it's dirtier than coal when you're burning it.
Very smoky.
And even after you take the peat out of the bog and extract it and burn it, the drained bogs continue to emit previously locked in centuries-old Greenland gases. This is greenhouse gases.
Yeah.
This is not a good idea.
Well,
it's all they had.
Yeah.
But
if you're living in the 8th century and you have a house that's made out of wattle and daub. You know what wattle and daub is?
Yeah.
You build a frame and then then you fill in the holes in the frame with
twigs,
woven
basically.
twigs,
Yeah.
and then cover that with mud, and that's your house.
They call those woven twigs wattle.
Yeah.
And the daub is the clay that they smear on the outside
Well,
of it.
if that's what
Actually,
you've
it works
got,
pretty well.
it works pretty well.
Don't have a wet climate.
Yeah, and it has a...
Doesn't hold up too well under hurricanes.
Well, no, I don't think it does, but it goes up fast. If your house is knocked down, you build another one.
Build another one.
If in those days, peat was probably an acceptable way to, I don't even know if it was that acceptable in those days, because 8th century, they didn't even have chimneys in those days. They didn't have fireplaces. The fire was in the middle of the house.
Fire was in the middle of the house, you're right.
And they would cook outdoors in order to avoid the smoke. And the smoke was said to be good in the winter because it would kill the vermin. And it was like, wait a minute, if it's going to kill the vermin, what's it going to do to you? Anyway.
Well, let's move along here.
Okie doke.
What the minimum offer price rule, which is called the MOPR, means for clean energy.
This is from Resources Magazine, PJM, which coordinates the movement of wholesale electricity in all parts of 13 states and D.C. That, by the way, includes where we are, as I recall.
No, we're not in that one.
We're not. We're in ISO New England.
Yes.
Ah, yes, you're right.
I'll explain what that is after you finish.
Submitted a proposed MOPR, Minimum Order Offer Price Rule, which in its last filing is required by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. They will support fossil fuels and raise costs for consumers.
Well, I'll explain a little bit here. PJM
Yeah.
comes from the words Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland.
Oh, okay.
Which was the original name of this system operator.
Okay.
Okay, it's now in 13 states, only parts of 13 states.
Yes.
Just a little smidgen of Michigan, for example.
Does it include Illinois?
Most of Illinois, yeah. But
Yeah, that's
it's
the
scattered
one.
throughout.
We've got
the system operator. They're all over America.
Yeah.
And Canada. Okay,
Yeah.
and they kind of how would you say it? They dispatch the power.
Yes.
Okay, they don't generate power. They don't make it or anything. They could probably do everything they're doing out of a laptop.
Well, I don't know, but
They're just coordinating power.
coordinating
Who wants
power.
it? Who's making it? And they connect.
they're ordering the power and dispatching it to
and,
the
and
users,
moving it
which
along.
means that they have an enormous area that they have to control. And the whole reason for this is because the amount of power that's being, electricity that's being used has to equal the amount that's being generated.
I can almost say duh for that.
Well, you know, I mean, it's getting more complicated because we have batteries now. So you can generate more than you need and charge the battery, but that really makes the battery just part of the load.
It's part of the part of the whole set.
Yeah, and what these PJM and ISO New England and what they're doing is they're telling various generators, you need to make more or you need to make
That's
less
exactly
or
what they're doing.
whatever.
Yep. That's exactly what they're doing.
And go ahead, Tom.
Well, FERC directed PJM to significantly expand its minimum offer price rule to mitigate the impacts of renewable energy credits on the capacity
I want
market.
to point out they're expanding the rule.
Yeah.
The rule is what's being expanded here. And that makes the rule bigger. The rule is bigger. Go ahead, Tom.
There's a backstory here. At least according to environmental organizations, they claim that the order is arbitrarily discriminating against clean energy resources in favor of incumbent fossil generation.
Have you seen the amounts that they're charging for various types of energy here?
I probably didn't.
I saw them, and
it's in there on a graph, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. And it's mind-boggling. It's so complicated. But for each type of generation, they've got a minimum amount of money that is allowed to be charged for it. So if you're making solar power, there is a minimum. You have to charge a minimum. There's only one...
Somebody's playing games.
Yeah. There's only one way to get around this. And you know, the minimum for natural gas is lower than the minimum for wind power or whatever. I'm using that as an example.
Okay.
I don't know for a fact that's what it is. But the idea is, if a state has laws and a structure that allow it to foster or bolster renewable energy, then that state under the FERC ruling has to charge more. They have to charge extra to make up for the fact that they're incentivizing it.
So, so...
And it's the federal government...
They're taking the incentive right out.
That's exactly it. They want to destroy the incentives. And the federal government, and there were 3 people on FERC, and the law says there's supposed to be 5, but there have to be an even number as close as you can get to people from both major political parties. And this is supposed to be politics neutral. But there's not. The one person who is Democrat said, FERC here, and this is a person who voted against this, the other 2 voted for, she said, this is absolutely illegal. This is an illegal interference by the federal government in the state government's activities. And that, by the way, flies in the face of states' rights, which is a conservative thing.
Absolutely.
And
the article talks about that. This is a long and interesting article.
It's long, it's complicated.
But if you got the time, it's worth looking at.
This is the federal government actively involving itself in trying to prevent renewable energy from coming online.
That's basically what's going on. Well, they're trying to protect coal.
Okay. Yes, indeed. Let's protect
clean coal.
Let's
get it
protect
straight.
a
Clean
few
coal.
other things here. Look, we've got computers. What we should have is manual typewriters. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. We should add to that a few other things. But just consider this. A manual typewriter, an adding machine, and a slide rule is cheaper than a computer.
It is, absolutely. But let's move along here. We got another picture coming up.
Okay, we do. We have a picture of a wind farm.
Well, it's not just a wind farm. It's an onshore wind farm.
That's right. And by the way, we have moved to Saturday, January 25th.
We have.
And this is from
Time
Renews.
flies when you're having fun.
It sure does. This is from Renews.
50 Hertz, which is the name of a company, by the way.
Yeah.
To turn wind into heat in Rostock, which is a town in northern Germany.
Yeah. So 50 hertz, by the way, is the, well, it's the utility that covers all of what used to be East Germany.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, 50 hertz is the normal frequency they generate electricity at in Europe. We generate it at 60 hertz.
At 60, but you know, they do it at 50, which is...
Doesn't make any difference. You just have... American clocks don't work very well in Europe.
With a 20-hour day. Oh my gosh. Let me read this. This is from Renews. Some wind energy generated in northern Germany can't be consumed or transported south. They haven't got transmission lines.
They don't have the transmission lines. Right.
So, and they can't consume it. So this is the thing we were just talking about. The amount that's used has to equal the amount generated. So what they do is they tell the wind turbines to shut down. 50 hertz transmission is working with Stadtwerke Rostock to turn it into
That's,
heat.
by the way, the equivalent of the Department of Public Works.
Stadtwerke, yeah. Yep. To turn it into heat to be used by our utility. The two companies are building a 20 megawatt power to heat plant in Rostock's Mariana, I won't even try, district. I tried for a while to figure out how this heat was going to be used. And
okay.
I didn't get it. But, you know, do you have anything on this?
Yeah, they're going to, well, they call it a utility. The Department of Public Works is going to power its buildings with this heat.
Okay. Department of Public Works is going to power its buildings with that
Its
heat.
operations.
Its operations, okay. I couldn't tell if this was going to be released to, you know, subscribers or what.
No, it's not that much. It really isn't that much heat, you know.
20 megawatts would heat a bunch of buildings.
It's going to heat a bunch of buildings, but,
Yeah.
you know, the Department of Public Works right here in Brattleboro has got a bunch of buildings.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Well, existing bottlenecks in the transmission network create surplus electricity. They can't get it where they need it because they don't have the lines.
Right.
Okay, so rather than shutting down the generators, they're utilizing the heat. Instead of buying diesel fuel or whatever, they're using the heat.
If you don't have the demand and you can't transmit the power, what do? You create demand. And that demand takes other sources of energy out of the picture.
Yeah,
so instead of burning oil or gas or whatever,
they're using
the heat.
So they're ahead of the game.
Yeah.
They could be storing it, but in this particular case,
yeah,
not.
they could store it in batteries or as hydrogen or whatever. Okay.
Well, we got another one coming up here. Is Spain closes 2019 with a nearly half renewable energy mix. They're ahead of the game.
This is from Sour Energy. According to data furnished by the Red Eléctrica de España, the operator of the Spanish electricity grid.
That's like the ISO.
Yeah.
Independent System Operator.
Yeah.
The same thing.
Installed non-polluting power capacity in Spain grew by 10% during 2019, which I don't think is very much growth. That's not a huge amount of growth. But it brought Spain to the point where renewable energy now represents 49.3% of the total installed generation capacity in the country.
Close to half, baby.
It is, but people should understand this in context. The capacity of solar or wind, and particularly solar, even in a sunny place like
so we're talking about
Spain,
capacity here.
Yeah, is not going to produce as much electricity as the same amount of capacity if it's nuclear or coal or even natural gas.
Yeah, right, because the capacity is the maximum.
Right, and we have capacity.
If the wind doesn't blow, you can have all the capacity in the world. You're not generating any electricity.
That's right. So
they've added 5 new green gigawatts, though. And as I said before, gig means big.
Big, that's right. Although I got to tell you, Tom, there was a story in the news today. They're talking about 600 and some odd or 700 and some odd. I don't remember who was it who was projecting this? One of the big companies who's projecting something like 650 gigawatts of wind capacity will be installed. It was Navigant Systems.
That's a lot.
Yeah, over the next 8 years.
Wow. Well, what the article is saying here is electricity generation in Spain is increasingly more and more renewable.
Yeah.
Solar PV grew 66% compared to 2018.
This is 66% growth. This is why I said 10% isn't all that much.
Wind added more than 1.6 gigawatts of new capacity.
That's a lot.
And closure of a coal-fired station reduced 350 megawatts of polluting generation.
Yep.
So they're moving in the right direction.
They're moving along.
And you know, it's economics that's doing it.
Well, yes, it is, very largely. Okay. That, by the way, was from Sour Energy, S-A-U-R Energy.
And we got another picture.
We have a
coming up
picture here.
And that is, I think, a
Solar farm. Yep. Although if you ask Google Images to identify the thing, sometimes very often it'll tell you what solar farm it is. A picture like that, sometimes it can't.
That's a pretty big solar
Yeah,
farm. Where is that? Do you have any idea?
No, I don't. But you know,
It's flat country.
If you ask Google to identify it, sometimes it'll look at a picture like that and say roof. So
well, what it says here is NextEra, which is a company, looks to add batteries to its existing solar fleet.
This is really interesting to me. Green Tech Media carried this. NextEra Energy, which is an American energy company, is combing through its base of existing solar facilities with an eye to retroactively add batteries as it adopts a more aggressive view to energy storage because of its falling costs. The company is expanding after experience it had with a system that was built in 2018. And that system
it makes sense. They've got the generating capacity.
Yeah.
So they're deciding to store it.
Yeah.
Store the surplus so they can...
We're back to that same thing. The energy, the demand has to be met by what is generated, and the way, if you've got too much generation, you have to cut it off.
If you can save it, you're way ahead of the game.
It just makes
makes sense.
Their current investment all the more valuable.
Absolutely.
Which is the opposite of the stranded asset. If
Yes,
you want to look at that.
Well,
way.
you mentioned that NextEra Energy is an American company.
Yeah.
It's America's leading wind and solar generator.
Yes.
Okay. They added 2.7 gigawatts, gigs is big,
Yes.
of new renewables to its fleet in 2019.
Yes.
So they're growing. They're big and they're growing. They say, and this makes sense, they increasingly see storage as an important standalone business in its own right.
Oh, absolutely.
With batteries allowing for the supply of near-firm renewable power. And they tell us what near-firm means.
This is firm.
I think we're going to talk about that later.
Yeah,
because
firm
I know
is a word that's used more and more. If it's firm, that means that it's always there. It's kind of like baseload power, except that firm power is better because it can be used whenever you want it to meet demand on the grid. We're not just moving into a renewable electricity market. We're moving into a much more reliable energy market. Yes, you've got it.
Well, a company, NextEra, is now working on more than 2 gigawatts, gig is big, of firm projects combining wind, solar, and batteries. They're going to combine all three of them.
That's right. Yep.
Well, let's move along here.
We're up to Sunday, January 26th, and this is an item from Clean Technica.
It is that. The Nissan Leaf and the Uber tag team in London. It's an interesting story here.
Uber is getting a partner to help it electrify its fleet in the London area, and Nissan is getting a partner to help it sell a bunch of Nissan Leafs. More specifically, 2,000 Nissan Leafs will enter Uber's London fleet.
And these are like privately run taxi cabs.
Yeah. These will have 40 kilowatt-hour batteries offering about 168 miles per range on a single charge.
Doesn't sound like much, but the article goes into mention that it is.
It's
so you're talking about London.
How much mileage are you going to put on? These things are going to be spending, I mean, a typical taxi spends half its time idling.
Yeah.
And that means to these guys using no energy.
Shut it off. Yeah.
And, you know, how fast do they go? Do they go 70 miles an hour? No. And you know as well as I do, Tom, if as the speed goes up, the cost in terms of energy goes up exponentially.
Yep.
So, there you are.
Uber, as I mentioned, is a bunch of private taxi companies.
Yeah.
Okay. They got a clear air plan which aims to help the drivers upgrade to these electric vehicles. Okay, so Uber is going for it as well. They've added a clean air fee of 15 pence a mile.
Okay.
Which will help drivers with the cost of adopting an electric vehicle. They didn't want these guys to go electric. So they've thrown incentives at them. Company wants to have all of its cars in London to be fully electric by 2025.
Which is not that far away.
And Nissan is involved in them because they're buying Nissan cars.
Absolutely.
And Nissan estimates that the Uber driver could save 3,500 pounds a year. That's more than $4,000, I think.
One of the things that I find interesting about this is that Japanese car companies have not been particularly interested in all-electric vehicles.
Well, it's starting to get that way.
They're looking at things much harder.
China is eating their lunch over in Asia.
Well, that's partly because Donald Trump, put a trade war on China. And everything, it just seems, I'm not going to go there. Okay.
We won't touch that.
Okay.
We got a picture coming up.
We have
here.
a
Let's
picture
take a
and an
look at
item
it.
from CNN.
There's a picture of a polluted river.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you'd call that pollution or not. It's farm runoff is what it is.
Yeah, that can be completely polluting. I mean, the big problem with
I'm thinking of chemicals, when I think pollution. But
farm
that's
runoff.
pollution, yeah.
Farm runoff is chemicals, and
it's damaging.
It's damaging if you think about the problems with Lake Champlain. A lot of the problems there is phosphates.
Farm
yeah,
runoff.
Absolutely.
Well, Trump's dismantling of environmental regulations unwinds 50 years of protections.
Trump's first 2 years in office, the EPA put its efforts into reversing regulations, and in the third year, other agencies took up the environmental regulation rollbacks. This even extends to some protections established under the 50-year-old Clean Air Act. This was stuff that was put into effect by Richard Nixon, who obviously is a socialist.
Absolutely.
It was put into effect by Ronald Reagan, who was a socialist.
Man,
I'll tell you, it galls me.
Interesting 2-minute video here of Donald Trump saying, energy-efficient light bulbs make me look orange.
I'm sorry,
He doesn't
Donald.
even know what he's talking about.
He looks orange, but not because of energy-efficient light bulbs.
He's orange. That's his
As a matter of fact, the light bulbs that are making him look orange might be energy efficient because they might be...
They're LEDs.
LED, but they're UVs.
But most of the LED light bulbs that are on the market today make you look bluish.
Yeah. You see, this is an after effect. It's because he's exposing himself to these things in order to look tan. You can tell because he's got white areas around his eyes.
Well, Trump has repeatedly vowed to ensure, that's in quotes, that the United States has, quote, cleanest air and cleanest water. But his administration's efforts to slash environmental regulations have been extensive. He wants the cleanest air and he wants the cleanest water, but he doesn't want any environmental regulations.
Donald Trump is a kind of person who could say, but clean air always has NOx in it.
Yeah.
The NOx cleans the air. Carbon dioxide makes it possible to grow more vegetables.
Well, he's got a whole bunch of rollbacks here, and it's early enough in the show, I think I got time to read them. He's going to withdraw from the Clean Power Plan.
Well, he's already done that.
He's going to scale back the requirements for storing and releasing waste from coal power.
There you go.
He's blocked stricter energy requirements for light bulbs. Well, I got news for him. Economics is going to take over.
Why would anybody make incandescent lights? I mean, there was a time...
Because they're still making slide rules.
I don't know of anybody who's making slide rules.
I don't think they are.
And, there are reasons why people should buy incandescent lights for specific applications, but not enough to carry them in hardware stores.
Well, if you've got one that's in a closet that you turn on for about 15 minutes a year, it doesn't make sense to change that light bulb.
If you happen to live in an area where you're in a tropical rainforest, where everything is wet all the time,
Yeah.
then you leave that light bulb in your closet on
dry out
all
the
the time
closet.
to dry it out. I mean, it's that simple. Everybody who lives in a tropical rainforest should have one, you know, but here in Vermont, in New England, in the Northeast, in any part of America north of the Mason-Dixon line, in any part of America south of the Mason-Dixon line, except for areas in tropical rainforests. You know,
Let's get back to
no
what,
need for
what,
them.
what his rollbacks are.
Oh dear.
Okay, he's changing the rules which assess the environmental impacts of projects such as mines, highways, and pipelines.
Of course.
He's freezing fuel economy standards. They're still arguing that one. He's got major downsizes of protected lands, like in Alaska.
And
he's
people-
expanding more than 180,000 acres for logging.
And people are dying as a result
Because
of
that.
this.
This is a big one right now. He's talking about clean water and clean air, but he wants to rescind the Clean Water Act.
Yep.
Changes in the Endangered Species Act
Yep.
to open up areas for oil and gas extraction. Changes to the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and increasing allowable levels of herbicides. So everything he's doing is going opposite to what he says he wants.
Okay, Tom, we've got 8 items in 18 minutes. You were wrong about the amount of time we've got left.
Oh, I'm looking at the time. Yeah, we got 17 minutes, 57 seconds.
There you go.
I'm looking at the green
So
numbers.
we should go through this.
Yeah, let's move.
Okay.
Ambitious zero-emission Tokyo plan wins praise, begs for action.
Okay, this is from the Japan Times. Last year, Governor Yuriko Koike revealed the zero-emission Tokyo strategy, Tokyo's long-awaited plan to transition to clean energy. Tokyo metropolitan government plans to spend over 74.6 billion yen, which is $683 million, to achieve a net zero carbon emissions goal.
Well, the article tells us what they want to do, and it makes sense, so check it out.
Yeah. Monday, January
picture coming up
27th,
here.
we have a picture of an offshore wind farm and an item from Renews.
Yeah, the other one was onshore. This one's offshore.
There you go.
Oh, this one's...
Either that or it's in a blue field.
Yeah, consortium plans Ostend Green Hydrogen Drive.
A Belgian group is planning to construct a facility at the port of Ostend by 2025 to produce green hydrogen from offshore wind-generated electricity. According to 3 project partners, Highport will cut CO2 emissions in Flanders by about 500,000 to 1 million tons annually.
This is a new way of storing electricity, basically.
Yeah, and
they're
again-
making hydrogen, and they've figured out already how to sell that hydrogen.
Oh, selling hydrogen should be easy. This is another example of balancing supply and demand.
Yeah, that's what's
you
going
know,
on.
if the wind turbines are not going to meet demand that's
You can
online,
store it.
they can.
And this is
make
another way of
hydrogen.
storing it. Sell
Right.
it, turn it into hydrogen and sell hydrogen.
Hydrogen can be sold as an alternative to natural gas.
Yep.
It can be used to power vehicles. It can be used to heat buildings.
lot of-
It can be used in chemicals. It's a lot of
uses
use
for
to
hydrogen.
Okay.
And we'll be hearing more about it because it's in many cases it makes a lot of sense.
Yep. VICE has brought us this next item.
Yeah, we got one here coming up, the climate change solution that climate deniers can get behind.
Republicans and Democrats generally disagree about climate change, but they're likely to agree on renewable energy and clean energy. Among Republicans, 77% agree with funding more research into renewable energy, and 79% are behind generating renewable energy.
Well, they give us an example here where in 2013, Georgia's Republican Utility Commission wants to get more energy from solar. And the Sierra Club and the Tea Party group, the Tea Party, got together behind them.
This is Debbie Dooley, who is the head of the Atlanta Green Tea Party, who has just been working and working and working.
The Green Tea Party, right? The Green Tea Party.
Right. She's been working and working and working
Yep.
to get more, solar energy more available to people in Georgia. And the reason for this is settled actually in libertarian ideas and Republican conservative ideas. The idea is we don't want monopolies, and the utilities are monopolies. We want to have solar power for everybody to have at home. And that's
nice.
where the whole thing
I wouldn't have any
starts.
problem with that.
Okay,
We've got
Newsweek.
another picture coming up.
We do indeed.
And
That's a glacier in Antarctica.
looks like Mount Everest, but it's not.
No, it's actually kind
It's a
of
glacier.
small compared to Mount
Well,
Everest.
that's an Antarctic glacier.
Yep.
And I think it's the one this article is about.
No, it's not. It's one
Oh,
I
yeah?
found because I couldn't get a good picture of the one that this article is about. You know, they said only 4 people had really been on this Waits Glacier to
Yeah, the article
investigate it
says that,
before
yeah.
that. And Thwaites Glacier is the size of the UK. So, you know, this
is a big
huge,
glacier.
Big
It's a very
glacier.
interesting article.
It is.
200 years since Antarctica was discovered, the continent faces irreversible global melting. Well, that's true, but it's going to take a long time.
It is. On January 27th, the 200th anniversary of the discovery of Antarctica, glaciologists say the continent is approaching a tipping point. I got news for you. I think it's well past the tipping
It
point.
could very well be, and the article says that.
Pass it, and nothing will prevent the glaciers from melting, even if we cut all of the greenhouse gas emissions overnight.
Nothing will prevent the glaciers from melting, but as I said, it will take a long time.
It'll take a long time. They're saying that Thwaites Glacier would put out, what was it, 1/2 meter? It would raise the sea levels 1/2 meter?
I think it said something like that.
And
Yep.
one of the things that's interesting about this is that Thwaites Glacier is not technically on land.
No, it's floating in the ice.
It's not floating. That's the deal.
It's on the floor.
resting on the floor of
Yeah.
the ocean, which means it might as well be on dry land.
Well, there's a 3-minute video here that's worth looking at called Green Icebergs.
Yep.
Okay, and a quick takeaway is Antarctica's ice sheets account for the largest fraction of potential sea level rise, with the capacity to drown coastal cities.
You know, I just
They
had
got
a frightening thought.
Huh?
I
Yeah.
had a frightening thought. Suppose that glacier started to feel like moving upwards in the water and lifted itself off the ocean floor.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the weight of that glacier would be sea level rise. The whole thing. I'm thinking that we could see very rapid sea level rise as a result of that glacier.
I don't think it would, though, because
It probably wouldn't.
floating ice, like ice cubes in your drink, as they melt, they don't give
I
you-
know that.
Yeah.
It would have the effect of all the melting happening at the same
At
time.
the same time.
Anyway, it's not going to happen in the next few years because
Well, the
this is
article
a
says
big,
maybe
tall-
millions of years, perhaps thousands of years at the absolute fastest.
I don't think it's thousands of years, but they are talking about 20 inches of sea level
Well,
rise.
that is not to say we
by
won't
the-
notice an impact.
Yeah.
Rising sea levels will be one of the most noticeable effects.
Right, and it said that something like 5%, I forget the exact figure, but of the sea level rise that's already gone on came from this glacier.
It's an interesting artitle.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to read it because I kept checking things they were saying.
Yeah.
It's a good article.
Okay, we're up to Tuesday, January
We are
28th,
that.
and we have an item from PV Magazine Australia.
New Tasmanian Premier to take on climate change with renewables. Now, this is interesting. We've talked a little bit about Australian politics. It's pretty hard for us to understand.
Yeah,
because the Liberal Party is conservative.
Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. I suspect it's Gutwein, but
That sounds good
it
enough.
might be Gutwein. It's a German derived
Gutwein.
name. Gutwein.
Yeah.
Last week, Peter Gutwein replaced Will Hodgman as the leader of the Liberal Party in Tasmania and was sworn in as the state's 46th premier. Soon after, Gutwein announced that he would become the first Tasmanian Liberal minister for climate change.
When you're hearing Liberal, think conservative.
This is like, you know,
It's like the Republicans.
like a conservative Republican taking over a state in the United States as a governor and saying, and by the way,
We're going to do renewables.
we're going to do renewables.
Well, the Premier seeks to lead Tasmania, which is a state of Australia, to renewable energy future. And this is more of this green hydrogen that we just talked about.
Yep.
Green hydrogen can be produced inexpensively, and a large-scale, cost-competitive green hydrogen production industry could be developed.
Yep. Okay, we've got, I think, 5 items more
Well, we
in
got
less
another
than 10
picture
minutes.
coming up here,
We have a
so-
picture. This is a weird picture.
Well, it's a picture of a hole.
It reminds me of a painting I did when I was in 9th grade for an art class, and I was given a C- on it.
Well, as it says here, it's a view down a hole scientists made in Thwaites Glacier.
Okay, this is from BBC.
Antarctica melting. Journey to the Doomsday Glacier. And it's a good article, interesting, long article, a lot of pictures. It'll take you a week to read it.
That's probably correct. It's been described by glaciologists as the most important glacier in the world. Some call it the Doomsday Glacier. Roughly half the size of Britain, Thwaites Glacier already accounts for 4% of the sea level rise and is melting increasingly rapidly. It holds enough water to raise the sea levels by half a meter.
By half a meter.
Now, we
That's just
talked
what you
about
said.
this, so maybe what you should do is skip to the next one.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Go ahead.
Understanding what is happening at Thwaites is essential for scientists to be able to predict future sea level rise accurately. Okay, the ice in West Antarctica floats. Researchers want to drill down almost a half a mile of that ice to get access to the seawater to find out where it's from and why it is attacking the glacier so vigorously.
It's really...
The glacier's melting fast, and they want to know why.
Okay. Our next item is from CNN.
The Pacific Ocean is so acidic that it is dissolving Dungeness crab's shells.
The Pacific Ocean is becoming more acidic, and that is taking its tolls. The Dungeness crab is vital to commercial fisheries in the Pacific Northwest, but lower pH levels in its habitat are dissolving parts of the shells and damaging their sensory organs, the study found.
Well, I could talk about it, but let's move on.
Okay, Wednesday.
This will be the last day.
Yep. So
General Motors will convert the Hamtramck factory to EV and autonomous vehicle production. And let's take a look at one of their autonomous vehicles.
GM says it will manufacture EVs and the Cruise Origin. That's a picture of the Cruise Origin.
We've talked about that on the show.
Have we?
There's something like it.
Well, a lot like it, yeah.
Yeah.
An autonomous electric shuttle at the Hamtramck factory. Gerald Johnson, Executive Vice President of Global Manufacturing for GM, sent a letter to factory workers telling them the news. Now, this factory was in trouble because of strikes, and people were worried that it was going to get closed down.
Well, they're building Cadillac and Chevrolet sedans there, and people stopped buying sedans.
Yeah.
Okay, so they've got surplus, and you're right, they were thinking about shutting it down.
And what we're moving from is a position where local people were worried about their jobs to a position where now they've got thousands of jobs available. Or
Well, yeah,
coming up, not yet available.
they've shifted gears big time.
Yes.
And they're getting ready for what's coming. GM's going to offer 20 new fully electric vehicles by 2030. That's the first I heard that.
This is 20 new
Brand new ones.
designs.
They're going to have a Hummer electric pickup truck, and they're going to have a Cadillac electric SUV.
Arnold Schwarzenegger wanted a Hummer electric pickup truck.
Did he?
No, he wanted a regular Hummer, but he wanted it all electric.
Oh, okay. Well, he's going to have to wait a couple of years, but it's coming.
It'll be there. Okay, our second to the last item is from Renew Economy.
A big U.S. electric utility says near firm, we'll talk about that, renewables soon to be cheaper than fossil fuels.
This is important. The CEO of clean energy company NextEra, which we've talked about earlier in the show, NextEra Energy says wind and solar projects co-located with battery storage will be cheaper to operate than most fossil fuel powered plants by 2025. He expects the levelized cost of electricity from wind farms to be $20 to $30 per megawatt hour, and that is from near firm wind farms.
Well, they define that.
Okay, near firm
term means that wind and solar plants will be close to providing round-the-clock power.
Exactly.
Thanks to the backing of battery storage.
Exactly. And this is, but the thing that's really interesting about this, Tom, is that what we're talking about is operating costs. So when the power plants are paid down, it's cheaper to get power from a firm wind farm or even firm solar than from natural gas. And that means that natural gas plant has no reason to exist.
Yeah.
we're not talking about building new plants here.
No,
we're talking about old plants.
Old plants going to be going offline.
We're seeing it already, but now we're going to see it more and more. This is what this guy who knows a great deal more than you and I put together, obviously. Or maybe he's been watching this show.
Well, let's move on to our last article here.
Okay, this is an item from Green Tech Media.
Picture coming up.
And we have a picture of a roughneck, or a roustabout, or a whatever he is.
Something like that. Roughneck, I think they call him, isn't it? Yeah. Well, in any case, he's an oil worker.
Which my mother, used to use the word roughneck to talk about bullies and bad guys.
Yeah. Well, the article says Texas is the center of the global corporate renewable energy market.
This one is almost mind-boggling. Texas accounted for more than a quarter of all corporate renewable energy deals
it is almost mind-boggling.
in the world.
In the world.
The global market for corporate renewable energy deals surged 40% in 2019, reaching 19.5 gigawatts for new contracts. Texas' share of this was 5.5 gigawatts. This is big, big news.
Well, while big technology companies such as Google and Facebook continue to drive the overall corporate renewables market, there's growing demand from oil and gas producers like ExxonMobil and Occidental Petroleum.
They're putting in power purchase agreements for renewable energy to supply fossil fuels.
That's ironic. But that's exactly what's happening.
If there's anything that you can talk about that shows you that the fossil fuel industry is in trouble, it's the fact that they're turning to renewable energy for operations.
Well, it's also interesting because they're generating that renewable energy where they're using it.
Well,
in the Permian Basin.
Yes. And this is another thing about renewable energy which is really, really important. Renewable energy can be generated anywhere in the world.
Virtually anywhere.
And when you have battery storage, which we're getting now, this last thing about the CEO of NextEra.
Yeah.
When you have battery storage as cheap as it is, you could baseload power has no reason to exist.
Not really, not anymore.
Not anymore.
They're getting firm energy without
They're getting firm energy without baseload power. There is no reason for us, and anybody who invests money in coal or natural gas or even nuclear, especially nuclear,
We'll be looking at some stranded assets, I think.
That's right. That is absolutely right.
It's economics.
It's
economics, guys. Coal's getting more expensive. Wind and solar are getting less expensive. Batteries are getting much less expensive.
And so the only question...
there's other kinds of storage that they're...
The only question that we've got about climate change and energy, atmospheric quality, the air pollution and so forth, the only real question is, how much are you going to allow people to suffer? Because you're not going to save money by making them suffer.
Yeah.
So, what are you doing here? Are you, and that's what it comes down to.
The times they are changing.
The times they are changing. I'm going to put our last slide up, which is the one that says, "Have an entertainingly grand week, folks."
That's the slogan of the week.
Slogan of the week. Have an entertaining. There are people. I have been told there are people who go to my blog because they want to find out how I said "have a good day." Anyway, you want to put us up, and we'll wave goodbye.
Adios.
We hope you come back next time. Bye, everybody.
the select board meeting to order at, let's call it 6:20, well, let's make it 9 because the other one was 8. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from January 23rd, 2020.
So moved.
Second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from January 23rd, 2020, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, I vote in the affirmative, the motion passes. So, additions and deletions, we need to add under new business, town meeting lunch, or under old business, town meeting lunch, because we did discuss that. And then under new business, first class liquor license.
I have one.
Okay?
Under highway, roadside mowing.
Okay, anything else? Alrighty. Hearing nothing, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and take members of the public first. So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, Ms. Riley.
Hello.
Hello.
So I have a few properties on my list. The first one we don't really need to talk about because the gentleman is having a problem paying the penalty, and it was to do with an address error. I didn't have the right address when it came to me. I somehow found a way to get in touch with him through email using the internet, and he eventually sent a check, but he was avoiding paying the penalty, and in all reality, I can't take it away, and nor can you, so it really has to go through the Board of Abatement. So I will tell him that, and he's going to have to send a formal letter requesting to have a Board of Abatement meeting if he wants to take that route. So that is how that's going to go for that parcel. The next three are some high dollar delinquent amounts that have very old, some of them are almost 10 years old in terms of delinquent balances. The first one is the DeFelice property, which it took a lot of work to finally get that one to tax sale, and nobody came to the tax sale. It has significant IRS liens on it, and that's, people avoid it for that, I assume. I just don't know what the town is wanting to do with this. It's leaving a big balance on the delinquent list, and I don't know where to go from here. I mean, I've gone down all avenues that I can, and I don't know if you have any suggestions as to what we should do here. And that's sort of not the same situation, but the next two are similar situations where I brought the Kopasinski and Jewett to you before. Those two are a little different in the fact that there's no heirs, there's nobody coming to, you have, when it goes to tax sale, you have to be able to give people notice, and we have nobody to give notice to, and nobody's owning up to the properties. So these balances are just sitting here, and to me it's frustrating, but.
Well, and again, there's not really anything that this board can do. We can't make those go away. That would be a discussion again for the Board of Abatement. But given the fact that the last two properties on there are both tied up in some manner of probate, the original owner is dead. Right? You're talking about either reopening a probate somewhere else or establishing a probate, and yeah, every time we get into these, we seem to get into real serious trouble, like we did with Lisa Johnson. And I'm just a little bit concerned.
But what is the alternative?
It can sit there and continue to do nothing, and sooner or later it will become abandoned property. It's not hurting the town right now.
What happens after it becomes abandoned property?
Then the town can sell I don't know what statute,
Is that certain?
I don't know what statutory, how that statutory applies, but I do know that sooner or later it's going to be considered abandoned. I mean, we had a piece out in West Townsend. It was part of, it seemed to have gotten mixed up in the tax maps that we sold as abandoned. That nobody claimed. I don't remember who bought it.
Galbraith?
Yes.
We got 9 years on this one,
Right.
so
Again,
how does that process work?
I would assume that an attorney would have to tell you how long something would have to go before it would go into abandoned.
Okay.
I mean, you made every due diligence to try to find the errors, not errors, the errors of the property of the original owner. And not being able to find them, then technically it's been abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how long it has to be abandoned before the town could actually take it over.
All right. So I'm in the process of another tax sale right now, so when I talk with them, I'll just ask them that question. I think I have before, and I'm pretty sure they did say 10 years, but I don't know if it's not just gonna happen. I'm sure there's gonna be
some
fees associated with getting it to that point.
Probably, because it would be sold like that other piece of property was on a quitclaim deed, as opposed to a research deed. In other words, you may or may not have clear title to this property, which is what we did with that piece of, and that wasn't Galbraith, was it?
Oh,
Yeah,
Barber
I think it
Road?
was. Okay, which is the way that piece of property was purchased, that abandoned piece.
Well, this one, there's only a year left, so I guess at this point, we better try that avenue than with Kopasinski.
And I said that was strange because again, he died in California, which makes it really hard to track down. Do you know what happened with Jewett? Is that local?
It is, well, his wife or was in Brattleboro, I thought, but I think I did finally get a hold of her and she wanted nothing to do with it.
Well, I would run it by the attorneys just to see how long it would take to constitute abandoned property. And then what will happen is when it stays on the rolls like this, it's continuing to add the taxes each year so that the board, when that comes up as an abandoned piece of property, can be made whole, knowing how much money was actually owed on it. So we kind of have to keep that in the background, just so we know how much the town has invested in the property.
Yep.
Okay, but, and DeFelice, all I could do is wish you luck on that one. Because I don't, maybe some slick lawyer at some point in time will decide to come in and take on the IRS.
Well, somebody has purchased a parcel that does have this, and he seems to have found ways to...
Really? To work with them?
Work with them, so I hope somebody else has that gumption, but until then, I guess it just stays where it is.
That'd be my suggestion.
Okay.
And like I said, to those other two, if you run them by the attorneys when you do the tax sale, just see how long it is. But we do need to keep that amount continuing to build so that when it finally lands here, they will know how much they need to get back to make the town whole.
Okay.
Okay, and as far as that first one goes, again, just a quick letter, which you've already done repeatedly, but just tell him, it has to go through a formal process of abatement for us to be able, or for the town to be able to consider removing it, and there is no guarantee that will happen.
Yeah, I don't know how much clearer I can be, but if he doesn't do it, it's just gonna sit there.
Well, it doesn't even have to be anything fancy, just a note to the town clerk, requesting a Board of Abatement hearing over the confusion on the address and the penalties. That's all it needs to say. And then there'll be an abatement meeting and it'll go from there.
Right. Okay.
Okay? Anything else for us?
Don't
No?
think so.
Well, have a good time in the heat.
Thanks. Have a good meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's not get all this mixed up. All right, then moving back to the agenda, the warrants, wherever they ended up.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,326.94.
Is there a second? For second, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 1 in the amount of $1,326.94 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2 out of the highway fund in the amount of $197.94.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 2 in the amount of $197.94 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $51.28.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 3 in the amount of $51.28 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. Okay, so then moving on to the reports, town trucks already posted weight limits?
Yes, I spoke with Montpelier, and municipal vehicles are exempt.
Oh, okay, we know what you're talking about, but you might just clue Rob in on that, because he wasn't here.
At last Thursday's meeting, Irv was here, and he questioned the weight of the new Western Star, fully loaded with material, with a front plow and a wing on it, and felt that we were overweight for the registered weight of the vehicle. Well, there is no registered weight of the vehicle. Anything for municipal is left blank in the box, and we are exempt from any weight limits.
Okay, and then you went in to add roadside mowing.
So I received from HP Fairfield the equipment schedule, slots available for roadside mowing. There are 2 changes from last year. One is the fee, which increased by $100 per week. And the second is, when we rented in the past, we rented for 3 weeks, but technically we rented for 120 hours. If we ever put more than 120 hours on the meter, we were charged an hourly fee for the machine. They no longer do that. There's no restrictions on hours anymore.
Okay.
So the new rate of $3,300 per week, it's gonna take us 120 hours to mow the town. I could do that in 2 weeks. I could do 60 hours a week, splitting shifts with my guys, and we can go from a 3-week rental now to a 2-week rental, because we're not limited with hours. So if the board decides to go ahead and rent the machine again this year, I would recommend 2 weeks in August, and with HP Fairfield.
So do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to make a motion that we rent the roadside mowing machine from HP Fairfield for a 2-week rental at a rate of $3,300 per week.
Second. Is there any discussion on that? No? Then hearing none, all those in favor of renting a mower from Fairfield for $3,300 per week for a term of 2 weeks, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So you've already gone over with the guys as far as vacation schedules and whatnot, so that you're okay with the timing?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great. All right, anything else from the highway?
I didn't mention it on Thursday's meeting, but we did complete the fire truck project. That went well once we were able to get all the correct parts. And I'd like to mention, about 6 months ago I received a phone call from the one and only resident on Stronghold that her street sign had come up missing. I did have a spare, so I did replace it. She called me late last week, and said the sign was gone again. I went upstairs, I said I probably don't have another one, so it won't be replaced right away. And just by chance, I get a phone call from the Newfane Highway Department telling me that they found 2 of our road signs. And I asked where they were, and they were in Fitzpatrick's Pit in Newfane. So Jeremy ran down there after work one day last week, and we got our 2 signs back.
Okay.
The second one was Simpson Brook, which I now know where that one goes.
Okay.
High School.
Huh?
Reminds me of high school.
Yeah. So those aren't easy to get off those posts. Anyway, so is that then it for the highway suit?
Yes.
Okay. There is no counter report from the town clerk. It's just end of the month. The treasurer.
The sweep account, you have $915,257.54. The checking account is 30,000 even.
Okay, any questions? Then moving to correspondence, we received a memo from the Town of Linden Select Board. And it says, "Dear colleagues, we would like to respectfully communicate reports we've received from numerous drivers that travel up and down Windham Hill Road regularly, specifically regarding the last 1.5 miles to Route 30. Reports involve serious icing conditions caused by water spilling out of the ditches and onto across the roadway and numerous significant potholes / deteriorated asphalt areas. We understand how challenging this section of road is to maintain and do not want to make it more difficult, but also wanted to make sure you were aware that there is a significant amount of driver safety concern. Sincerely, the Wyndham Select Board." So.
Well, I think anybody who travels that road is fully aware of the issues. The road is in terrible condition. The ditches need to be cleaned, culverts need to be replaced. The icing not only is because of water coming out of the ditches, but bleed outs in the middle of the road coming out through cracked asphalt, and as it runs down the road during the day, it freezes at night, and the weather cycles that we've been in with a lot of rain and freezing rain has not helped at all. We fully understand. We have repaired several potholes in the last 2 to 3 weeks. We will continue with that. Billy does extra runs in the morning to make sure that the roads are salted before morning traffic. And that's all we can do until this summer. We're going to have to do the ditching, we're going to have to change culverts, and we're going to have to put in some under drains. And then in another year or so, we could talk about even paving it. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done before we can do that.
Okay. Then never mind. Okay, so moving on, then town meeting lunch we talked about last week. I believe Carla did make contact with the elementary school, and the 4th and 5th grade class, I guess, the parents are not interested in doing that this year. I believe she was sent on to the school club to see if they might be interested. Did you hear back from them?
I did, and they would be interested, but they already have a fundraiser coming up at that time. But if we would like to keep them in mind for future years, they would be very willing to do so.
So then basically where you are right now is we need to decide. There is, I think, $1,000 in the budget. You've got the sheet.
Yeah, I think so.
I think there's $1,000 in the budget for town meeting lunch.
$1,000.
So somebody would need to make a motion that we contact, let's see, who's done it? Harmonyville Store has catered it. Who else has done it?
I think it's just been Harmonyville recently.
Was it just Harmonyville?
And then the school took over. Last 2 years?
No, I guess Riverbend was, that was actually the election, come to think of it. So, yeah, I mean, we could certainly, we talk to the people at down at Harmonyville Store to see if they're interested in catering it again this year. It usually comes in at over the $1,000 when we have to have it catered. But if that's what somebody wants to make a motion to that effect, then we can send Carla on a road trip.
Taste testing.
Should we see if Riverbend wants to?
We could certainly ask Riverbend.
See what they say.
We could certainly ask Riverbend and Harmonyville, although I have no idea how many people this year.
I know.
I mean, it was usually...
Should we ask for just like finger sandwiches and snacks?
Usually what it is, Harmonyville usually does wraps or sandwiches and then a couple of cold salads, cookies for dessert, And I guess it's bottled water, or maybe we do I'm not sure who does bottled water. But yeah, it's usually just salads, cold salads, and some kind of a wrapper sandwich. And then a cookie for dessert, that type of thing.
And preferably not every one with mayonnaise, please.
Is something with mustard?
Well, just plain.
Plain, oh, okay. Okay,
No
so.
condiments on.
So do we want to make a motion to have Carla explore those two entities, just to see? So somebody make that motion.
So I move that we send Carla on a road trip to explore catering through either Riverbend or the Harmonville store.
For town meeting.
For town meeting day, lunch.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, we need a price is what we're actually asking you to explore.
Oh, less than.
No, there's no less than, just find out what they would do for approximately, what do you want to say, 150 people?
I think that's right.
I mean, the town meetings usually.
Didn't they used to be potlucks back in the day?
Oh, that was long time. I want to say the early voting is in the morning is usually about 130 ballots.
School board goes first or not this year?
There is no school board.
No school board this year.
There's no school board at all,
There's
so
no school
yeah.
board at all.
Which is going to impact the number of people there.
So maybe 100?
I'd rather err on the side of caution. So yes, roughly 150 people. So all those in favor of sending Carla on a road trip to explore the possibilities of either Riverbend or Harmonyville Store catering town meeting lunch, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So you'll have to come back and let everybody know what the answer is. Okay. Then moving on to new business, the time clocks. You could start because you start.
Well, I can speak for the time clock at the town garage. The date no longer works, so it does have accurate day and time, but not month, and I can't change it, so the month is blank.
Okay, and what are we actually, what's the issue here?
Our hands do not work on the time clock, but it actually does punch the correct date.
It's always 6:30, but it punches the correct time.
Okay, so the question is, do we want to actually take a look at replacing those?
I would think so.
And I think Carla's already looked at the possibility of the digitals. Is that what you were looking at?
I've explored the idea of digitals, which are comparable in price. Actually, some of them are even less than the manual or these clocks that we currently have. I think it's just kind of, what do we really need out of them? Just something that keeps the month, day, time, and just knowing that we have to reset them if the power goes out.
Well, the only thing is, are the digitals, are they internet capable? Is that how they're working? How are they setting their time?
There's some that are internet capable.
See, we couldn't do that at the garage.
Okay, they don't need to be.
No,
I think it's
they
just
really
constants
don't.
punching it, stamping it. That's all we need.
So do you want to have Carla come back with some potential prices
Please.
on replacements for the time clocks and what would be involved? I mean, they've all got electricity because that's been run into, so the electricity's already in there. But yeah, if you could come back with some estimates as to what it would cost to replace the two. Maybe it'll stop making that awful clicking noise too.
Do that, yeah.
That was the only complaint when I was looking at reviews on those ones.
Oh, that it clicks, it ticks. You don't pay any attention to it half the time anymore. Okay, so we'll get that, and so you want to put that on the next agenda once you get the information back on that. So then moving on, we added liquor license. I've got a first-class liquor license application for a West River Community Project. This is for the internal building, to be able to serve beer and wine inside the building.
Yep.
And then I also have an outside consumption permit for use during their farmer's market when they have that area in the back
And the pizza.
Yeah. So I would entertain, we have to do them in twos, but I would entertain a motion to approve a 2020 liquor license, first class liquor license for, what are they officially, West River Community Project Company.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the first class liquor license for the West River Community Project Company, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, so there's the first one. That one. And then I'd entertain.
The right-hand side?
Yes. You are. You're very good.
Catch it on.
Yeah, okay.
Modest learning curve.
There we go. I'll entertain a motion to approve the outside consumption permit for the West River Community Project as well.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the outside consumption permit for the West River Community Project, signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Now let's see. Alrighty, so the next regular meeting is scheduled for February 11th at 6:30. And if there's no other business, from anybody, I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 6:55. So moved. All those in favor?
Aye.
Karen, why don't we get going? I'm hopeful that Robin will join us shortly.
Okay.
But just as a kind of introduction, I'd reached out to Karen a few days ago, maybe it was a week ago. There are some specific parts of this bill that I think we're particularly interested in your feedback on. You know, those in particular relate to how our municipalities and towns are you know, reacting from a resilience standpoint. And you know, are there things in here that you know, that you can speak to from your, obviously from your members' perspective? You know, I think one of the things that we're trying to address here is not only greenhouse gas emission reduction, but also issues related to resilience and how our towns and communities are dealing with these issues.
Right.
So,
right.
But anyway, I appreciate you also being flexible on your time. We got off the floor a little earlier than I think we anticipated today.
And we thought you would be on the floor for quite a while.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us, Karen.
Certainly, and thank you for the opportunity to testify about this issue. What I wanted to do was just set the stage for you a little bit. Anecdotally, those are two pictures of Moortown Village during Irene that my son took, so they're not copyrighted, at least for me. So the Vermont League of Cities and Towns Board voted to join the Vermont Climate Pledge Coalition on June 27th of 2017. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna glasses on, glasses off, right? I had, let's see, and that's part of the America's Pledge. That this is a one-pager about America's Pledge from the organization that Mike Bloomberg and others put together. Moreau, Weinberger, and Vermont were early adopters of that pledge. Let's see if I can get back here. Okay. We are also affiliated with the National League of Cities, and our executive director, Maura Carroll, was on the board of the National League of Cities. Whoops, wrong one. Well, I lost that one. Oh, this one. In 2018, and they've adopted a pretty substantial resolution on climate change, which I won't read to you entirely because it's several pages, but the one piece that seems most relevant to us is that NLC urges Congress and the administration to take urgent action to help states and local governments conduct vulnerability assessments, develop and implement long-term mitigation, adaptation, and resiliency action plans, and identify innovative financing opportunities to implement the assessments and plans. So really to conduct the vulnerability assessments, develop the mitigation, and fund the implementation of the mitigation. Look at that back where I need to be. At our last count, 130 towns and cities have established energy committees, and that's actually off the VCAN website, which is hosted by the Vermont Natural Resources Council. Additionally, we have 3 towns that had submitted their energy components of their municipal comprehensive plan to the Public Service Department right after Act 174 was passed a few years ago. Now you submit those components to your regional commission, and there are 44 towns that have done that to date. And then according to the 350 Vermont, in 2018 and 2019, 55 Vermont towns adopted the 350 Vermont Climate Solutions Resolution at their town meeting. So we understand that the climate crisis is upon us, as Paul Costello so eloquently described yesterday. And we understand that it won't be solved without significant action at the state, national, and local levels, and international. Volunteers, which is what most local officials and citizens are, have nothing like the capacity by themselves to change the current trajectory of climate warming. We welcome this proposal to address climate change through the global warming solutions legislation, especially in light of the federal government's failure to act. And I think if you go back and look at the climate pledge piece, which is just a one-pager, but there's a whole report that you can read, or an executive summary, and the executive summary is it's quite a few pages also, so you might just want to stick with the executive summary. But they talk about actions that need to be taken at the national level as well as state levels. We do have several suggestions to assure that the finite resources that we have in Vermont are spent most effectively. We do endorse the prediction that the sustainable economy of the future will provide new green jobs in Vermont. It's starting to do that, but we are very concerned about the pain that will be felt by some Vermonters, particularly in rural and less affluent areas, as we make the transition from where we are today to where we need to be. H 688 would establish a climate council of 22 members and attach it to the Agency of Natural Resources and Department of Public Service. If climate change is our highest priority and our most urgent priority, then we really believe that any such program needs to be attached to the governor's office, where it can require action from all agencies across the state. We've had experience with Tropical Storm Irene where that was the case. You essentially had an Irene czar, and Neil Lunderville and then Sue Minter were very effective at getting projects completed because they had the authority and the backing of the governor. And so we believe that's really important. We've also been in situations where agencies go back and forth and negotiate for who's going to do what. And I think the municipal roads general permit actually is a good example of that in recent years. We suggest that the council representation include one member to represent rural communities and one to represent larger communities. Generally, larger communities in Vermont are more than 5,000 population. The average size of a municipality in Vermont is 1,200 population. I mean, we're really, really small. So I just point that out because the language at Section 4 in the bill is introduced is a little bit squirrely in the way it describes the municipal representation.
Just so for my understanding, does VLCT represent one of those groups or the other? For example, is Burlington one of your members, or?
Moreau, the mayor, is the chair, the president of VLCT this year. We represent all 246 cities and towns.
Okay.
The incorporated villages, regional commissions, sheriff's offices are associate members, mostly so that they can get our liability insurance. We do not represent them, and we're quite specific about that.
Got it. Okay. But to your point about representation of large municipalities and more commonly sized, those are all under the VLCT umbrella.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just to repeat, your definition of large is over what population?
Well, actually, it's not necessarily our definition. It's in the statute in a few places, but it's more than 5,000 population.
The one you cited.
Yeah,
okay.
5,000.
Thank you.
In the bill, the council would be directed to adopt a Vermont Climate Action Plan by July 2021. And we think that that plan needs to include both a timeline for implementation and here's somewhere else, but also recommendations for funding and how we're going to get there. The bill would establish several subcommittees, including a Just Transition Subcommittee and a Rural Resiliency and Adaptation Subcommittee. It is important to focus on how implementing climate actions will affect rural areas where transportation costs are higher, communications networks are less robust, and I think the professor from UVM mentioned that this morning, that if we had, or when we have, because we're going to have now as a result of your legislation last year, better broadband service around the state, people won't necessarily need to travel as far if they can telecommute and things like that. Fewer people are available to volunteer for vital jobs such as emergency medical and fire services when catastrophe strikes, and that's a major issue for us this year, has been for several years in rural areas. And economies generally are more fragile in those areas. They're, even if you're a ski area town, the ski area is the industry, and if anything happens to that, which may, and climate change, that will affect the entire community. These are also, of course, the same areas that are home to our farms, the producers of our local food, and forests that sequester carbon, and the people who care for them. We think it would be helpful to include language that authorizes municipalities through their local legislative bodies to enact ordinances to address climate resiliency generally and facilitate reduced use of fossil fuels. There is a bill that came over from the Senate last year, S-106, that talks about self-governance more generally and sets up a whole program, but we think that in instances where you're trying to address a particular issue and where municipalities can sometimes be innovators and leaders more easily than the state can, that you putting language in to allow that to happen would be helpful.
Is that, having not spent time on the government operations, is that necessary, or is it simply being explicit that be allowed?
So we're Dillon's rules state.
Sure.
He's from Iowa. We don't know why he's in charge of anything, but in Vermont.
Right. We got to give them the authority.
But you have to be specific. In some towns, we have a spectrum of municipalities across the state, from those who are willing to take risks and sort of go out on a limb or have special authority in their governance charters, to towns that really feel like they cannot afford to risk being sued unless they have specific, they need the specific authority to enact an ordinance or bylaw. We are concerned about the requirement in H688 for municipalities to annually file a report with the Director of Vermont Emergency Management concerning, quote, municipal emergency preparedness, infrastructure resiliency, and infrastructure investment. I think this is an example of the potential redundancies that might occur if this bill is passed as is. We already need to get a municipal roads general permit. We need to provide annual reports to the Agency of Natural Resources and soon to the Agency of Transportation, because they're moving the program over there. We need to have road erosion inventories and implementation plans by December 31st of this year. Towns need to adopt local hazard mitigation plans every 5 years that are required in order to receive federal funds from the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program and pre-disaster mitigation programs. We need to have local emergency preparedness plans already. They need to be updated and readopted annually and submitted to Vermont Emergency Management in order to receive federal preparedness funds. And so the hazard mitigation plans look more specifically at what are the potential events and what's the likelihood of their occurring in your community. And the emergency preparedness plans are for how's your fire department, your emergency medical technicians, the people in your town going to respond to an event when it happens. And I'm going to step way out of line here and mention that Lauren used to work for emergency management until the end of December, right?
I already tested.
Okay, so she can fill you in on a lot of details of this stuff if you're interested. And then we have municipal comprehensive plans, which towns need to adopt. You don't have to have a plan, but if you don't have a municipal comprehensive plan, you forfeit consideration in Act 250 essentially and before the Public Utility Commission, and you also forego any kind of priority for a whole host of grant funding for different programs from the state. That municipal plan needs to be updated and readopted and approved every 8 years now, and it needs to include an energy component. And if you want special consideration before the Public Utility Commission, you need to have an enhanced energy plan that's also approved by the Regional Commission. So back on the second page, when I talked about enhanced energy plans pursuant to Act 174, that's what those are. The proposed Vermont Climate Action Plan on page 13, we think needs to incorporate existing smart growth strategies, implement mechanisms to fund particularly emergency services, and recommend funding sources or reallocations of funds to implement the plan. We also suggest similarly at page 19, section K, which talks about nothing in this section shall be construed to limit the existing authority of a state agency or department to establish strategies to mitigate climate risk and build resiliency. We think they should be required to do that in concert with the Climate Action Plan and what I'm going to call the Office of Climate Resiliency at the governor's level. I mean, it's really not helpful to have agencies going off in different directions, trying to enact their priorities. And finally, we oppose this section providing a cause of action to any person based on the failure to adopt or update rules. Our experience, which is considerable, with lawsuits surrounding the Lake Champlain total maximum daily load was that a tremendous amount of money was spent on lawyers and lawsuits that could have been spent better on implementing projects to address the problem. For 7 years, while that
Mess
was adjudicated.
Did she use it up there?
Local officials and state officials sat around and waited for what was going to be the final word, what was going to be required of them. And where we could have we could have been implementing cleanup projects. People were not doing that. They were not interested in spending a considerable amount of money without knowing that that was going to be the appropriate direction to take. And we're very concerned that the same kind of thing would happen here if you had a cause of action. We think there are other triggers that the legislature could consider. I was interested this morning to hear UVM professor whose name I forget, I'm sorry.
John Erickson.
John Erickson, okay. Talk about binding provisions and we've just as a for instance, we've supported a gas tax in the past if revenues were dedicated to local transportation networks and priorities. That's a tax that could be implemented if deadlines were not met. You could have that kind of a trigger. The administration could be required to return with draft rules to legislative committees of jurisdiction by a date certain before they're implemented, or if they, which would force them to come back and say why they're not doing what they're required to do. This is something that was done as part of the Vermont Clean Waters Act. So those are just two ideas, but we do think there are other triggers that could hold Vermont's feet to the fire that would be more effective and more careful of our scarce resources than a cause of action, citizen suits.
Question?
So going back up to the annual reporting.
Yes.
And I hear, see, and understand the objection. So here is what we're trying to get after in that, and that is, in addition to having this vulnerability index that the
Right.
government is making an assessment about our communities and which ones are in the biggest trouble, need the most help. It seems like there needs to be some mechanism for communities to also maybe be reflecting something back on that. So do you think that the hazard mitigation plans themselves, I mean, I'm understanding those can be hard and not all communities do them.
Well, most communities are doing them, but what we would say about this whole section is that if you're going to require that kind of vulnerability assessment, then look at what's already required. Have the council or the office or whoever look at what's already required and ways to incorporate that into the new requirement so that you're not just layering on another report that volunteers need to complete. We just completed our hazard mitigation plan in my town. I'm on our planning commission, and it took about a year. I mean, it's not supposed to take about a year, but it took about a year because we're all volunteers, and it's pretty involved. And crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's for FEMA is a labor-intensive job. So we would just ask you to be cognizant of other things that are required and how to, mesh all those requirements so that it's not totally unfeasible for local officials.
And I think even in some of my towns, they'd probably have to reach out for help from the local NVDA or,
Oh, yeah. We had help. We had help. From the regional commission, so, yeah.
If I can too. Can you skipped over it briefly, but the issues around the municipal roads permits and why that was difficult?
Well, so the municipal roads permit is something that was required for the first time in the Vermont Clean Water Act. And every town has to obtain a municipal roads, not really obtain, but they have to have a municipal roads permit from the, right now, the Agency of Natural Resources. And it's roads, so the Agency of Transportation is really sort of the expert on roads, but the Agency of Natural Resources is the expert on water quality, those kinds of things. So they've kind of gone back and forth for a while about what exactly is required of municipalities. You need to assess your vulnerabilities in your road network. You need to come up with mechanisms to not repair your roads, but address those vulnerabilities. So if you have steep roads, stone lining ditches is recommended. We have a lot of road commissioners who think stone lining ditches is not a good solution. I don't want to get off on stone lining ditches.
I'd like to just note for the record that I did a full day of ditch school in Wardsboro, Vermont.
Good.
One of our
Congratulations.
A full day of ditch school.
I know more about ditches.
Yeah.
Than ever cared.
Yeah, ditches and culverts and bottomless culverts, and when they turn into bridges and all those kinds of things, it's very expensive to make those investments. It sort of remains to be seen how successful they will be at addressing runoff, basically in that instance, stormwater runoff in storm events.
Well, again, if I can elaborate too, your point there is that these agencies really need to be in collaboration right up front. Whether it's
Yeah,
agency,
they
and
do.
it's the same with the ag agency and A&R. I mean, I just heard a horror story up my way with somebody who did some cutting and got the proper permits and everything. Next thing you know, found out that it was supposedly in the wetlands.
Right.
So it's a cease and desist order, and I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so that it's so important that all the agencies, whether it's one agency or whatever that has the collective information to issue the permits or whatever, it's critical, I think.
Our experience at the local level is that, and we don't need to get too much into this either, but particularly at the Agency of Natural Resources, people who administer their program, and they're very good at their program, and there's not really anybody at the Agency of Natural Resources that's taking the whole view of everything that you need to do, and which takes priority. We end up with permits that have conflicting requirements. Stormwater and wetlands was a good example. So that's a real problem, and we really don't want to end up in that kind of a situation with this legislation.
I had a question going back to your what you said earlier on about you're thinking that this should be coming directed out of the governor's office rather than a particular agency. When that happened in the past, that was for a pretty time limited single event. I mean, it was a statewide event, so what is your thinking in terms, I see that as a difference between what we're looking at being something that would be a more ongoing piece of work. I don't know for how long, but it's not to deal with that one catastrophe.
Right.
So I just wondered what.
Well, I don't know that that's. I mean, I understand the difference. I don't know that it makes a lot of difference in this context, because if you're, it seems to us that if this is the highest priority and everything needs to feed into how are we going to address this particular problem, that the people who are directing that effort need to be at the highest level of government. Another example that is not a good example, I will say, is we used to have a state planning office out of the governor's office. And there was a governor who came along and decided that wasn't worth his while, but I think it, there was that office for a period of time.
I'm not disagreeing. I just you threw out a different alternative on the table, and I'm just asking because there is that sort of time limited assignment that occurred at that time versus. But you're right. The planning office was considered an ongoing function of the governor's office.
Right, and if you write it into statute, I think they can't, say we don't want to do this anymore.
Well, but if it is a governor's office function, then it would seem to depend a lot on who the governor is. It's not sort of built into the sort of ongoing. I don't know, bureaucracy is such a negative loaded word. Operations, all right, of state government, as it would be if it were sort of career agency people working on it.
Right. I mean, it would depend kind of how you structured it, as to how. I mean, you'd have to talk about how to structure it. I know that it's been recommended that there's like an climate change czar or something, which is along the same lines. And governors do change. I think that,
This just seems like it would be more exposed to political, you know,
I don't know, 'cause-
the politics of the person in the office,
Yeah.
rather than a sort of institutionalized operation of state government.
I don't know that there, I mean, we could talk about that, but it seems that in some ways that it doesn't make a lot of difference because commissioners and secretaries are appointed by whoever the governor is and they carry out that person's agenda, so at the agency's level. But what we really do want to avoid is a situation where agriculture, transportation, public service, natural resources are all sort of jockeying for what they want to have happen, and in the meantime, not a lot happens.
So I have the same question, and I'll take advantage of you being here now. I'm happy to talk about it more later too, which is really a good governance question.
Mm-hmm.
And you have addressed this head on as to what your recommendation is, that there be something much closer to the governor that
Mm-hmm.
deal with this. You know, as I've thought about this bill purely from a good governance perspective, what is an entity that can best get something done?
Right.
This exact question is something that I've struggled with, and I don't have strong feelings that it'd be one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
My focus is on accountability, and these aren't my words, but I've used them, which is there's one neck to choke.
Uh-huh.
Who is accountable for this work getting done? Not that they do all of it necessarily. And one viewpoint, I think it's probably one that you share, or at least are closer to, is that this should be either somewhere much closer to the governor or even the agency of administration that sits at the head of the table.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not necessarily in a regulatory body that is focused on, you know, they have more of a financial function and are closer to the governor kind of in that regard. You know, some of the policy orientation is a little farther removed.
Right.
But at the same time, it has more of a regulatory function. And, you know, ANR, on the other hand, is charged with regulating pollution. So, again, this is more of it's not an ideological question from my standpoint, it's a good governance question.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we are going to build this and we're looking for accountability, where does that best reside?
Right.
Again, I don't feel strongly about it, but I'm just looking for the best answer.
Yeah.
And I think I certainly hear what you're saying on that.
You do have in this bill, you have the council, and the council has the secretaries of the agency.
That's correct.
And
ANR as the chair of that council.
yeah, so, well, that's an interesting thing, you might want to change that, but anyway.
Well,
I mean, like, if you're going to, if you're gonna have it in the governor's office, then it should probably be the Secretary of Administration, right?
Well, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, so then that council and the Secretary of Administration, whoever the climate change czar, is the person who says to the Agency of Natural Resources and the Agency of Transportation, you need to adopt regulations that implement this particular component of our overall program.
Yeah. Maybe I'm missing the point that you're making, but when you talk about this position not being ANR, I was presuming you were talking about that ANR not being the essentially the chair of the council.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we are on the same.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
We're happy to talk to any of you about this more, or come
Great.
back, or answer other questions whenever.
Great.
So.
Thank you, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
the detailed feedback. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I do, Karen. I know we're in the infancy stages of this bill, but is the word getting out to the municipalities about the possibility of all this coming down?
Well, I'm writing about it on Thursday night for Friday morning. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we are getting through to our members about this. We did have a climate conference 2018, I want to say, that looked at a number of these issues. I mean, towns, even the smallest towns understand that, you know, we have to do something. We have to address these issues. I mean, up in Ludlow, they've had a couple of road collapses and from flooding events that nobody's exempt from those kinds of natural events, and we're going to have to address them. It's a matter of how can we do it effectively, and how can we sort of corral the interest that's already out there and what people want to do and what they actually need to have. And not be too messy.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim, I've got kind of for the room at large. Was this messy when we were dealing with asbestos or lead regulation or control? Does anybody know? I mean, if we're thinking of this as another pollutant, like A&R would regulate, is there a corollary you could use as an example?
So I think the best example is the one that the Deputy Secretary brought up today, which is, and again, from their standpoint, was water, and how the state has thought about that. So that's my answer. I don't know.
Well, if asbestos was more of a federal.
Yeah, it was a federal thing.
So that, but there was, and still is. I mean, there was just a report on VPR this morning about, you know, some, it was in Pennsylvania, I believe.
Philadelphia.
It was Philadelphia, yeah, that they're finding all this asbestos and stuff, and
oh yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's millions and millions, yeah.
Pipe insulation, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I guess ceiling tiles still.
Ceiling tiles, yeah.
I think what's unique about greenhouse gas emissions is there is no federal. You know, water, plenty of pressure we were getting on the water side was EPA and federally driven, as well as state driven. But greenhouse gas emissions, you know, are referred to in state statute. But there's no federal guideline there. It's purely state. Okay. Hi. All right.
Could you leave the door open for the time being?
Just to let some oxygen in.
Yeah.
Really good idea.
Great.
Terrific, yeah, thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Is it okay if we have two chairs side by side?
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
knowing that space is at a premium, but
Like one or two more people.
You want to sneak over here? Sure. Welcome to. Or not, yeah.
Whatever's easiest.
Yeah, for you.
This is fine. There's nothing easy.
It's all about shoehorning here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're probably going to wait for just a second, so just have Laura return. No room to jump in yet.
hold tight for that. Yeah.
Each document is loaded up, so you can just toggle back and forth.
Okay.
Whichever one.
And to advance up, just go up. Yeah, perfect.
That's for each one.
Great, thank you.
That's the updated one. So
I'm sorry, thank you.
it happens all the time, so I just overlaid that and just uploaded it all.
Best to move the bags in case anyone from the office
Oh, I think you just put it on the corner.
Okay, I wasn't sure if he was headed to test class.
Is it okay if we just leave it out on that?
10:45 earlier today.
I'm just gonna put them on the table. I just remember that.
You sure? Okay. Yeah.
That one on the other side, yeah.
This is your, I'm gonna share. You should have foot space. Do you want? Thank you.
Don't want crowding your space.
And here comes some, I thought someone was gonna come around.
This is a preview point. Not cooperating.
Things went quickly on the floor this afternoon, I guess. Things went quickly on the floor this afternoon.
Yeah, no dissension. We're a well-oiled machine. Until tomorrow.
For the moment. Savor it while you can, right?
When the Appropriations Committee has voted to recommend approval of the budget adjustment for the current fiscal year unanimously, then it usually is like, well, does anyone have any questions?
Pretty straightforward and an anticlimax.
Most, even if there's a strong majority, a lot of stuff comes out, with two people voting no or something like that. And then you at least want to know a little bit about what some of the issues were.
Were there any no votes today? All this bliss and harmony.
No, I write a bi-weekly report. The one that came out this week, I noted that we actually passed for the very first bill. The first few weeks, mostly were locked in our little committee. So when things start coming to the floor out of committee, the very first bill was a bill. Dissolution of a village government and its merger into the town. And they voted, by law, I think the Constitution, we have to the legislature. So it's again, does anybody have any questions? But that was the very, very first bill. It was completely controversial.
Build some momentum. It's something
We'll get there we'll get to the messier stuff. Like this bill.
Thanks.
It caught me.
Yeah, thank you.
So, why don't we get started here? Laura will catch up with us shortly, hopefully. So, thank you for joining us. I think we had originally planned to have three folks testify, and we're having a member of your board join us Friday afternoon. So I look forward to that. But we record all of our hearings, so if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves for the record, and welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Phil Huffman. I'm the Director of Government Relations and Policy for the Nature Conservancy here in Vermont, and I know some of you, but not all, and just want to say I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to engage with all of you on this really important topic. And I'm really pleased to be joined today by a wonderful colleague from our Massachusetts chapter, Laura Marks, who's a forest ecologist, has been with the Conservancy based in Massachusetts for 14 years, I think. This is her first time today coming to our office, so it's a moment of a noteworthy moment for us. Anyway, Laura is also the Nature Conservancy's regional lead for New England on natural climate solutions, which is basically the role that nature and natural and working lands, the land sector, can play in helping to slow the pace of climate change. So she's a wealth of information, and I think we're really pleased to be able to have her here, and excited that she can offer some of that broader perspective. She also will have an opportunity to speak a little bit about, from her and the Nature Conservancy's perspective in Massachusetts, about their experience with their Global Warming Solutions Act, so we'll dig into all of that in a little bit. And she's based in Western Massachusetts, out of an office in the Northampton area. So made the trip north for us today. I know you had the opportunity to hear from another voice, a brand new voice for us at the Nature Conservancy last week, our wonderful new colleague Lauren Oates, who testified about the resilience side of things and from some of her perspective from her earlier work with the Vermont Emergency Management Agency. So now we'll be shifting today and focusing more on the part of this around nature's role in helping to rein in climate change and sort of a complement on the other side from resilience and adaptation. And what we're thinking, and if this works for you all, is that I'll spend just a minute, since this is our first time really before your committee, to just give you a little bit more of an overview about the Nature Conservancy to help round out the picture that you may or may not have of us. And then I'm going to turn it over to Laura to really go into some of the big picture and key points related to natural climate solutions, and to share some of that experience from Massachusetts with their parallel efforts down there. And then I'll come back in and share a little bit about our perspective here in Vermont about all of this work and how it ties into a number of other policy initiatives that are underway, some of which I think you're familiar with, but others of which you may not, and work that's happening on our part and others that are relevant to all of this, and really how it all ties into the Global Warming Solutions Act. And I'll sort of close with our perspective on the bill itself. Does that sound like a workable flow? And we'll try to keep things moving. Appreciate this is getting towards the end of a long day in a small room with not a lot of airflow, so we'll try to keep it moving.
You noticed.
Yeah, I can already feel it. So just by way of rounding out a little bit of what Lauren said in her testimony last week about the Nature Conservancy, as you may or may not know, we're a global conservation organization dedicated to conserving the lands and waters on which all life depends. So that's human life, as well as all the other species of plants and animals and everything else that we share this planet with. One of our hallmarks everywhere we work here in Vermont and elsewhere is that we're science-based. So we try to gather the best science that we can, either science that we develop or that we gather from others, to inform our own conservation work and to also help to inform the work of other conservation nonprofits, governmental agencies at the local, state, federal, and global level, that sort of thing. So science is a really critical hallmark of ours. Guided by that science, we really work on trying to create innovative on-the-ground solutions to some of the biggest challenges facing people and nature and the planet. Certainly climate change is at the top of the list, but it's by no means the only one. Habitat loss, things like that, or water quality issues. Those are examples of other big problems that we're working hard to help to address. We are devoutly nonpartisan. We have a long track record of working with folks from across the political and ideological spectrum on pragmatic solutions. So we really are trying to focus on getting things done and finding ways to bridge different perspectives to get there. We work in all 50 states across the U.S. And more than 70 countries around the world now. And here in Vermont, happy to say we're celebrating our 60th anniversary this year, actually, now that it's 2020. So we've been at it for a while. And over the course of that time, we're really proud to say that we've been involved in helping to conserve more than 300,000 acres of land, permanently conserve more than 300,000 acres of both natural and working lands around the state in all different corners, I think in most, if not all, of your districts. And about more than 1,200 miles of shorelines of our streams, rivers, and ponds and lakes. So some of our really key natural heritage, natural assets, we've had an important hand in helping to protect. We have more than 9,000 members statewide now. We actually are the biggest per capita membership of any TNC chapter in the country, we're proud to say, and just I think that's a reflection of the way in which Vermonters care about this work. That is so relevant to all aspects of our lives. And we also, as part of our conservation work, we own and manage 56 natural areas scattered all across the state, again, in most, if not all, of your districts. So that's just a quick snapshot. I hope that helps to round out the picture a little bit of who we are and what we do. And happy to dig in more on that later if you'd like. So with that, why don't I hand it over to Laura, and she can dig in more on some of the content specifics on natural climate solutions.
Great. Thanks, Phil. And thank you to Committee Chair Briglin as well for the opportunity to speak to you today. As Phil mentioned, my name is Laura Marks, and I'm the forest ecologist for the Nature Conservancy in Massachusetts. My goal today is to share some of the boring outline that's going to go away soon, I promise. But I want to share some of TNC's experiences with Massachusetts Global Warming Solutions Act, and to focus in particular on the role of natural climate solutions in climate action. So, we know that climate change is already an economic, environmental, and humanitarian crisis, and that's the reason for that is not unknown, right? We've got fossil fuels making the earth too hot. But fortunately, we also know what to do about it. That's also not an unknown. First of all, we need to stop burning so many fossil fuels, but that alone isn't enough. So we also need to cool the earth. And that's where natural climate solutions come in. They're like these ice cubes, actually absorbing carbon that has been emitted in the air and absorbing heat from the planet. And then I would be remiss in ignoring the fact that climate change is already here, so we also have to adapt to climate change. So these three things have to happen simultaneously to take action to actually address a problem at the scale of climate change. And I and the rest of my TNC colleagues feel very fortunate to live in a state that is working really hard to reduce carbon emissions and adapt to climate change through our Global Warming Solutions Act. And I appreciate the opportunity to share some of my experiences and thoughts with you as you contemplate your own GWSA. As you consider the best way for Vermont to continue to lead on climate change action, I'd urge you to set bold goals for fossil fuel emissions reductions, and also to include a role for natural climate solutions, Vermont's forests, farms, and wetlands as well. Natural climate solutions are ways to protect, restore, and better manage forests, farms, and wetlands to avoid and or remove carbon emissions from the air. For example, avoided forest conversion is one natural climate solution. When we convert an acre of forest or another land use to development, we release a portion of the carbon that's stored in the soils and trees over decades or centuries as carbon emissions. And at the same time, we destroy the ability of that piece of land to sequester more carbon over future years. So avoided forest conversion, which is often a fancy way of saying land protection of forests, is a double win for carbon. And that's before we even begin to talk about the benefit of forests for our forest products economy, recreation economy, for wildlife, for water filtration, all those things that we depend on them for. Another natural climate solution that's relevant in Vermont is improved forest management. And this means a number of things. In some places, that means setting aside forests as reserves to store carbon in larger and older trees. In most places, that means doing careful timber harvesting that considers carbon and also that produces wood products that we can substitute for more carbon-intensive products like steel, concrete, heating oil, or just the same wood products from farther away. Using sustainably harvested New England wood reduces emissions by substituting a more sustainable resource for a more fossil fuel intensive one. So again, there's sort of a double benefit. A third way of using forests as a natural climate solution is to retain and perhaps even plant more trees. In Massachusetts, we're a very urban state, so tree planting is a surprisingly large strategy. We have hundreds of thousands of acres of suburban lawn in our state. In Vermont, it's a little bit different. And I suspect that you'll probably be more focused on tree retention, because even though we take our street trees or the ones in our yards or parks for granted, when you have something like the tornado that hit Springfield, Massachusetts, or an insect outbreak that takes out huge amounts of these trees, you'll actually feel that literally in the heat in the summer, and also in your energy bills and energy use in the buildings that were formerly shaded and sheltered by trees. So by now you might be noticing a theme where natural climate solutions have a carbon benefit, but they also have a lot of other co-benefits: human health, like trees in cities, economic benefits like forestry. And so in many cases, the reason to do these natural climate solutions may be not only or even primarily carbon, but that's one of their benefits. And I've been focusing on forests here because Vermont, like Massachusetts, is a mostly forested state, but it would be wrong to ignore the impact of farms and wetlands as well. So forests get most of the attention, but I know that the Vermont Agency of Agriculture and partners in the farming community are already really thinking hard about how to make some of the farming practices that have carbon and other co-benefits more feasible and cost-effective. I was really excited to learn yesterday that your Payment for Ecosystem Services working group has released a report on this. That actually thank you, that puts you ahead of Massachusetts, where we're just now working on our Healthy Soils Action Plan. And that considers, among other things, ways to increase soil carbon on farms. In Vermont, adoption of cover cropping, silvopasture or trees on farmlands, and fertilizer management can help make the soil more carbon rich while also reducing nutrient runoff and erosion. And in the case of silvopasture, it can even increase milk production. So again, carbon might not be the primary reason that you want to do these things, but you are getting a carbon benefit as well, and it's worth thinking about that and recording that as well, because we do have significant potential to reduce carbon emissions and increase sequestration by increasing the health of our farm soils. And then finally, wetlands. If farms are overlooked, wetlands are even more overlooked. Wetlands store an outsized amount of carbon for their size. They're a very small fraction of the landscape, but they can store, in some cases, many decades worth of carbon. And wetlands can also be either carbon sinks, if they're healthy and intact, or they can be carbon sources if they're degraded, and especially if they're drained. So it's really worth thinking about the health of your wetlands, thinking about restoration of wetlands, again, for a range of reasons, including wildlife habitat and flood prevention, but also so that they continue to play that role of sequestering carbon in soils year after year. So we have some very good estimates already of the potential of natural climate solutions in Vermont. And although there are differences in our two states, in which natural climate solutions work best, for example, city tree planting is a big strategy in Massachusetts, while improved forest management is a bigger opportunity in Vermont, taking full advantage of climate solutions like those I mentioned can avoid or reduce more than 1 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent each year at low cost. That's the equivalent of taking more than 200,000 cars off the road every year. And right now, the only technology we have that can remove carbon emissions at scale is nature. So hopefully that's a little bit of information about natural climate solutions and the potential in Vermont. I wanted to move on to sharing some lessons learned from our experience in Massachusetts that might be useful. So from the perspective of TNC's Massachusetts chapter, we're pleased with the greenhouse gas emissions reduction and the smart policies and the change in the narrative around climate change that have come from our Global Warming Solutions Act. It's absolutely been worth it. And we're mostly on track to meet our 2020 goal. So these figures are as of 2016, and Massachusetts has reduced emissions by 21% below 1990 levels. There's a study happening right now that will figure out whether we're projected to meet our 25% goal, but they're actually running the numbers this year, and so we'll know by the end of the year whether or not we met that initial 2020 goal. I think some of the biggest successes from the Global Warming Solutions Act have been around public-private partnerships. And this is one where I actually had some personal experience. So many years ago, I was eligible to enter a lottery for weatherization of my 1910s era, very drafty, poorly insulated house. And that was a state-run energy efficiency program. But the only reason I knew about it was because there was a local nonprofit that was advertising, there was a local company that was doing the work. And so programs like that are really effective. I got insulation for my house, which is a real benefit to me. Meanwhile, the state got me using much less energy every year. So they got very inexpensive emissions reductions. And again, if the state had done it on their own, I think it might have been hard for the average person to figure out, where do you go for information? How do you find out? But by working across that public-private partnership, they were able to get a program that was wildly oversubscribed and successful. Another success, I think, was that we've really aimed big. So right now, where Massachusetts is in the process, our law actually set emissions reductions goals for 2020 and 2050. It didn't set them for 2030 and 2040. It left that up to another process. And we are in that process for 2030. There's a study right now that I think you'll probably hear more about from David Ismay and Han Chu, called the 80 by 50 study. It's essentially how do we get to 80% emissions reductions by 2050, and given that path, what's the right goal to set for 2030, and what policies do we need to get there? With more than 10 years of putting the Global Warming Solutions Act into practice, we're actually thinking potentially beyond that, looking at, can we get to more than 80% emissions reductions? I was really pleased to see that net zero is referenced in your Global Warming Solutions Act, and just last night, Governor Charlie Baker actually endorsed the idea of moving to net zero in Massachusetts. So maybe he read your bill and got jealous, but that just came out. And then finally, I think another big success was really including adaptation in the bill. We have an executive order, EO 569, that ensures that any action taken under the Global Warming Solutions Act can't be sort of maladaptive, especially for underserved communities. So it's a recognition that the impacts of climate change are already being felt, and they're being felt most immediately and most acutely by our communities that have perhaps the fewest resources. And there's also an adaptation plan that's part of the Global Warming Solutions Act. So there were a lot of efforts to really make sure that climate change mitigation, emissions reduction, and adaptation went hand in hand. So what's interesting is that I think we did adaptation really well, and that certainly has a role for nature-based solutions, using nature to solve problems like flooding and stormwater management. But despite that integration, I think one of the places we have the most distance to go is in fully incorporating the role of natural climate solutions in our Global Warming Solutions Act. And that's probably my biggest lesson learned to offer you from the experience in Massachusetts. After you pass your Global Warming Solutions Act, which has all the language you need, as your Climate Council begins to implement it, I would encourage you to think about lands as a sector. Lands are both a carbon source with actions that can be taken to reduce emissions, and they're a carbon sink with actions that can be taken to sequester even more carbon. I think in Massachusetts, carbon is in our baseline. Natural carbon is in our 1990 baseline, but from every point then on, it's treated very differently from all the other sectors. And I think that had we integrated those more from the beginning, we could have saved ourselves some headaches. For example, now in the 80 by 50 study, it's very hard to sort of fully bring in lands when we need them to meet our emissions reduction goals. And I think we could have saved ourselves also some controversies over solar siting and other aspects where, because the intersections between buildings and lands and energy weren't fully considered, there were some policies that people feel maybe were counterproductive to one or the other sector. So, to sum up, nature has a role to play. The biggest action we need to take is reducing fossil fuels, but natural climate solutions are a meaningful and necessary part of acting on climate change. And if you don't believe me and Phil saying that, you can read the IPCC report or the drawdown report. Like, every plausible path globally and at the US level to really addressing climate change includes going backwards in emissions. And that's what I have as number 3 here. There's also some really simple math. 415 parts per million carbon dioxide is about what we're at now. I looked, I think it's 417 now. It keeps going up, of course, but 415-ish plus 0 doesn't get you to 350. You really need both to reduce emissions and to go backwards. Another reason is because it's easier, I think, to do it now than later. Can work things in from the beginning as you decide how to implement your law and maybe save yourself some of the headaches that we've had. And also, you said you would, so did Massachusetts. So all of the U.S. Climate Alliance states pledged to each other in 2018 that they would accurately measure the carbon balance in their natural working lands. They would set a numeric goal for making that number better, and then they would implement the plans to make that happen. And Phil and I went both to the US-wide learning lab, they called it, that the US Climate Alliance held in DC in 2018, and we just came back from the regional New England one in Rhode Island last month, and those pledges are coming due at the end of 2020. So as a collective across the U.S. Climate Alliance, those states have sort of pledged to each other to move forward on this. And then finally, Vermont has an opportunity to be a leader on the U.S. and the global stage. And when I was saying that, I was like, people are going to be like, really? It sounds like hyperbole, but it's not. And I'll give you a clear example of why it's not. So some of our TNC colleagues yesterday in Bogor, Indonesia, held a workshop where they are trying to figure out this very thing. How do they work natural climate solutions into their nationally defined contribution under the Paris Agreement? And in the complete absence of federal leadership, countries are really looking to the US states as the actors, not to the federal government. So whereas in the past, maybe that would have been a little bit of an exaggeration, there is no federal leadership that they're looking at and taking their cues from. They're looking at what Massachusetts is doing, at what Maine just did, at what you guys are contemplating doing, at New York, at California, at Maryland, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and trying to look for examples of states which are much more analogous to them than the US right now, and take their cues from that. So I think it's really exciting that you guys are contemplating passing a Global Warming Solutions Act, and hopefully this has helped just a little bit in thinking about the role nature might play as you implement that. I'm going to hand things back over to Phil, but then we're happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. And I think we can pause before I resume if you want, if any of you have questions for Laura at this point. Just
I have plenty.
Break the flow.
Yeah.
So I don't know,
fine.
however you'd like to handle it is fine with us, I think is
Why
what I
don't we
need to say.
go ahead and bring your presentation to a conclusion, and then we'll jump in, if that's okay with you.
That sounds great, whatever works best for you all.
Okay.
Terrific. All right, well, thanks. And I think I just have one more slide that I'll use just as the backdrop with a few key points that I want to hit on to round out our presentation. First, just a few kind of big picture, sort of overarching messages about natural climate solutions, building on what Laura has said. I think it's really important to emphasize that as much as we see the opportunity that natural climate solutions offer as part of tackling climate change, and feel it's absolutely imperative to try to take advantage of that opportunity, and it's woven into H688 right now, we recognize it's not a silver bullet, right? This is not going to solve the problem, as Laura said. We've got to turn off the gas that's heating up the planet while we also are doing things that are working to cool it down. It has to be a both and that as much as nature can help us, it's not the solution. So it's not a silver bullet, but I heard someone use this expression the other day, and I can't remember who it was, but we see it as a really essential part of the silver buckshot that we need to be thinking about collectively to tackle climate change. So it needs to be a lot of different things. I know I'm not telling you anything with that you don't already appreciate, but and just building on that, this it's really not a replacement for the deep cuts in carbon emissions and moving to a clean energy future as quickly as we possibly can. That is so imperative. That said, natural climate solutions we see are a really key cost-effective tool for taking carbon out of the air, and it can help us get from our current goals to net zero or beyond, actually, to net negative over time. And in doing that, we can secure a whole bunch of other benefits for our communities, for our economy, and for our environment that complement those needed emissions reductions and turning down the heat, essentially. And just to reiterate and sort of fill in a little bit more around those co-benefits, we really see it that by investing in conservation and restoration and sound stewardship of our natural and working lands, so in our land sector generally, we can capitalize on their potential to help slow climate change while we gain all these other benefits. And so things like jobs and economic development, water quality improvements, reduced vulnerability to flooding, places for outdoor recreation and all of the benefits that go along with that, health and well-being for being able to access the outdoors and feed our souls, quality of life, and the way that all of these things tie into the attractiveness of Vermont for people to live here, whether those of us who are already here or people who may be interested in coming, and for more of the sort of natural benefits around wildlife, biodiversity, sustaining our native plants and animals. So we see there's an opportunity really for sort of a virtuous circle in all of this. And whether you're coming at it from a carbon perspective or from a water quality perspective or some of those other perspectives, there's a way to be getting synergies from all of these that can be mutually reinforcing and addressing a number of big challenges that we have here in Vermont through the same sorts of actions of conservation, restoration, and sound stewardship of our lands. I wanted to spend just a minute again, building on what Laura said, but tying all of this and how it shows up in the Global Warming Solutions Act before you with other ongoing policy work here in Vermont and efforts that are underway beyond the policy realm. I think I'll start with one that Laura was just touching on, which is this reference to what the state committed to doing as part of its signing into the U.S. Climate Alliance a couple of years ago. And there is one of the main streams of that effort on the part of the 25 states across the country that are part of the U.S. Climate Alliance relates to trying to better quantify and then also increase the absorption of carbon and storage of carbon in the land sector, natural and working land sector. It's something where we've been trying to work with and encourage the state to get more deeply involved in. I think there's an openness to doing that. We haven't seen a lot of action yet, but I'm hoping that over the course of this year we'll see more forward progress, and I think the timing of it woven in with this bill and other climate initiatives that are happening here in the legislature are hopefully will go hand in hand, and this is another part of that sort of silver buckshot. Other ones, Representative Higley can speak to this in more depth than I can, but is the efforts that have been initiated by you all in the last session related to forest carbon sequestration and looking for opportunities to make it easier for Vermont landowners, private landowners, but also municipal and potentially the state to access existing carbon markets, offset markets. So I know Commissioner Snyder spoke with you all about that maybe 10 days or 2 weeks ago. We won't go deep on it now. One of our colleagues, Jim Shallow, our conservation director here in Vermont, was part of that working group. Happy to have him come back and share more both on that and on some ongoing work that we're a part of with trying to develop some innovative new pilot projects or test proving grounds of efforts to access carbon markets for Vermont landowners here. And we've been doing that on our own lands up in Representative Higley's backyard at our Burnt Mountain parcel up in Montgomery and a little bit in Eden and Lowell. And then also we're in a collaboration with the Vermont Land Trust, again in that same neck of the woods with private landowners, trying to figure out how to bundle a number of different private land holdings together into a package that's big enough to access, have sort of the economy of scale to access existing voluntary carbon markets. And then we also are part, and Laura's involved in this as well, with a really fledgling effort, but that we're very hopeful about with the American Forest Foundation that's called Family Forest Carbon. It's a program that's been piloted actually down in the Central Appalachians, but that we're trying to bring into Vermont and Massachusetts, which would be helping to access revenue streams for landowners to do essentially carbon-friendly forestry, not in a way to try to access offset markets, but just to provide some revenues for them for doing different improved forest management, carbon-friendly practices. And that's something that we're really hopeful about. It's like, we'll see, but it could be a great tool for accessing particularly smaller parcels and providing some new revenues that can really reward landowners for good forest stewardship, which is what we all want to see, I think, and the landowners themselves are deeply committed to helping them keep their lands as forests, and so that where we're helping to sustain that carbon sink and not getting into a situation where they're having to sell their lands and convert it and risking the carbon source that can result in.
And where would those revenues come from?
Well, so, I don't know, Laura, do you want to help out? Or
For the
it's-
pilot, they'll come from a grant. So we have a grant, as you so often do when you do the first ones, you kind of have money lined up. And it's western and central Massachusetts as well. Southern Vermont is the pilot area where we're trying to port what they did in the central Appalachians and move it up. After that, it gets a little more complicated. Massachusetts has a state policy program that seems like it might be it's a version of our current use program. I think you guys call it current use appraisal, and we call it chapter 61. So it's kind of an add-on to that. After that, there is a lot of discussion about the desire for more and more companies and private actors to basically pay for climate outcomes. Offsets, there's a certain market for that. There's also people who want to incent good behavior, help make it easier for people who already want to do a behavior, but maybe it costs them a lot of money to sort of do cost share. Kind of like NRCS, so Natural Resource Conservation Service, it's a federal agency that, for example, will pay farmers, here's half the cost of putting fencing up around your stream so that your cows don't go through it. So it's not an offset, it's a payment for a practice that they know has benefits. In this case, it's payment for practice we know has carbon benefits. But as Phil mentioned, these things are also, I think we're very committed to being open about whether or not it works. We're trying it out. We're trying not to go in with too many assumptions. It's really promising in the Central Alps. It's also being piloted in California. But if at the end of the day we can't make things work in this region, we'll report that back and look for the next opportunity.
Well, it sounds like you have to have either government revenues or a foundation to support something like this.
Well, the model of the Central Ops is more about private companies and like supply chains, and there's a whole complicated thing that's over my head about how you set that up. Some of the big tech companies have made enormously large pledges. Now, those are on paper. I don't know that they've translated yet. And our carbon here is actually really attractive because we don't have fire the way they do in some other parts of the country. And so when people pay for practices here, they're not quite as concerned that it's going to go up in smoke the next year. So again, there's economists with much different expertise than I am who've worked all the things out, and they show it to me and I'm like, that's great. We're really trying to be let's put it in practice on the ground, come up with the practices, see how much they cost, see who signs up, and figure out whether that sales pitch that they're doing in the Central Apps, works here. So yeah, it's
not to belabor the point, but I mean, they're not getting the companies that would be fronting the money for this aren't getting anything. They're not getting carbon credits or anything.
They are. They are getting climate.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. So there are companies that are going for carbon offsets, where they're like, we want you to figure this out to the nth degree, and that's fine. And that's one set of markets. But there are other actors, including companies, including some of the big forestry companies, including things with big supply chains, that are basically saying, we want to take climate outcomes. We want to improve our supply chain. We want to show we're taking this seriously. We want the goodwill. We want the marketing. I mean, there are all sorts of things that they're getting, but what they aren't getting is, this is your carbon that you're allowed to emit. That's sort of the difference. It is also worth noting that we think that one or two of the practices we're developing here probably will work in that offset market. So for that one, the funding might come from offsets, but there will be others where it just doesn't fit, the market doesn't work very well often for those small private forest landowners, and that's just a different sort of thing. Again, these are also questions we're asking about how many of these companies and how long is their attention span and how much money and
right.
Exactly.
Okay.
So these are good questions for sure.
Definitely. And I have a handout about this Family Forest Carbon program, high-level overview that I'm happy to pass out when we're done. It's also, Danielle has it for the record, that may help to answer this a little bit more. And also, this could be part of a follow-on conversation if you have the interest in a time later where we could get Jim Shallow in to dig deeper on this and on some of the carbon offset work that we are doing on our own and with Vermont Land Trust and others with the state and things. So,
one other question on this, or is it similar to flight shaming? So there's an effort out there from a lot of people, whether it's they feel bad that they've taken air flight, or there was even talk in our committee about, requiring vehicle sales places to have some form of a program around that, but.
Right.
It's a feel-good thing in a sense.
Yeah, that's a real. I'd have to think that one through. I mean, I think the pitch to companies would not be so much like you're doing bad stuff and so you should do this, but more here are these small landowners who know what to do and want to do it, and the numbers just don't work for them. And you have the opportunity to show that you're helping that, and you're taking climate change action, and you get the marketing and whatever other benefit, you get to take people out to look at it. Like, it would probably be individual for each funder. But I know that in the central apps, it's much more it's being much more pitched as you said you took this seriously, here's one way you can act. It's a way that's carbon additional, so those offsets, it's not just being emitted somewhere else. It's a brand new thing that wouldn't happen without you. So that's, I think, more the argument. But I'll think more on, that's kind of an interesting parallel that I haven't thought about. I mean, I guess there's more than one ways to talk to the companies about it. But for now, I think is a much more positive, like, this is a good thing, you want to get credit for doing it, we can work together on this sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think, I appreciate the question, and this is, it's all complicated, as you know, from the working group, which is focused on the offset side. This is a little different, but in either case, I think it's not just feel good, it's about real additional carbon, whether it's happening through practices or through a commitment to be doing, changing practices for a certain period or whatever. And so there is, again, some real carbon change that's a result of the payment that's happening, whether through an established offset market or through this fledgling idea that we're trying to see if it works, basically.
And I suppose as one real life example, so yesterday Microsoft pledged not only to go to carbon neutrality, but to remove the carbon that they had emitted over their business practices. That's a little different than an offset. So something like, I don't know whether they have plans yet for how they're going to get there, or they just put the pledge out and they'll figure it out later. But something like this would actually be about removals of carbon from the atmosphere in a way that an offset wouldn't allow them to say that, because it's about the carbon they're emitting over here being absorbed over here. So again, it's such a rapidly shifting. It's one reason why I think the pilot did require a grant, because we need to have the money up front to sort of show, okay, we got this, we'll test it out. But those are the kinds of things that we'll be trying to think about as we move on in the pilot as potential funding sources.
Thanks.
Robin. So the forest carbon markets their value is on the increased carbon storage, right? Between current practice and future storage and sequestration. Is that right?
Yes. So it's about that additional carbon. So it's that's where the payment is for that additional carbon over time, and with a commitment to sustain that carbon over the duration of the agreement.
Well, but there are also offsets on the forest conversion side. So there's there's both. There's avoided loss, like this would have been converted from a forest and this carbon would have been emitted. And then you're exactly right, Phil, that sort of, this is additional carbon that's sequestered because you paid for some action to be taken.
And so in your Massachusetts version, in calculating your greenhouse gas reductions, do all of those count?
So in our Global Warming Solutions Act?
Yes.
So our baseline is set at 1990. So any forests that were there in 1990 are baseline. The carbon that's there is baseline. The sequestration that happened in 1990 is baseline. And then things get a little more complicated because forests grow no matter what you do. So the baseline in that case is shifting, but the things that would, again, this is where we didn't integrate, this is where you guys should do a better job than we did of integrating this from the beginning. No disrespect to Han and David and others who are doing amazing stuff with it. But as we do this 80 by 50 study, we need to separate out what can be attributed to action that we took. That's additional. Like, the state paid someone to do this thing and this carbon resulted. That's not baseline, that's additional. That is something that could count. What can't count is, good news, the forest grew, like we didn't do anything to create that. So that's still baseline. And as you can imagine, it gets a little bit challenging when you're actually measuring it, but the good thing is because we've measured forests for wood forever, we have really good data going back very far from the US Forest Service and lots of other sources, so it's possible to go back to a 1990 baseline, a 2005 baseline, or whatever you need, and then look at what's happening now. So.
And one other question, then I'll wait for the next round. Are things like biochar being explored as a storage?
That's so funny because earlier today I met with Jim Shallow in the Vermont office, and we have, as part of our Family Forest Carbon Program pilot, on February 11th we have our first stakeholder workshop about forest carbon practices. And so I've been working with some staff from the US Forest Service and Jim and others to scour like all the lists anybody we know of has ever put together about this is what carbon positive forestry means. And we're pulling that together into a hopefully much more understandable and shorter list that we'll put in front of stakeholders from Vermont and Massachusetts, so foresters and harvesters and state agency staff and academics and nonprofits, and try to get at which of these which of these are opportunities in our region. I mean, some of them are just, like mangroves, right? That's not even something we're putting on the list because it's pretty much not relevant. And which ones we think have potential here and which we don't, and sum up the evidence that we have for the carbon benefits, like where do the carbon benefits come from. So that is one of many policy practices that is on that list for sort of, let's really get our heads around the evidence about this and see whether or not this is something that we think is a potential here. And we're really leaning on the stakeholders to do that. We didn't want it to be, a TNC list. The idea is, hopefully, it is this broad swath of stakeholders with the help of TNC, US Forest Service, New England Forestry Foundation, state, everybody, so that it comes out basically as solid and complete as we can. So I don't have a lot of expertise in that area, but it's definitely one of many things. The list is quite long that we'll be looking at and kind of looking to those stakeholders to help us ground truth and think through.
Mike?
Yeah, so as thinking about along the same lines, Vermont is 75% forested, plus or minus a couple percent. And so the idea of more reforestation is probably pretty impractical.
Yeah.
So any additional carbon sequestration we might do will be incremental. I'm wondering if there are other ways of sequestering carbon with other types of crops, that sort of thing, that would produce carbon sequestration, yet take advantage of farms and other things like that.
Yeah, that actually is a great tie-in to my next point on the list, so maybe I'll build off of that. On the forest side of things, I generally agree that we are largely forested, that our forests are generally well managed, and that, but there are some opportunities for reforestation, particularly in riparian, riverine areas, floodplains. Historically, there were our floodplains were covered with floodplain forests, and much of that has been converted, and for important reasons, for agriculture in particular, among other things. But there are now, especially with the changing precipitation patterns that we're seeing and the increased frequency of larger floods, there are more low-laying ag lands that are becoming unproductive, and there's an opportunity for working with farmers to take the land that's now marginal or really no longer viable for sustained ag production and restore forests there for carbon benefits as well as water quality benefits, reduce flood vulnerability, habitat. It's this sort of whole suite of potential benefits. It's, again, this is not like going to be the big lever that's going to solve all our problems, but it's another important modest piece of the picture. On the ag side, what you're getting at, I think, is exactly in the wheelhouse of what Laura alluded to before, which is the what will be, I think, an ongoing effort of what's called the Payment for Ecosystem Services Working Group that was authorized in Act 83 last spring. It was sort of alongside the Forest Carbon Sequestration Working Group. So this is one that the Agency of Agriculture has been leading. Deputy Secretary Eastman has been chairing, and looking at ways to potentially create a framework wherein agricultural producers, farmers, could receive payments for enhanced environmental services that they're providing, with carbon potentially being one of those, along with water. Water quality was really the bigger driver of it, I think. But so water quality, absorbing rain and snow melt, carbon enhancing productivity, and that group is really, they came out with an initial report just last week. I'd encourage you to read it, and again, this might be a topic for further exploration as you go forward, but their focus is around soil health, and that essentially healthy agricultural soils can absorb more carbon and provide those other benefits, including increased productivity. And it does mean, or sort of tie into some changes in practices and crops and things like that. There are others who are much deeper, more deeply steeped than I am in the specifics of all of that, but that's sort of the concept. I think it points to how the ag sector is a really important one to keep very much in mind, again, as like another bit of the silver buckshot here. I'm not going to solve everything, but we can make some meaningful improvements for carbon as well as for all these other important values.
I just want to make one more point, and that's that I thank the Nature Conservancy for your part in preserving the Raven Ridge natural area in Charlotte, Pumpkin, and Heinsberg.
Thank you.
Beautiful area.
Thank you. Yeah, it's one that we're really delighted to have been able to help in collaboration with the state and others to conserve permanently. There's some terrific wetlands as part of that, and other natural areas that are forests that are absorbing carbon, as well as providing really important habitat for native species and whatnot. So, thank you. Should I keep going, move through things quickly on a few other points?
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm not. So a couple other things just in terms of current state policy dialogue and work going on. As some of you may or may not know, there's been a lot of dialogue led in the two ag committees around wetland policy and whether there ought to be any adjustments made to that. I think the take home from our perspective on this, from a carbon perspective, as Laura said, wetlands have a really outsized importance for carbon sequestration and storage relative to their size and abundance on the landscape. So it's really important for that reason, among a whole host of other ones, that we be doing everything that we can to maintain strong protections for our wetlands and for existing wetlands, and to try to accelerate efforts to restore degraded wetlands for the carbon benefits that they offer, as well as others. A couple other things. That state funding for conservation and restoration is critical for trying to optimize the opportunity that we have with natural climate solutions, forests, wetlands, ag lands. And those are the two big ones, I would say, are funding for VHCB and also water quality funding. And there's some important, significant levels of investment there, but there's never enough to do all the work that might be needed to really tackle those problems for a whole host of reasons, but carbon is an important layer to consider as we're thinking about the scale of those investments. And then the other that I'd touch on is, as you all know, I'm sure, that lots of effort underway to try to figure out how to modernize Act 250, and that relates obviously to our lands, forest land, ag land, wetlands, river corridors, the whole 9 yards. Important to think about those from a carbon side, as well as other aspects of climate resilience, adaptation, and other things. I know that your colleagues in the Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife Committee are actively thinking about that dimension. But I guess I wanted just to lay all of those different things out to convey, I think we think about them all as building blocks or pieces of this the silver buckshot, to kind of beat that analogy a little bit, but that provide opportunities and synergies with where you're trying to get to, where the bill is trying to get to. as that moves forward, and that they tie right in not only to the mitigating climate change, but also helping with resilience and adaptation. So you get to weave all of these together through natural systems. Let me just wrap up quickly with a few quick points on our take on the bill itself. Our position. For starters, want to be clear that we strongly support H688. We see it as a really important foundational framework for propelling the rapid progress and accountability that's needed for Vermont to be doing our part in reining in climate change. And it's an opportunity for Vermont to reclaim and reestablish leadership in this realm that we've been falling behind on in a broader than Vermont context. So it's not going to solve all of our problems either. I think that was coming up in the testimony this morning with Deputy Secretary Walk, and the questions or points that were raised about the Transportation and Climate Initiative and trying to, figure out a way to really rein in emissions from that sector. We need to be coming at this from a whole bunch of different directions, but from our perspective, we see Global Warming Solutions Act as one critical piece of that puzzle. I want to highlight and just appreciate the language that's in the bill right now that recognizes the role of natural systems for mitigation, so the natural climate solution side of things, and for resilience and adaptation. Thank you to those who've been involved in drafting the bill and sponsoring it for that. We support the provisions related to the alternative reduction mechanisms, as they're called, and offsets to achieve net zero emissions after 2050. So again, that ties right into what we've been talking about today. So glad to see that there's some good language in there, and it's beyond what was built into the Massachusetts example. We do have a few what I would characterize as just minor suggested revisions that I'd be happy to offer by red line or to talk with Ledge Council or whatever might be easiest. It's around things like consistent reference, where there's reference to lands, to have it consistently referred to natural and working lands as opposed to just natural lands or just working lands or some other combination of those, and to incorporate adaptation and resilience provisions at each step in the process. So in the development of the plan by the council and then by the agency as they're promulgating regulations. So it looked from our read, again, like that the adaptation and resilience provisions might not track through quite in all of those. So happy to talk about that. And then one last one is just also in the resilience and adaptation provisions, acknowledging the importance of really helping our natural systems to adapt and be more resilient to the change that's happening, along with helping our human communities adapt and be resilient to the climate change that's coming. So we're all in this together with the natural systems we depend on. And then I guess I'd just say, we would welcome an opportunity when the time comes to help out with the council's work. We have the potential with the Nature Conservancy to draw on our broader circle of colleagues outside of Vermont. Laura is one example of that, but there's a whole host of people that are working on these issues, mitigation, adaptation, resilience for nature and for people all across the country and the world. Happy to help bring that in to the extent it would be helpful for the committee and for the council and the state going forward. I'll wind it down there. I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to testify. We really appreciate it. We're really pleased that our incoming board chair, Wynn Smith, the president of Sugarbush, will be here on Friday to testify. He'll be speaking really, I think, from the business perspective. We've given you the TNC perspective, but he's here in part with his TNC board member and incoming chair hat on. And I have a couple of handouts, the one that I mentioned about the Family Forest Carbon Program, and then also just a little infographic about forests as natural climate solutions that helps to just kind of quickly capture what's a pretty complicated topic. So I can hand these around. And thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. What I would ask you to do would be helpful, and we welcome as granular as you want to get input on change to the bill that you would recommend.
Great.
It would be helpful if you could pass that along to Danielle, just so we have kind of a transcribed version of what your suggestions are.
Happy to do that. I'll get it to you by the end of the week. Would that be
Sure.
next? Okay.
Yep, that's great.
Great.
A question I had that I wasn't quite clear on, Laura, that you had mentioned earlier, in terms of how the Massachusetts Global Warming Solutions policy works with regard to sequestered carbon.
Yeah.
And how that does or would potentially contribute to the targets
Right.
that are embedded in that law.
Right now, it doesn't.
I
So,
wouldn't think so.
so natural and working land, so let's use forest for an example, because we're mostly forested. So in the 1990 baseline document, we have a line that says, this is the amount of forest carbon sequestration in the year 1990.
Yep.
This is the amount of forest carbon stock in the year 1990. This is the amount of emissions from harvesting and development and any other thing that we can measure in the year 1990. And then those numbers show up in the Global Warming Solutions Act document. But then I'm trying to be careful in how I say this, because there's been a lot of action, even though they haven't been in there, but they're gone then. So like in the what are our emissions and where are we, you don't see that.
Yep.
So it's a little bit, that's kind of what I was trying to get at, is like we put them in the baseline, which is really important, but then we sort of didn't put them throughout the rest of the bill in as integrated a way as I think we could. They're always off to the side as an asterisk.
Yeah.
So right now, and again, we couldn't count the baseline, but if we took action to cluster development and convert fewer forests, that also is not included in, well, that one is because it's reduced emissions from conversion, but there are things that we probably could count, they'll be very small, like we've said, that aren't, I think, fully incorporated. And it's one of the things that I don't envy the job of my colleagues in the state agencies who are working on the 80 by 50 study, because they decided in that to really try to wrap everything together, and it's proving difficult to do when you didn't do it from the beginning.
Wrap everything together in terms of how
Lands.
Okay, lands and this sequestration piece may fit into
Right.
that.
So in the scope of the study, lands are now a sector. So there's a chapter on buildings, there's also a chapter on lands, and that's a shift from the way we did our original plan and documents.
Okay. And just, I mean, as this isn't a question, but just as a sidelight, I was very interested to understand how New York approached this
Yes,
and the work
yeah.
that they had done.
Yep.
And there seemed to be some flips and twists that they were doing to try and incorporate this.
Yes,
And
Maine might be a better example.
That was exactly my impression.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Maine's doing, I think, a really great, Maine's probably more analogous to Vermont anyway,
Oh,
and they're being very careful and I think very forward thinking about how they're looking at, you know, we have a lot of forests, we have not a lot of people. Like, how do we do this so that we're being honest, we're not cheating, we're not just saying, oh yeah, the forest, it's fine, we can emit whatever we want, but they're also really trying to like look at the opportunity in their forest and land sector and say, but we have room to grow here. We can do these things and then we'll count them in the following ways. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Scott and then Robbie.
Well, I was just going to say that we didn't, the bill doesn't name drawdown specifically as a goal. So we have resilience, we have adaptation, and of course greenhouse gas emissions reduction. But we haven't named drawdown as a sort of by name, and so I guess I'm wondering whether you think that would be a valuable thing to do.
I mean, I am not an expert on this bill. I read it to try to, and I'm not actually a policy person, so I read it as well as I could to prep for this. It looks really good. I mean, I think the elements you need are there. I think my message is more, it's all about the implementation. You know, when you get past that and you have the bill and it's the Climate Council, that's where I think some of the lessons from Maine, from Massachusetts could really help you. So again, I didn't, as a quick sort of layperson read of it, it from this topic, it seemed like the bill's language is everything we need.
Yeah, we could. I appreciate you raising this. I think my sense of reading it so far is similar to Laura's, that it's in there, and the idea of mitigation, and as well as resilience and adaptation, can get at the drawdown concept. I think depending upon how it's interpreted and applied. But let me take a look back at it again.
I guess I'm just wondering whether I don't know, clarity or specificity would be a good thing.
Yeah, I think just building on what Laura said from the Massachusetts experience, this notion of treating the land sector as a sector
yes,
from the get-go, and I'm not sure that needs to be spelled out in the bill, but that should be part of the way that the council is understanding its charge would be helpful, and that's thinking about both the emissions source aspect of the land sector as well as the drawdown side of.
I guess I'm just wondering whether by naming drawdown, that's telling the council that it has to account for lands, and it has to account for opportunities to increase the sequestration and storage in ag and forestry. Just a question in my mind, that's all.
Yeah. I think it's a good way to be thinking about.
I'm just curious whether talk about land-based solutions, or is water, Massachusetts Bay, figure into this?
Oh, I took out all the ocean slides, all of them, because you guys don't have ocean.
It's not relevant to us, but I'm curious.
That's funny. I actually pulled them as like, well, maybe I won't show this coastal. So blue carbon is actually a huge thing for Massachusetts, because we have this little strip of coastal wetlands, both on the land and then eelgrass beds in the near shore in the water, and those we call them blue carbon systems just because it's salt marshes, eelgrasses, and mangroves globally are referred to as blue carbon systems. And that's a really fascinating system because the plants sequester carbon each year, and then it goes into sediment that's underwater, so there's no oxygen. So it is there indefinitely. It's anaerobic. It doesn't really decay and emit, and it accretes over time. So under a blue carbon system, you could have 100 years worth of sequestered carbon. And you can imagine then, when we don't get our sewage systems quite right, and we dump a bunch of nutrients into those systems in a way that kills them, or we, worse, we sort of de-water them, there's a word for that, we expose them to air, all of that carbon can come roaring back. So in Massachusetts, that's actually a big, it's kind of like city trees. Maybe not relevant here, definitely something that's relevant there, and something that our Division of Ecological Restoration has developed, like a blue carbon calculator, and there's all sorts of references to it in our Global Warming Solutions Act. 10 years ago when we passed the bill, I think we didn't quite have the science that we needed to on this, so there are a lot of placeholders, we're going to figure this piece out better, and now I think we're getting better at being able to do that. Specifically, what are the carbon benefits of restoring these systems? What are the carbon benefits of avoided degradation, and what levels of nutrients do you need to get below to reach that? So there's, I have 2 colleagues who are up to speed on this, and I kind of just feed off of what they do. But yeah, so I took it out because I didn't want to bore you guys with stuff. They'd be like, we don't have oceans. But yes, it's definitely relevant there.
And I might just add that although we don't have the marine blue carbon, we do have the lake and basically freshwater wetlands, and as we were talking about before, just of the importance of those, and they too are places where you get that long stored carbon in a largely unoxygenated setting, so there isn't the decomposition and emissions going on. It just is accumulating in some of our wetlands, not all of them. But so where there's that great storage, and there's the risk of significant emissions if the wetlands are converted, essentially. So it's it's the other part. It's our part of the bigger picture of wetland-related systems and their role in all of this.
Absolutely.
Does our lovely milfoil absorb any, or is that completely useless?
That's a good question. You know, all plants absorb they are carbon, right? You know, they're pulling it out, and that's how they are creating their fiber and their structure.
So we're to plant milfoil.
So that said, please don't interpret this as an endorsement of milfoil. I don't want that on the record. No, so I think that there are obviously major problems with that and other invasive plants, both aquatic and terrestrial, and although they are forms of carbon, as we are too, they're big ecological and human-related problems that those non-native species create.
I would say, as a very general rule, there's less biomass in a monoculture or a system dominated by one species. Salt marshes maybe being the exception than a diverse system. So my hunch, not knowing much about milfoil, would be that it's similar to a lot of invasive plants where you're actually going to have a less favorable carbon balance in a system that's invaded by that than the native species that have divided all the niches and are adapted to being there. But I don't know much about that particular example.
Thank you, guys. Oh, I'm sorry, Mark, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, I just maybe would want to mention one other thing. I've talked to Phil about this before. That fortunately a good chunk of Vermont's land is privately owned.
Mm-hmm.
So again, when we say we or our land, we have to understand that there is a private sector ownership
Mm-hmm.
to this. So a lot of these programs, whether there was some discussion in the sequestration group about maybe we could extend the cutting periods from a 10-year cycle to a 20-year cycle. If that's the case, again, we have to consider property owners that have to pay property taxes,
Mm-hmm.
and something that hasn't been mentioned is property taxes, and that's kind of a leading cause of forest fragmentation or sell-off or cutting. I mean, so I think that's an important aspect as well to mention, as far as property taxes alone have a critical role to play in what happens to Vermont's privately owned forests.
And I think it's very analogous in central and western Mass, where we have some state land, but it's mostly in very small, even smaller parcels than you guys have private ownership. And so any of these programs that are about supporting landowners as they do good silviculture, but maybe helping them with things that will have carbon benefits or protect soil or whatever, are really designed around how do you incentivize those landowners to do it, or at least reduce the cost. There's an analog to farming in Massachusetts where the state is looking at buying cover cropping equipment because small farmers can't afford the equipment to do the practice. They might actually be able to afford, if they're selling some of the cover crop or it's increasing their yield, the practice itself, but not the equipment. So I think there are a lot of examples of that, of sort of recognizing it has to make sense for the landowner who similarly is struggling with really high rates of really high values of the land for development and really low values of the land as forest. So getting that balance right is relevant for us as well.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think the private lands are the predominance of the land ownership pattern in Vermont, forest land and otherwise, and I think it's critical to try to figure out how to make this work essentially in a way that's helping to support private landowners and what I think the vast majority of them want to do, which is to continue to own and steward their lands and help to figure out with incentives or with revenues that can be coming in from different sources, whether that's offset markets or whether it's some of the payment for practices kind of ideas that the Family Forest Carbon program is trying to get at. And these are our landowners are scattered all around the state, but many of them are in our rural parts of the state that are struggling economically, the vulnerability issues of individual landowners and of communities that are so critical. So if we get this right, there will be an opportunity to use this as one part of a broader package of solutions that can be helping to deal with some of those really persistent, pressing, critical challenges, along with efforts to deal with the resilience and reducing vulnerability, those sorts of things. Again, in a role that our natural systems can play in helping to achieve that.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much
very
for your
much.
time in
Really
a hot,
appreciate
stuffy
this.
room, yeah.
Yeah.
This is really
We're doing our own anaerobic.
Yeah.
That's right. And I guess I'll also just say thank you for the work that you're doing on this. Realize like this is a lot of long days of hearing from a lot of people in a small stuffy room, but the work that you're doing is really important, and wherever this leads to, anyway, just want to thank you on our behalf for leaning in and for everything else that you do here on behalf of Vermont. So
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call the meeting to order at 5:30. Any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
No. Okay, good. And approval of minutes of January 22nd.
I move that we approve the minutes from January 22nd.
And a second. So it's been moved and approved to adjust the minutes, or to approve the minutes of January 22nd. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Public comment on items not on the agenda. Anybody here for public comment? No. Okay. So we're right on to select board items. And first on our list is Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, but they are not here yet. So why don't we start with the Putney Mountain land discussion and move from there. So is that you, Ann, that's presenting that?
Here's Peter and Elizabeth. Oh, okay. That's fine because I'm awaiting Pat Shields also. So that works really well.
Hi.
Hi, Peter. Just got here in the middle.
So we just started and you guys are up. So if you're ready,
Sure.
jump right in.
Okay. Do you mind if I just take my phone?
Not at all.
So, hi there. So I'm Elizabeth Bridgewater with the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. This is Pete Hadji, my colleague.
If you want to.
Okay.
Forward, you're welcome to.
Hi there. And we're delighted that you put us on the agenda to talk about some current work that we're doing in Putney. Many people know that we have an option to purchase the parcel of land that's adjacent to the Putney Food Co-op, Putney Meadows, and on Alice Hallway Drive. And our intention with that land is to build a small-scale village-style neighborhood that's in a clustered pattern that's compatible with Putney's historic housing designs, but also incorporating modern energy efficiency and building performance measures. So for every project that we take on, we conduct due diligence on the project that includes financial feasibility. We assess market demand and determine whether there's any environmental or land use concerns. This is what we call a feasibility phase. In this case, there's two groups, as you know, that are already using the land, the Putney Farmers Market and the Putney Gardens. And so we backed up into what we're calling a pre-feasibility phase, because when we did some outreach with these two groups, we were immediately intrigued by the synergistic nature of this three potential uses on the land of housing and food and community and economic development. And so we wanted to engage with the farmers market and the gardeners early on to help us think about the site and what that might mean for us and for them. And we wanted to see if we could develop a common vision that would maintain their current use and in particular help the farmers market expand, because that was part of their intention long before we had got an option to purchase the land. So we started meeting last June, and we've been meeting ever since. We raised some money to hire a facilitator because we thought that would be useful to have someone come in and work with us as a group. We wanted to work with somebody that had land use planning expertise so that any ideas that we came up with could get vetted against permit concerns, land use concerns. And we did somewhat of a light touch in that area to make sure that any ideas that we came up with as a group were feasible kind of at a top level. And so we've been meeting together since last summer. I'd say we've met every 6 weeks or so. So it's been a really great process. We've gotten to know each other a lot, gotten to really understand each other's concerns. We've learned a lot about how this works and how we might work together. We've talked about a lot of different things. And we are ready to move into a more formal feasibility process. And we are looking forward to doing that with the community gardens and with the farmers market. I think everybody's really excited to continue our work together. This is the phase of the project that we will dig more deeply into all of the issues that I mentioned and formalize our site design and the land use design. So we're here partly because we're aware that some questions have come up at previous meetings and just in the Putney community about where we are in the process. what our intentions are. And so hopefully from what I just described, you can see that we're pretty early on, and we're very much focused on engaging the two groups that are using the land right now to make sure that we can have a feasible housing project without displacing those two groups. And that's really where our focus has been to date. As we move into the more formal feasibility process, that's where we engage the broader community. We always do that in all of our processes. And at that stage, we'll be looking more at more detail at the site design, starting to develop concepts for the buildings themselves. And so we look forward to using this forum and also broader community forums where we'll engage the broader public around this process. So that's what we came to share, but we're also willing to answer any questions that you might have.
I, as you know, am a partial owner of that land, and so I'm going to recuse myself from the discussion altogether. One thing I want to point out, you have a copy of something that was presented to us at a previous meeting, and I just...
And we know this is just like preliminary. So as the zoning administrator, at some point it might be good to bring the town in. I know you're working with Pip Bannister too, right?
Yeah, we've chatted with him.
Pip's been at some of these meetings kind of as a general community member, but then shared some of his expertise in planning and zoning also.
Yeah. Okay. So I know this is not the site plan that would come to the development review board, but I'll be keeping on top of developments, and from time to time, Peter, I'm sure you and I will be speaking.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. And as Elizabeth said, you know, we were in the kind of the discussion phase with the gardens and the farmers market to really make sure that there could be common use on that land between all three uses. But in terms of any sort of permitting, we would obviously, you know, bring our ideas to you first because it is a challenging site. Mm-hmm. And through this process, and with the help of Stevens and Associates, we identified what some of those concerns would be, and what we would look at in a formal feasibility process, formal design process.
Right.
And you know, for an actual permitting, we're well ahead of that. You know, we would be looking at least a year out. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's early, and
yep.
You know, Pip is familiar with the zoning regs because he is the chair. I'm familiar with them too, so yeah. Any questions you have, you can talk to either one of us.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, we're very much looking forward to working with you. We didn't feel like it was, we were really at the top level discussions.
Right.
And so we've been keeping it focused in that part of the process. But certainly when we get to the next phase, we're very much looking forward to engaging you in conversation about what our ideas are.
Good.
I'm curious what the timeline is from like start to finish. So you're going to be entering the feasibility study phase soon. When do you think, if all goes well and everything is smooth, when would you be looking to break ground? When would you be looking to finalize?
So we have an option to purchase the land that expires in, I think it's August 1st, and we need to finalize some key due diligence tasks before we can close on that property, and that is because of HUD regulations, and that includes some of the environmental review work that HUD requires us to do. So we'll be focusing our early feasibility on that, and then of course the funding cycles are pretty set with the state, so we're going to be locked into those funding cycles. But if all goes well and according to, you know, and then we get through the environmental review process and we close on the property, we would be looking to begin fundraising in the fall and in the next spring. So throughout that whole process, we would be working with the zoning administrator, the zoning board to get our permits and finalize the site design, look at the building design, engaging the community during that process. All gearing up to those funding applications. So some of them will happen in the fall or late winter, might even be early winter of 2021. And then the biggest source of funding, which is also the most competitive source, happens every April. And so that would, if we're successful with this, we would be successful in getting those funds in April of 2021. And then we would go into a formal process of finalizing construction level documents and any other steps that we need to take around permitting or any other concerns that come up during that process, and to get to a closing, which would, our cycle is usually sometime in the fall. So we wouldn't even think about construction starting until the fall of 2021. So it kind of gives you a few of the steps along the way, but that's when, that's the earliest that it could happen.
And how many units are you considering?
24.
24. And are they single occupancy for families? What's the?
We don't have that configuration yet.
Okay.
What we looked at in this phase was really like blocks on a page, which is I think what you've been looking at, is just to make sure that we had enough space given the current use to fit, and so the next phase would be to really dig in more deeply into the elevation issues, water runoff, and some of the concerns I'm sure that you have, and see,
I have several, so.
yeah, and see where that might end up.
And is this actually, like, is this a preliminary plan? Is this what you're considering it looking like?
Can you turn that around again? 'Cause I think it's actually changed.
Yeah, because there's only 20 units on
Yeah,
that plan.
it's changed
It said
since.
24.
Yeah, this is an earlier concept that we were looking at.
The process that we were going through now was to see if there was some configurations that could work for all, where these three uses could exist on the site. If you notice, that doesn't take into account any sort of grading, that doesn't take into account any sort of building design or foundations or anything. It was really just the process we were in now was to see if the gardens, the farmers market, and a potential housing development could exist on one site. Before getting into some of these, quite frankly, more expensive details to explore, to see if there was just a way that we could all exist, and that's kind of the process that we're in right now. So.
And you've come to the conclusion that you can all coexist?
I think we've come to the conclusion that we can go to the next phase to really explore that in more detail, and that it's worth the next step, which costs more money, and so that's where we're at right now. Is that we have a loose sense that yes, I think this could work, but we still have a lot more questions to answer and a lot more detail to explore.
So you're working with Putney Meadows as well, right?
We haven't actually engaged Putney Meadows to date.
Really? Because that's where that came from.
And I have no idea how they got their hands on it, because they
yeah. So I'm glad you're here tonight.
Right.
I just want to commend you for the process up until this point. I know it's really appreciated that you dove into a complex situation and tried to find ways to make it a collaborative kind of situation. And I can see if it does work out, it sounds very exciting to me, the possibilities.
Well, I will say, I think it's really exciting. When we first met with the farmers market and some of the gardeners in June, and there was a lot of, I think, fear around what we were going to do at that meeting, and they didn't know us very well and didn't know what our process was, and so we had reached out to them the same way we're coming here, just to say, we're hearing some chatter in the community, let's reach out. And they made they described a very compelling and exciting vision of the farmers market and the gardens and the co-op and the extension of the village, and how this could really be an exciting joint project. And we just immediately were really excited and dove right in. And it's just been a really wonderful process. I think hiring a facilitator was really great because it gave us all equal footing around the table. We weren't leading the discussions, and it gave us a chance to each come to the table and be a player and share our concerns equally. And we've I think everybody's gotten out a lot of what their concerns are, and we're excited to move to the next phase together. It's been a really good process.
So if it doesn't work out with the farmers market or the community garden, are you committed to moving forward? In other words, if you can't come to an agreement, are you going to still pursue putting in units?
I think that I'm not prepared to say yes or no right now.
Okay.
Because it's really important, I think, to really explore these questions first before answering that one.
All right.
Howard.
Mr. Chairman, first, full disclosure, I am a Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust tenant, but I'm here as purely as a private citizen. Two questions that could be helpful to, especially for those watching on TV who didn't see any diagram. Are we talking about the land that is bounded by Route 5, Carroll Brown Way, and Alice Holman Drive, I believe it is?
We are.
We are?
Yes.
And how many?
Sorry, you can see on here, some of it is actually on the other side of Alice Holloway Drive.
Oh.
So it's not bounded.
Even though this is what you're planning, are you okay showing?
It kind of shows where the lots are, I suppose. So.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's not the sketch.
So that's, I see, yeah, so it actually adjoins Putney Meadows?
Yes.
On the other side of the road?
Yes.
Okay. So my other question is, about how many acres are involved here?
It's around, I think it's 4. 4 total acres. There's 6 lots, 3 in that middle island parcel that's completely bound by Carroll Brown, Alice Holloway, and Route 5, and then 3 on the other side. And it's pretty evenly split, I think, about 2 and 2. So.
Jen? So as a gardener, I've been informally involved with some of these meetings, and just one piece that I wanted to share that maybe wasn't made clear is that the driving force of the farmers market, and particularly the farmers market and the garden, is that to preserve as much green space as we can for the community, and that this become a community space with wider use than just the garden and the farmers market. We have envisioned that there'd be play space for children and other things which are still in the idea stage, but it's not just to preserve a space for the farmers market to expand or the garden to maintain its lovely tranquility, some of which may be lost, but to create an open community space that could be used for many things going forward. And that's been really driving force in the vision for our working together on all this. And Wyndham and Windsor have understood that and have been supportive. So.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we look forward to meeting with you again over the next, like I said, it'll be about a 1.5 years, so it'll be a nice long process. So.
Yeah. And when you're ready, you can call me if you want me to come to a meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you
Okay.
for offering that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
See you.
Yep.
Have a good night.
You
Good
too.
night.
Okay. So now, back to Putney Mountain land discussion.
I'm Ann Carey, Chair of the Conservation Commission. And Karen said that you got this in your packet, and I also made copies, so you don't need these, is what I'm thinking. Correct?
We have
have
You've got it.
Dated January 27, 2020.
Yeah, that's the most, I keep editing. So
Okay. As long as
this
we
is
have
it.
the right one, Ann.
This is it. Excuse me. So, basically, we're just reviewing what we already talked about briefly before. Pat Shields is here from the Putney Mountain Association. And I would just like to start by reviewing sort of the history of the forest from the town's point of view
And then Pat will sort of review what Putney Mountain Association's history with the piece of land is also. So I'm starting on the second page. The forest is 134 acres. About 85 of those are in Brookline, which has created over the years a tax liability for the town because the town does owe taxes to Brookline, as you know. But starting way back when, this land was acquired in two pieces in 1948, more or less. The part closest to the road, to Putney Mountain Road, was acquired in 48. It was logged shortly after it was acquired, and that land came given to the town. There was no cost associated with it, and about 30,000 board feet of lumber were taken out, and the town garage was built with that lumber, which I think was right across the street here at one point. And then later on, the north portion was bought by the town at a foreclosure sale for $250. So the acquisition price way back when, in the late 40s, was $250. So the other thing that's consistently happened with the town is that when the second piece came to the town, there was a town meeting vote in 1950 to not log anymore and to keep the land as for recreational purposes. And that was done. And at another town meeting later on in 1998, the residents voted to try to get the Vermont Land Trust to put an easement, conservation easement on the land, which was passed. But then I guess there was some additional discussion thereafter, and in the 1999 town meeting, people decided they didn't want to go forward with an easement, but they did reaffirm that the select board was to hold and conserve the entire town forest for recreation and wildlife protection, which sort of reinforced and expanded the 1950 vote. So there's been a history of many, many years, 70 years, of the town holding this land for recreational use. And so upon transfer, we had suggested some deed restrictions which would continue that thrust, of those various town meetings over time. Now, Putney Mountain, the town, as far as I can figure out, contributed in 1997 to the construction of the parking area, the upgrade of the parking area off Putney Mountain Road. And Pat can speak more about what the contributions of Putney Mountain were in that regard. But we helped, I think the road crew helped with the construction of that parking area in 1997. Since then, it's pretty much been Putney Mountain Association. So that's over 20 years. And in regard to the possible, we'd have the benefit of making sure the land was safe and it continued to be used for what the town wanted it used for if this transfer occurred. But there are also some financial considerations, which is on the first page, which is that we currently have a tax liability of approximately $2,000 a year to Brookline. And Jordy is here. He's helped us run these numbers because he knows the tax law. And that's, if you have questions, I'm going to refer you to him if you are worried about calculations, because I don't know what they are. But if we did sell or transfer the town forest to the Putney Mountain Association, our tax liability to Brookline goes away because we don't own the land. That's pretty straightforward. So that's a $2,000 liability that we would no longer have. We would then start receiving on the town portion of the town forest, the portion of the town forest which is located in Putney, which is about 48.8 acres. And we've calculated that that might bring in about $900 a year in taxes to the town. And then additional consideration is that currently the town of Brookline pays Putney an amount very similar to our tax obligation to them, in the $2,000 range, for road maintenance of the end of Holland Hill Road and Bennett Road, which is both of which are in Brookline. And the town maintains those roads, winter and summer, grading, gravel, snow plowing. And for that service, Brookline is paying the town approximately the same amount as we owe them in taxes. Money actually goes back and forth. But following the transfer, Putney would have to work out we'd have to see if Brookline wanted us to continue those services, and if so, how much they might pay Putney for doing that. That might be another source of income, or if they don't want us to do it, then we would save the money we are now spending on that work from the highway budget. So I just wanted to mention, those possible, well, probably likely financial benefits of the transfer. And that is really all I have to say. And I'd like Pat to spend some time talking about what Putney Mountain has been doing with the land, because conservation has nothing to do with this piece of land. And I think since we did the parking lot, pretty much the town hasn't done anything except perhaps out of the goodness of some road crew hearts, like maybe plowing a little piece of the parking lot or, something like that. But basically, for more than 20 years, we, as far as I know, haven't had much interaction, if any, with this land in terms of management. Putney Mountain's been doing all of it, and Pat will talk a little bit about what those things have been.
Just ask one clarifying question,
Sure.
I'm sorry. I have been under, well, maybe you're about to explain this. I've been under the impression that it was actually 2 different parcels. Is that not right? It just is because they're in 2 different towns that it appears as 2 different parcels?
It's very complicated. Originally, it was 2 different parcels that had nothing to, all the land was in Putney. It was 2 different parcels to begin with. In 1936, evidently, this is a title search that was done by the old Conservation Commission. There was a woman who gave the town a half interest in her land. That was the land closest to, and then I don't know what happened, but there had to be a court decision dividing the land eventually between the town and this person. And that's when we got a section of the town forest that was closest to Putney Mountain Road. So that facilitated the logging because there was access from the road. And then later on, there was a piece of land to the north that went into foreclosure, and for $250, the town bought it. So that comprised the town forest. Then at some point, there was a town line. I guess the town line's been moved a number of times between Putney and Brookline. And it ended up somehow that of that Putney town forest, 85 ended up on the Brookline side of a town line adjustment. And I don't know the date that happened. And I think the town wasn't really too much aware of it because they didn't pay taxes for a long time, and Brookline was threatening to foreclose, and then they worked out the deal with the roads, or the road maintenance. So there were 2 different parcels to begin with in putting the town forest together, and then the town line adjustment made it 2 different. I mean, they weren't the exact same parcels, but it put it into 2 different parcels again.
Okay. What I wanted to give you some maps just to, I think it would be easier to understand how this fits with Putney Mountain's land.
Thank you, Pat.
So we're talking about the parcels in red here. And the parcels in red are really the doorway to the summit owned by Putney Mountain and to all of our lands going north. And then across the street, we have an easement that gets us to our lands going south. For all intents and purposes, Putney Mountain has really been stewarding this land and kind of thinking it was our, taking care of it as if it was our own, both the piece that was in Putney and then the piece that was in Brookline. And the loop trail actually goes through Putney and Brookline coming back. Okay?
It doesn't get into Putney at all.
Oh, no, the whole?
The town line is down the slope.
All right, so the loop
But
trail.
it's all town forest.
It's all town forest. So our taking care of it went back to the 50s, where there was a work crew to kind of clear out the town forest land up to the summit. And then basically Ann referred to the grading of the parking lot in the late 90s. Actually, PMA applied for some $2,200, and it was a joint effort between PMA and then the town provided some labor and equipment for that. Since in the last 10 years, on the second page you can see, we've been really active in taking care of that land. That's a very heavily used trail, both going up to the summit and coming back on the west cliff. And so we've had to, on a foliage weekend, it sees over 100 people a day. You know, and so it can get very muddy, so we've had to do considerable work. We've invested money in doing that. So when Ann came and said, would Putney Mountain be interested in accepting this land, it made sense to us because we were already taking care of it. What we would do with it, if we would enroll it in the current use program under conservation, which is a category open to non-profit conservation organizations. And then we would pay taxes at the current use level, both to Putney and to Brookline, and the state would make up the difference. So that's how you'll get the tax benefit.
Right.
We weren't planning to put a conservation easement on it right away, and that's why we asked for some deed restrictions. And the reason for that is it costs us about $22,000 to put a conservation easement with Vermont Land Trust now on a parcel of land. That's really hard money to fundraise for as just a single project. So what we do is raise for conservation easements in conjunction with raising money for an acquisition. So if we could ever piggyback that, we would do that. But we feel that with the deed restrictions on it, we don't. It's going to be preserved because we're going to put it in conservation.
The initial idea of the town, one of the older town meeting votes, when they thought about putting a easement on running to the Vermont Land Trust, let's see, that was in conjunction with Putney Mountain Association Summit was going to be have a conservation easement on it, and Windmill Hill Pinnacle land to the north of that in other words, it was a package deal like Pat's talking about, where the easement would have covered Putney Mountain land, town land, and Pinnacle land, and that's what didn't go ahead. But packaging it like that, it's always $15,000 to $20,000 in that range to get a Vermont Land Trust easement on a piece of land. It's a lot of work, and they have a stewardship fund that they fund too.
Is that why, do you think it was for financial reasons that they chose to rescind the resolution?
I think it may have been partially for that, but there's also just sort of, I think, a tendency on a number of residents' parts of not wanting to turn over control to any other outside entity. I think that's been sort of a strain of thought that runs along through certain decisions.
So I'm curious if there would be public support for it now.
Can I just add, so we talked about having an article on the warning at town meeting for the potential of selling this property. So I consulted with legal counsel, and he's recommended that we we present it at town meeting as a non-binding item under other business. So at that point, and I would invite Pat and Jordy and anyone else who wanted to speak on that. and bring it to the public at town meeting and see how they feel and try to get a consensus. And the select board can sell property, town-owned property. We have to post it 30 days in advance. We do a public informational hearing, and then we can move forward that way.
So even if we got a consensus at town meeting day, we would still go through the process of posting it and doing,
Yeah.
okay,
It's, state
Okay.
statute, that's
yeah,
the process.
all right.
So that's the process for moving toward a vote of the select board. That's a public hearing, a second public hearing,
Right.
that before the select board would vote to actually transfer the property. If that's what you're thinking of.
Yeah, so it'd be brought up at town meeting,
Right.
so that technically would be the first hearing, which we would have to post.
Can we do that as a hearing at town meeting?
I'll have to check
Yeah,
with
we
Larry
should
just to
confirm that.
confirm it. But if it's on the agenda,
Right, certainly
Right,
discussion, it's just
right.
I'm not sure it would count. I don't
as the
know.
first one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So-
but I will check with him. But I think if it's posted legally,
Yeah.
30 days in advance.
Yeah.
And we can always do a second hearing as well.
And the tax income, is it something that you would ask for relief from after?
No, Putney Mountain, we voluntarily pay our taxes because we feel that that's important in order to get support for conservation.
I'm sorry, Pat, I sort of got lost in, so would you seek an easement on this piece or not?
We would not unless
Okay.
we could do it in conjunction with another project where we would raise money for the easement.
I see.
Because it's
Because of
virtually,
the cost. Yeah,
it's virtually impossible to not impossible, but
Very hard to raise.
very hard to
money.
If they were gonna acquire, it's much easier to fundraise if you're gonna acquire a new piece of
parcel.
land,
Right.
yeah.
No, I
And
caught all that. but
Most
somehow
of the
missed
people I've talked to in Putney sort of say, oh, don't they own that already?
Right.
So it'd be,
No, they just did all the work.
yeah.
And since Putney Mountain would own it with deed restrictions, and Putney Mountain is a land conservation organization, there's very little need
Right, for an
For-
actual
for-
easement.
for
Yeah,
actual
yeah.
easement.
And actually, for us to enroll it in current use, we have to prepare a management plan.
Right, of course.
Only
yeah.
it's managed for conservation.
Yeah.
And-
So just for reference, Jordy, on this map, is this is Dusty Ridge, is that right? Where it changes from PMA to,
No, this is Five Corners. No, this is Five Corners.
which is,
This is Holden Road down to.
oh, okay.
And this is Mill, and this is Jesse Brook. So this is the class 4 road.
That goes
Town line
over,
is
so
here.
this is the extension of Holden Road?
Yeah,
That's where it transferred that, so that's.
so
the
right
dot
here
over
is
there.
where Adam was.
The old
Right,
grain
yeah,
trailer
yeah,
is right
Where-
down there.
Yeah.
Grain trailer's
Right there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Picture.
It's funny how Holland and Putney Mountain are spread on the map. I think they'd be more parallel.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
always on that
Nice
side.
job.
By the old school, so hard they below. Hill and Dale.
I
I'm
was just,
looking at
we're still busy.
So this is Dusty Ridge right here, so this is, but that doesn't, I guess that must be right.
We get
So
Vantage
this is
Road.
Dusty Ridge here? Must be.
No, it's
No.
past it.
Dusty Ridge, this is Pete Gunther's.
Oh, okay.
So.
I see.
Mowing-
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
Benny Road.
Yeah.
So it's Jesse's.
Right. Yeah, no, I knew, that all made sense, but then I couldn't,
Yeah, this is-
I just was envisioning that, I was like, wait a minute, that seems like it
It's
should
right
be
in
there.
the corner. Right?
Yeah, exactly, that's why I was like,
Yeah.
all right, thanks.
And
All right,
I just
Yes.
had one other comment. I was just wondering if it would be, I know the attorney's already been in conversations about this, with Karen. But could these documents, especially the deed restrictions, be reviewed by him as well? Like the history and the deed restrictions, and see what he thinks about that. And maybe Pat's, I don't know whether he'd be interested in Pat's activities, but it seems relevant.
I can provide him with supporting documentation.
Okay, that'd be
Because
great.
the more,
Because Pat and I sort of worked on the deed restrictions based on some of the Vermont Land Trust documents and some of our own ideas. So this is not coming from a legal source at this point.
yeah, there's a ways to go with this once we get past town meeting. So.
Town meeting will be fun.
Mr. Fairman.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I should like to ask the speakers a question.
Certainly.
You've mentioned $20,000 to $25,000 to achieve conservation easement. Could you give us a bit of detail about what that money pays for?
That pays for Vermont Land Trust staff and work and their stewardship of the land.
And legal fees.
And legal fees. So that is a fee that we pay to the Vermont Land Trust. They do an ecological assessment of the land. Then we jointly do a management plan for that. They review it. And then they also, because once they have a conservation easement on it, they monitor it going forward. And so that's part of their cost too.
Yeah, they have a stewardship fund, and part of the money that Putney Mountain Association would give them goes into their stewardship fund. That's invested, that generates the money to pay the stewards to go out and check that people are following the agreements.
Is there anything in what they do that you're not already doing?
Is there anything what?
Anything that the services that they would offer that you don't already do in the Putney Mountain Association? It seems like you do a lot of those
In
things.
terms of the land management of the land, no. This is in terms of planning for the land.
Okay.
And then they hold the legal rights so that it can't be developed except for in accordance with what's in the easement.
And isn't some of our grant funding contingent on having that conservation easement?
Yes, when we use any of the state money from the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, and last month we just got a grant of $116,000 for, we're extending our lands and a trail down to Prospect Hill. Then as a contingency on that money, we have to put an easement on it with the Vermont Land Trust, and it's held jointly with VHCB.
With the survey that they do, what does that look like? Do they study every possible species in the
No,
what is that?
That's not that. They do first of all not an off the land survey of the land using the Vermont's conservation design, and see what's on the land that way, and then they do an on the site walking around and doing it.
Looking for rare or endangered plants.
Vernal pools.
Vernal pools, sensitive areas.
We have some endangered species on our land going north, and they would look to see whether. And in terms of this particular parcel of land, we're not going to find any rare and endangered species on it.
So Pat, do they also look at forest management plan?
We jointly develop a plan with them.
Together, okay.
Yeah.
But if you're going into current use, you're required to do that anyway.
Exactly.
So,
The plans are just a little bit different, but.
No, I mean, I think that the sort of most basic answer I would have to your question is the scale of the organization is so much bigger that the Vermont Land Trust has more financial backing. I think we are very fortunate to have Putney Mountain Association be a very stable organization, but the Vermont Land Trust's ability to have legal support, state funding, so on and so forth is much greater. So them holding an easement is just a more secure investment in the long-term conservation of the land. So there's value in it in that sense. And they then are responsible for stewardship, But you
They
guys,
don't do any.
I was gonna say, you guys are the ones who would actually do the work. They would just essentially confirm that the
Right.
plan is being followed.
Exactly.
That's their role in stewardship, is just to watch what's going on and sort of keep the paperwork to make sure that it keeps happening. So,
Thank you for educating me on that. Great, thank you.
Anything else? Any other questions? So, yeah, I mean, I think we see what the legalities are, or whether it's technically a hearing at town meeting. And then, I mean, I think that personally, hearings outside of town meeting are likely to draw people that are less likely to appear at town meeting.
Yeah.
And I think there's an advantage to that. So, I mean, it sounds like we would be required to have at least one other public
One or
hearing
two,
anyway,
yes,
but I
yeah.
think that would be, as far as getting people in to talk about
Transparency,
something,
yes.
exactly, I think that's a better idea anyway. So sort of regardless of how it works out with town meeting, we would be doing that
Yeah.
in addition, so
Yeah.
that's a good thing. All sounds reasonable, keep proceeding. I mean, it sounds like the Putney Mountain Association's goals are very well aligned with the town goals, and like David said, you're already doing it, so.
Yeah.
And the Conservation Commission doesn't want it.
Doing the work and paying the taxes.
And they-
Perfect. Blessings to everybody.
No, and I have no idea, but I would certainly speculate that Brookline would have no interest in taking back the maintenance of those roads, so.
No, but,
I mean, that's not very realistic for them.
no.
Because they'd have to increase their workload to pick up Putney
Well,
Mountain
they're
Road
land-
up to
they're
Bennett Road,
landlocked,
and they don't want to do that.
exactly. So,
Because they don't
and we-
plow Putney Mountain Road in the winter.
You know, we have those arrangements with Westminster and
Right.
Yeah,
Brookline,
whatever
and, you
makes
know,
sense.
but so,
I'll have to have that
Where-
conversation with them.
Where's the town line on Holland Hill Road? Where is it?
it's just past Betsy's.
It's just past Betsy's.
Betsy's still in
Yeah.
Putney.
Yeah, down
Yeah.
in
It's just-
So it's right where the trail crosses, or just
More or less,
More or less.
yeah.
It's a little down the hill.
Yeah.
Kent Fields?
Right
It's not
at the
very much a
corner,
Holland
right?
Hill, I mean.
Yeah, right,
Ken-
somewhere right there.
right near
Yeah.
Ken-
It's the blue line, blue line.
Yeah, somewhere.
Good. Okay.
Pop in someday and I'll show you on
Yeah,
the town
Yep.
view map, just where all the houses are and what it looks like.
excellent, thank you.
All right, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Will
you.
you need me as a lister or am I?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
No. Thank you for coming in, Jordy.
Thank you. We'll see you all.
Thank you.
Make sure you put it on
See
the
ya.
time sheet.
No, this was talking
All right, so,
Thank you,
proposed,
ladies.
Thank you.
have a good night. Proposed FY '21 general fund budget approval. So,
So before
any
you,
changes from, go ahead.
no,
Yeah,
no changes, Josh,
yeah.
but there are two items I'd like to discuss
Mhm.
prior to approval of the general fund budget. So as you know, the library proposed FY '21 appropriation is already in the general budget.
Mhm.
Okay, so we won't be voting on the library budget because it's, the appropriation
Is
is
part of
in-
the general fund.
It is.
Right, yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
Second, I know we've discussed this, and, social service agency contributions. So Group A, right now, we have 4,
Do we?
It's in there.
It is in there?
Keep it
Okay.
flipping.
Yeah.
don't flip too much, okay, because people get so mixed up.
It looks like that.
Financials, yeah.
Maybe it's in there.
I think it might be on this side of his,
Oh,
his,
Under the staple?
It's like halfway through the stacking. Right there, next page.
Yeah.
okay. So we're all on board now.
Right.
So we have 4 organizations in Group A. As you know, Putney Community Cares and Putney Family Services merged last
Right.
year,
Yeah.
okay? So we ended up doing 4 appropriations, even though 2 merged as 1, okay? So the question is, do you want to continue to leave it as 4, or you do 3 and you divide it evenly?
So historically, it was, we divided it by the number, and even though this is one entity now, we're considering giving each part of it an equal share.
Which is what we did last year. We agreed to do that last, that was
Right.
part of the discussion. When they were debating the merger, they came and said, you know, this is a concern for us. As it is now, we get 2 allocations. You know, can we continue to get 2 allocations going forward? And we agreed that yes, that made sense because of the amount of service they provide. And we discussed how we would basically reconcile that going forward, but we haven't
You have
we
not.
haven't come to a conclusion
Right.
as to how we would do that.
Now,
So-
can I mention too, for any entity, if they want an increase in their appropriation, they have to petition and get the recommended signatures on the petition and have an article at town meeting.
You mean in order to change from like Group C to Group B? Right.
No, but to even add more money, okay? So like, yeah, if Group C, someone in Group C wanted to be in Group B, they'd
Right.
have to petition.
Right.
But, yeah, anyone wanting to change, an increase, would have to petition for that.
But there's no protocol for giving unequal shares to entities in any given group.
No.
It's divided by the number of people, number of.
Correct.
Got it, and that's it.
Yep.
Okay.
How do we decide, and I know we've had this discussion before, so I apologize if this question has come up before, but how do we decide how much service?
Yeah.
And so, for example, like the Gathering Place, many people go there during the day from Putney to spend time there, and I'm curious how that's considered to have a less significant level than SEVCA and youth services and.
May I make a recommendation?
Yeah.
So equity and inclusion.
Yeah.
I think this would
I
be
put this on their
a
radar.
task
Yeah.
for them to look at and
I
to
agree.
determine. Some towns are decreasing their appropriations to social agencies. I'm not sure that Putney even wants to consider something like that, but we have equity and inclusion committee, and I think this would be a nice task for them to look at and determine how we move forward.
When we got the packet earlier and described what the services were and the number of people they served, and I read it all, and I didn't really have any way of judging what that meant. Yeah,
Right.
maybe 700 people were served, but maybe each one of those 700 people got 5 minutes time, and maybe they got 3 weeks worth of help. I had no idea
Right.
of how to value that. I
Yeah.
didn't know what to do with that, and it
And-
seemed like we needed to follow that up.
Yeah.
So maybe some ought to get more, and maybe some ought to get less. How do you do that?
And is that unduplicated, that number, 700, or is that?
Right, exactly.
I know, it's.
We have looked at sort of more in-depth information about that occasionally in the past. You know, they provide to us each year a report of how many people they serve. You know,
And it goes in the
some
town
of it like Groundworks, perhaps. No, probably not like Groundworks. But
Well, we can talk
or
about it.
some of it like the Gathering Place would likely be a little bit more of an estimate than hard. You know, I mean, a place like SEVCA can provide very clear information as to
Right.
the number of weatherization projects they did in
And the
Putney.
extent of it. And,
You know, and the Gathering Place, it's hard for them, you know, yes, they have lots of people from Putney coming in, but do they track it as, you know, and I'm picking on
Yeah.
the Gathering Place, I don't know
Yeah.
whether that's correct or not.
No, it's a
But
good-
it's a much harder
Yep.
sort of calculus for some of these than it is for
Right.
others. So, you know, it's worth reviewing every once in a while, and I think equity and inclusion would be a good place for that also. I mean, I agree. I think that's a good spot. And, you know, it's also, you know, essentially our job to review, you know, this was originally adopted in 1999. We've been doing social service agencies before that, but this was the sort of retooled version of it as of then. and I can't remember the details.
Can I ask how you came up with 2.5%?
It
It's
was,
in the policy.
and
What'd you say?
It's in the policy.
and I think that was an article at one point. I think.
Okay.
I would have
So
to
the
look
town voted
back.
on that.
I believe
Okay.
so.
And it's 0.025 on the overall operating budget. So that's general fund and highway.
Got it.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I even would push a little bit further, and this is a good conversation for equity and inclusion, but just because an agency is based outside of Putney doesn't, you know, I question, like, there are agencies in here that may be serving Putney people more than
Right.
agencies within Putney. It's fully possible because they're in a hub community, so, you know, we're locked into a lot of services outside of Putney.
Is there any kind of formula, accepted formula for determining the value of a service like that we can put these
No, I've
businesses
looked
up
at other
against?
towns
Which is-
too,
Yeah, I was
so
gonna say.
everybody
Yeah.
is on a different level.
How do you
I mean-
qualify having a homeless shelter outside of your community that takes all of your homeless community members and
Exactly.
shelters them?
Right.
And now you don't have that problem within your community.
That's
It's
why I'm asking
outside
the
of
question,
it.
I don't know.
You know, it's a really complex
Yeah.
issue.
And the 2.5% is not unusual for towns to have somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
Somewhere between, 1.5% and 3.5% is sort of an average for a lot of towns.
Okay.
And what that's based on, I
Yeah,
don't
and
really
you're
know.
looking at
But
40 to 50,000, you know. I know Newfane has reduced their social agency appropriations for 21. But again, I think somebody really needs to look into this.
Yeah.
And
Does
in-
Brattleboro do it to 2.5%?
somewhere in that
it's the same.
ballpark, I can't remember.
I don't know what
I'm just
Brattleboro's
curious,
is,
like,
but their
how-
budget is so much different than ours. We can't, I don't compare our, anything
Yeah.
like
Because
that
their scale
with
is
Brattleboro.
The,
Yeah.
the
They have
comparison I was
such
trying to
a-
make was because of what Laura said about if you have a hub community and they're
Right.
providing more
Right.
services,
Right.
would they then spend a higher percentage? You know, how do we look at it? Is that another way to look at it?
But they
Well-
have additional funding beyond
And-
beyond this
and I
that
think-
they allocate.
I think as to what you were asking about, sort of how you relate the
Yeah.
services provided by this to the services provided by this, if you just look at who these are in Group B, which are SEVCA, Visiting Nurse Alliance, Youth Services, Council on Aging, Healthcare and Rehab, they have the ability to go to a much greater community in order to raise money. For Putney, the Putney Community
Right.
Center,
Right.
what they do as a service in town, you may or may not feel that they do a whole lot, but their ability to reach out to a larger group is almost non-existent.
Yeah.
So, it's sort of a commitment based
Get that.
strictly
Okay.
on them being within Putney, and then a commitment to the work they're doing. But should it be looked at regularly? Absolutely.
No,
Yeah.
that's an excellent point.
And the other thing too is perhaps we look at other towns, because I'm sure most of these organizations are getting funding
From most of,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Wyndham County.
Well, I remember
Yeah,
reading
but they're
Vermont-
serving most of Wyndham County too.
Yes,
so it's-
definitely.
Vermont, New
yeah.
Hampshire visiting nurses was getting contributions from like 88 communities or something like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
It was like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
oh, well, great. That
Right.
makes a huge difference. It's what the point you're trying to
Of
make.
course, their budget is massive also,
Right.
but and again, their ability to bring in grant money and federal money, and all sorts of things is very different. But
And I'm not discounting
yeah,
these
no, I know.
organizations do in
But
any
it's
way
hard.
whatsoever. They're amazing, and
But
I know
it's
they.
hard.
Yeah.
but I'd like to make another comment that I know there was an organization in Group C. There were two other organizations merged with one. So there's actually three, but they're only getting a single appropriation.
Well, that I don't know whether you're referring to Groundworks, but we had that discussion about Groundworks 2 or 3 years ago. I don't remember.
I have to be careful on that
Yeah,
one too,
no,
because
I
I
know,
work
Yeah,
for,
but
but-
my
full
point
disclosure, I work for
is that
Groundworks.
any one of these agencies can merge with
Yeah.
someone because of financial.
And like you said,
implications,
they,
and it's
well,
like-
and like you said, they can also petition.
Right.
I mean, they can
Right.
come, you know, they can come to us and
Right.
say, this is what we're doing for your town, and we'd like you to do more.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we can consider that. You know, the other thing that's tricky is the way it's divided up, and not that this is a bad thing, but whenever you move from one group to another, it significantly dilutes the amount of, you know, when you, if you were to, for example, take another Group C person and put them in Group B, suddenly that 18,000 is divided by 6.
Right.
Their allocation or divided, yeah, it is divided by 6, or divided by 5. It would go to 6, their allocation would go to, you know, drop by $700. That's a big change for them. So,
And I was looking at that in Group A, how these two impact, if it was broken up into 3,
Right.
they would each be getting $7,441.
Right.
exactly,
So,
which would be great for the two.
yeah, they're
Cut
getting
everybody by
$1,860
Exactly,
less.
which is big, you
Yeah.
know, so.
So what's your pleasure? Do
I
you
mean-
want to leave it the way it is another year and have equity inclusion look at it?
We certainly need more information, I think.
Well, I don't think we have, I think it would be unfair based on our assertions made a year ago during this discussion with Putney Community Cares for us to cut that by a significant number.
Okay.
You know, how it should be, should we, I think, yes, we should definitely look at it. You know, one of the questions would be, is there a way for us to analyze this so that we can justify different numbers for
Right.
different people? But this is how it breaks out from the policy, so we'd have to look at the whole policy and
Right.
go back to that. And this may be, you know, our concern when we were talking about this is that we all knew what was going on,
Yeah, future.
but that 5 years from now,
Right.
a different select board sitting
Yeah.
here is gonna go, well, wait a minute, that's one organization,
Right.
why are they getting 2 things? So that was why the discussion happened, so we just need to be clear about it, and I think we're clear, or I'm certainly clear in my mind, that we made this commitment a year ago, and we should continue to honor that until we figure out a policy change that allows for
Okay.
that.
Do you have that in the minutes?
And I think we should give them fair warning that we
Yeah.
are considering a policy change so that they can
Yeah.
adjust.
Well, and you know, we did that in that discussion. We
Yeah.
said,
Yeah.
this is something we're gonna be looking at, but we also made a pretty significant commitment to saying, we
Yeah.
wanna support you at this level
Right, yeah.
for the foreseeable future, and I think it would be a mistake. I mean, that, you know, when you look at, well, I mean, they're all very different organizations, but what they provide is very different
Yeah.
too, so.
Okay.
Mr. Fairman.
Mr. Chairman, first, I commend the point you made earlier about Putney Community Center being basically a Putney-based organization, while others may be much more broadly based. And in that regard, not everyone is aware Vermont, New Hampshire Visiting Nurse and Hospice is now part of DHMC.
Right. Yeah.
I've confirmed that with people who work there.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, when grassroots folks at town meeting are looking at this, we are being asked to oblige ourselves to make charitable donations to these organizations. And that's a good idea, but apropos what they do for us, it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask them, what have you done during the past year for Putney residents?
Which we do, and we get that information from them. I think that, you know, what I would take away from your point about them being part of DHMC is part of exactly what we were just talking about. You know, DHMC's ability to raise money is massive. Their budget is equally massive. But does it shift our responsibility to the local, you know, I don't know how that, I mean, is it gonna be DHMC in the future that appears to, that appeals to us for an allocation, and if so, you know, that would have a very different, like you say, I mean, to me, that's no longer a grassroots organization. I mean, you know, they may be doing grassroots work in our community, but that, I think that would be a great question for equity and inclusion to explore, is you know, when a merger of that scale occurs, because as we know, I mean, DHMC is just gobbling up absolutely everything. You know, are they making money off it? Who knows? But, you know, it shifts the equation,
That's last
so.
year.
And we do get all that info. I mean, anybody who's interested, they're in the town reports.
Right.
But even what's in the town report, we are definitely privy to more information than that if
Right.
we want it.
Correct.
1,347 home care visits
In
to
Putney.
63 Putney residents, and it included approximately $49,329 in unreimbursed care to Putney residents.
So,
I'm sorry.
and then if if you were to look at that side by side with Putney Community Cares, to your point of what an outside organization is doing in Putney, and I'm not, I don't know how that bears out,
Yeah.
but
I think it's worth looking at.
it's worth looking at,
Yeah,
definitely.
and I think equity inclusion is the right.
Yeah, I
Place
agree.
to start with it anyway,
Yeah.
I'm going to their next meeting, so I'll bring this.
Okay.
You got
What
something
you
else.
need.
Well, I did, you know, maybe we should look at why they,
Yeah,
the
if you can
DHMC
get a policy
required that,
from
is it
a
because the
control, I'm
launch
sure I have
manager
original copy of
can't
this, but
function, they're
separated, so
losing
we can
money.
forward it
If
to
they,
them.
if,
Yeah.
if they're not under that umbrella, then we lose that service, and does that mean then we shouldn't contribute because they're under a bigger organization? But wait a minute, we lose that service, and there's a lot of people, I know my mom is benefited from that service.
No,
And
and
it's like,
that's,
so then you got to look at that part of it too. It's like-
absolutely,
So.
right. Well, and I think that, if, I don't know whether in absorbing them, they are, for all practical purposes, dissolving this,
Right.
or whether this will be its own entity that runs under the umbrella of, and that, again, would shift that equation. But it would be incumbent upon either the Visiting Nurse Alliance or DHMC to come to us in the future and say, this is what we're doing and this is why it's valuable to your community. Because if they, just listening to those numbers that Laura just read, that's a huge amount of services within Putney. And, for us to get all that for, not that they aren't getting insurance and other things, but, this is a small price to pay to
Yes.
contribute to that,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I agree.
But
We could probably talk about this for a year.
Right.
Yeah.
what do you think? Should we, a year? You good? You in?
Did you bring your lunch? You brought lunch. Did you bring lunch for next week?
Granola bar in my bag.
All the chit chat, come on, all the chit chat.
All right.
So, there's no change in the social agency appropriations. We talked about the library. So, if you're ready to vote or approve the general fund budget,
Where's the total?
bring it back.
Okay. I move to approve the general fund budget for 2020 in the amount.
2021.
2021, sorry.
Okay.
In the amount of $1,415,586.56.
And I second that.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to approve the general fund budget in the amount of $1,415,586.56. If there is no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye.
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 That's a lot, I know. I know, it's a big vote, right?
All right, highway fund, any changes, anything you want to highlight?
No, I didn't make any changes to that.
Okay, so can you provide Laura with that number as well?
Please and thank you. Okay. I move to approve the highway fund budget for 2021 in the amount of $1,218,593.46.
And I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the highway fund budget in the amount of $1,218,593.46. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 You did better with that one, David.
Huh?
You did better with that
It's a
one.
little quicker coming out.
Sorry.
Warmed himself up.
No, it's not that.
Sewer budget?
And we don't have
It's a
any.
different budget.
Sewer budget.
Sorry.
Yeah. We don't have any changes in sewer or water either, right?
No, I did not make any changes.
Alright, so I move to approve the sewer department budget for 2021 in the amount of $275,932.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the sewer department budget in the amount of $275,932. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, water budget.
Thank you.
I move to approve the water department budget for the year 2021 in the amount of $152,053.
And I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the water department budget in the amount of $152,053. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And I would just like to say thank you, Karen and Alyssa, for all the work that we know goes into that. And,
Yeah,
much
Alyssa,
appreciated.
you're welcome. Alyssa and Kim both
And Kim.
have been a big help.
Good.
And there's been a lot of eyes on the numbers and.
Good. All right, so FY21 articles for town meeting approval.
All right, so in your
But
packet.
those aren't FY21 articles, are they? No. Those are
No.
just articles for town meeting approval.
Right. Right. Yeah, it should say 20.
I didn't see it somewhere.
So it's drop 4.
I don't think I have that. but I'll-
Yeah, everyone should. It's like in between
Yeah.
your budgets and your
I think I
financials.
found it. There it is.
Looking for
There
just
you
right in
go.
front of us.
I
hid yours, Josh.
Have a copy, please.
Sorry, what's that?
Does the public have a copy of that, please?
Yes.
You can have mine.
Wait, no, I think.
Thank you.
All right. So,
It's a lot of papers there, Josh.
I know, throws me off.
So I had legal counsel review and he approved.
Okay.
In the warning, you will see the fire engine. So we discussed this in the last meeting with Tom. Actually, we discussed it a couple times. So it is in the warning as an Australian ballot vote because we're looking to bond with Vermont Municipal Bond Bank
Right.
at 1.45%. So I don't know if that percentage rate will stay, but if you read the article,
Not to exceed 2%.
not to exceed 2%, and it's a 10-year note,
Right.
which is gonna save on
A
interest.
bunch of money, yeah.
Okay. What needs to happen with the bond bank, so we have to do a resolution. We have to post it in the paper, we gotta post it, in our usual places, but we definitely have to have a public informational hearing on this article. And,
In advance of town meeting?
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
How many days in advance do you know?
Well,
Probably 15?
between, I think it was February 12th and the 22nd, so you get it 10 days before. What I'd like to do is,
Seconds go.
yeah,
Yeah.
what I'd like to do is do one in early February, and then if we have to have a second one, we can have it before town meeting,
Why would we need to have a second?
just in case we may have a lot of questions.
So,
The 12th is our regular meeting.
it is, okay, that's
Yes,
what,
it is,
so
yeah.
we'll have it
We could
in
do.
conjunction with
Yeah.
our regular, let's do
Yeah,
that.
I could do a half an hour before.
Yeah,
And I would recommend having it at the fire station because it may bring people out and the equipment is right
It's
there
right
for
there.
people to
Yeah.
look at.
yeah.
Ooh, fun.
So we have that meeting, and if it gets on the ballot, and if it gets voted to, we pursue bonding, and this whole process takes, if it all goes through, a year, 2 years?
No, so
I'm
what?
trying to get an idea
Right.
of what putting it off for a year would mean for getting the truck, and what that would mean for increased cost of the truck and decreased cost in trade-in. I
Right.
don't know how long this process takes.
So if this article stays on the warning and it's approved by the voters, so I would have to work with the bond bank. And now, they award loans, bonds, like in the spring and the fall. So I would say we'd be looking at the fall, okay?
I think
Now,
last time it was in August. For the gravel pit, it was in August, it was right around August 1st.
yeah, it was just before.
Right.
Yeah, but that was a spring bond.
Allocation.
Yes,
was it? Okay.
yeah.
That's when the funds were released though. Okay.
Right, because we had already been working on that with
Yeah.
the bond bank.
Yeah,
So I'm thinking the timing would probably be in the fall. Now, according to Tom, the company that's gonna build the truck, so they don't take any money until we take delivery.
right.
So that whole timing too is gonna be, I gotta watch what's gonna happen here. So we could be looking at money in the spring of '21 or getting the truck in '21. Now, with the bond bank too, usually your first year is interest payments.
Right.
And then the next year is your principal payment with your interest. So our first payment may not be until fiscal year '22.
So this last payment on this truck, the 37,000 that we're paying
Yes.
this year,
Yeah,
and so we wouldn't be paying until '22 for that truck. If this all goes through, if it's an article, if it
Right.
gets voted in,
right.
everything works the way you're projecting it, that is 1 year, 21, where we don't have that payment. We don't have a payment for that.
We may have an interest payment, because usually the first year.
How long does it take to build a truck like that?
About 18 months.
What's that?
Yeah, see, and that's part of
Like
the
5,000. Thank
issue
you.
with the timing.
Trying to get a bigger
Wow.
picture here, of, how we can keep some of these spaces.
And the question that goes with that, Laura, for me is, when in relationship to this, can Tom say, yes, go ahead, and when will they?
Right.
I mean, just because we vote on it, is their confidence level high enough that it's gonna, or do they wanna wait until the bond bank approves it before they start fabricating the truck?
Yeah.
I have no
Right.
idea.
Right.
And
How
do those-
often
and
does
will
the, I'm sorry.
And will those things mean a difference in loss and increase in the cost of the truck and the value of the trade-in? And
Right,
yeah.
when is it smartest for us to do this?
Yeah.
Right.
Can we get that year without the payment and still lock in the best price for us? And
Right.
how
And
do
does
we
the
work
bond
that?
bank not approve things
Not
often?
usually.
You typically, it essentially, unless you
Miss a
really
step
leave
in the
something out,
process.
exactly.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
miss a step in the process, I could see them denying the loan.
Okay. So as long as we do our due diligence on
Yes.
our end.
There's a
and do-
very high likelihood.
Okay.
And we are a secure town. I mean, there are incidences where they will turn down bonds
Right.
for
Okay.
various reasons, but we are a
In
good
good
risk for
standing.
them. So,
Yeah, and they look at like our financials, our audits.
Right.
So they look at our fixed assets, everything that we have, and then and we did this with the gravel pit.
exactly.
So it's gonna be basically the same
At
process.
what point does that number become a problem if we were getting bond?
Okay.
Is that small enough in relationship to what our fixed
It's
assets
not
are?
an easy
that it would
process,
Still
but-
always be a good risk.
We'll
If
get
I
through
have that
it.
much money, I don't know how much of that we still owe.
I don't know the answer to that. I mean,
The
I
question
would
I'm
think,
asking,
yeah, I would
how
think it
far
would
out
be,
are we?
I would guess it would be more about our track record of paying
Okay.
than anything else.
Okay.
You know, but you're right, debt to asset ratio, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they look at that, but, I think they, you know, I mean, their whole job is to try and be on our side.
Got it.
So, you know, I think we also, as Karen said, we just went through this with the gravel pit.
Mhm.
If there were red flags out there, I think we would have heard
Got
about
it.
them.
Right.
So,
Right.
but it's an interesting question. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, basically,
Because of our debt ratio.
exactly
Right.
what that looks like.
Right.
And, yes.
Like I said, they look at the audits and they go 3 years. So we have to supply 3 years worth of audits. And they review that.
Mr. Fairman.
Mr. Chairman, first just to mention that from lender's perspective, borrowers who have taxation power are especially good risks.
Of course, yeah.
I'll take the liberty of offering a suggestion regarding Articles 2, 7, and 8, and also a comment that Mr. Babbitt made. There's 3 different sets of debt service here. 1 10-year amortization, 2 5-year amortization, and you mentioned one that I believe is being retired this year or next year. It could be helpful to voters if you provided in some form a handout, either in the town report or separately, that shows a schedule of debt service over the next few years so we can see what's being added and also what's being retired. This is the kind of thing that voters would like to know.
It's always available,
It's in the
and it's in the town report as well.
Yep.
Oh, indeed. However, let me put it this way. Something perhaps that summarizes that. That's a whole lot of numbers for a great many folks.
It sure is.
You may recall that last year we kind of summarized that enormous spreadsheet about the gravel pit. And this happened because a couple of your principals, when asked questions about it, said actually they weren't sure of the answers.
Right.
So we said, well, you know, we probably, before this comes up at town meeting, we probably need to
know those answers. Yeah.
get it corralled.
That debt service spreadsheet too would most likely be at the public informational hearing.
Mhm.
So people can look at everything.
See, the reason to summarize my point, there are certain numbers in there that are really important and others that simply say this is how we got to those really important numbers. And it could be something as simple as you boldface the numbers that are really important, so people can focus on those and don't have to look at the details that got there unless they want to. It's just because most people would like to have a bird's eye view and not get into the weeds.
Yeah.
It's in the town report, but in a
And
smaller
to some degree,
form
that
than
is there, those are.
Yes.
version. It's smaller.
Exactly
A
what
little
the
bit
mentions
easier
is
to look
happening
at.
here.
Right here, Howard.
Yeah.
Except for Putney was spelled wrong.
And
By the way, I wasn't trying to start an argument.
Oh, no, it's okay. We just wanted to,
Yeah.
but that's a condensed version.
We all know, yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Merrill.
Thank you.
Okay. So, one question that came up last time, and and I'm assuming since Larry didn't object to this, that I don't think it's any different, but there was the question of, it's worded differently, but does it make clear that if this is approved, we will spend the money on a fire truck? Because that was what, did we need 2 different, one to get the bond and one to actually purchase the truck? Or is that sufficiently covered?
This is just to get the sense that the voters want us to pursue.
Right,
Bond.
to incur the
Right.
debt.
Yes.
Right.
By purchasing the fire truck.
For
And
the
then
purpose of
For the
Right.
purpose of, which
Right.
might not then happen.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Correct. And then the second one is, the terms of the
Right.
bonding.
I feel like if I, as a voter, I would assume that if I were approving a loan,
that.
For that purpose.
For that purpose,
Yes.
that
No.
would be the next
I
consideration.
agree, but that was part of the
Yeah.
reason we wanted Larry to look
Yeah.
at it,
Right.
was to make sure that it didn't need to be.
Right.
Because on the gravel pit, did we have two different articles? I can't remember.
No, it was all wrapped
It
in
was all
one.
in one.
Yeah.
So in effect,
We
it
had a
is the-
conversation about entering into an interlocal
Right,
agreement.
exactly, yeah.
That was the second one, yeah.
So in effect, pursuing the bond is their approval of buying the truck.
Exactly.
That is what
Correct.
you're saying.
Yes.
Ah,
Correct.
I didn't understand that.
I think this makes it more clear than the last rendition of this we had.
Yeah, because I didn't have that first.
Separated out, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's very much how this was presented as well.
Yes.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, no, I think that's a good model. All right, good. So do I hear a motion for the approval of the 2020 warning for annual meeting?
Howard has
Oh,
something to say.
Mr. Fairman, sorry.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. You know, you were considering the motion last year for the gravel pit, where there actually were two things. The first one was entering into an intermunicipal agreement.
Right.
And the second one is, if this happens,
Yeah.
do we bond for our share of the purchase price?
Yeah.
Here, from a town meeting participant's perspective, what I would be wondering is, okay, we vote to incur the bonded indebtedness. Who has the authority to authorize purchase of the truck?
Right, that's my question.
I think we do once we have, well, is it the voters, or once we've raised the money by a vote, do we, I mean, that's the nature of the question.
That's why I asked the
Yeah.
question to, then
Right.
maybe the truck wouldn't get bought, like.
Right, so here, it's Article 9, the way it was worded last year, Article 9. Article 8 was the Australian ballot for the indebtedness, and then Article 9 was, in the event that Article 8 passes, shall the voters authorize the select board to enter into an interlocal agreement?
Right.
So, you know, the logical next question after Article 2 here is, you know, in the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the select board to spend $550,000 towards the purchase of a truck?
Do we need another article in there?
So,
I mean, Larry went through these.
I know, but maybe we should ask that. I mean, I'm fine approving this with that question pending. I mean, this does not clearly say, and I agree that the implication is
Yeah.
obvious, but if we don't get approval to spend that money, even though we got approval to bond for it, is that a problem for us? I mean,
So could we pass this with the stipulation that we are going to add an article that in the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the select board to spend up to $550,000?
Yeah.
if it's necessary
If it's necessary.
for us to have another article in there. I don't know, I mean, if Larry just read it, you would
Right.
think he would have caught that.
Right.
But if he didn't catch it, and we have $550,000, but we
Right.
have to have a special meeting to get
Yeah.
voter approval to spend it, that would be too bad.
Right.
Do we have to get voter approval though to spend? I mean, I know that we
It's
prefer
sort of
to
the
do
same,
that.
I know, it's for $550,000, I think we do.
Yeah.
I think for the fire truck you do, highway equipment, no.
Right.
So the select
Okay.
board
Right.
can make that
At
decision.
our discretion.
Okay,
Yes.
that was my question.
Yeah.
So then we should add another article, it seems like. I mean, that's my,
Can we type
Because
that
she
in
looked at
right
you.
now and just, because this is the thing, so these need to be posted by Sunday.
Right,
Okay,
no, that's
so-
fine, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we can,
That's why I was looking at you.
In the
Frankly, was pressured.
event-
I didn't know what it was, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
so, I mean, there's two ways we could
Approve
do
it with the
this.
addition of an article following Article 2. So all these article numbers will change.
Change,
Right.
right.
So Article 3 would be,
In the event that Article
Right.
2 passes, will the voters
Approve the purchase of a fire truck for no more than $550,000.
Shall the voters authorize the select board to borrow an amount?
No. Shall the voters, where's last year's? It's right here.
Yeah, that's where.
In the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the select board to purchase
Oh, okay, yeah, because we're already
a
borrowing.
new fire truck in an amount not to exceed $550,000. So okay. Right.
And the
then
terms
the
are
interest
all
rate,
laid out,
the interest rate has already been
Yeah.
approved in here, so
Yeah.
that's the
Right.
indication of the
Right.
more money that would be spent.
Right.
Yeah,
So.
so I would make a motion to approve the 2020 warning for annual meeting with the addition of an article stating, in the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the select board to purchase, if needed,
Not if needed.
purchase
Purchase.
a fire engine in the amount of up to $550,000.
Okay, got it. Yep, I second that.
Yeah, that was a motion.
Okay.
That was a messy motion, but that was a motion.
You did very well.
Now, so it's been moved and seconded, now that opens it for discussion. Do we want to only insert that contingent upon
Larry's review.
exactly?
Yeah.
Or do we want to go ahead and put it in regardless? I don't think it would hurt us to have it in regardless.
I
Right.
have no experience, I can't say anything.
So, I mean, I think
Makes
that,
it very clear.
it makes it very clear. It also allows, I mean, Australian ballot, not related to office, not related to elections, are open for discussion, but it really prompts a discussion specifically about that if it doesn't come up under this.
Right,
So
yeah.
I think it's not a bad idea to include it in there.
Yeah, in conversation, I have to agree, because if that fails, the first article, then it's a,
Then the
Point.
next article
Right.
would be moved.
right.
Right.
But you definitely need that second article to support.
I would think so.
Yeah, yep.
And if this fails,
For
if
the
the new
purpose.
article that we're putting in fails, then this is moot as well. Because we can't purchase it if they.
Well, then
Yeah.
you could do another meeting at another time.
Exactly,
Oh,
but
okay,
we will
yeah.
have gotten approval for the bonding.
Right.
So that we
If
could-
that passes, but this doesn't, we can keep having the conversation.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, that new article too is voted on the floor, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay,
does that make sense?
it does, because I think that's the way we did it last year too.
Yeah. For the
Yes, it was.
Yeah, so
So,
you kind of know at that point.
where
it's gonna go.
the only, I would fully agree with the motion,
Yep,
but I would probably make it contingent upon Larry's approval of council, just because he says, oh, in this instance, you can't do that because statute says that once
Right.
you've done this, you can't do that. So, that way we don't have to reconvene if he
Right.
says, no, you can't do that for some legal reason. Or we go with this, and if that's the case, we meet for 5 minutes on Friday and talk about it, either one. So let's go ahead with it as it is. So it's been moved and seconded to approve the town warning for 2020 with the addition of an article stating that in the event that Article 2 passes, the voters authorize the select board to purchase a new fire truck for an amount not to exceed $550,000.
correct.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Way to write lines as we're going.
Hey, better to cover it than not. I mean, that's the kind of thing that, you get through town meetings, then you go,
Oh, no, what did we do?
Yeah, well, now it just means you have to have another meeting.
Yeah. Okay.
And we, yeah, I was just gonna say, we have enough of
So
that.
I'll keep you posted, because I'm gonna get
Yeah,
on this
just
right away.
see what Larry says
Yeah.
about that. I think I think at a minimum, he'll agree that it won't hurt.
Right.
Yeah. If he says it's a disaster, then we revisit. Okay. Quarterly financials.
So in your packet are the quarterly financials for general fund, for the library, for the highway department, sewer and water. So we're 7 months into the fiscal year at this point. We're not gonna go into detail. These are, you
Yeah.
can look at them when you have time.
Just anything that leaps out at you or not?
Not really. I did want to talk about delinquent tax report though,
Mhm.
and the water, sewer, utilities. So delinquent delinquent tax report has gone down quite a bit.
Good.
So-
Where is that reflect? Is that one of our?
Yeah. So that's towards the back. Keep going. Keep going.
Second. Next.
Keep going.
Delinquent tax report.
So the total delinquent taxes at this time is $75,985.65, which is low. So this is a good sign. We will be calling people after February. Taxes are due February 21st for the third installment. But Melissa's been persistent. I've been persistent. So, as far as utility billing, we just had a quarterly billing at the end of December, and payments are due February 1st. So
Sorry, I was spacing out. Say that once again.
utility billing.
Oh, yeah.
So the quarterly billing was done at the end of December.
Mm-hmm.
So payments are due on February 1st. And right now, the aged receivables report is $58,158.81.
Outstanding.
Yes. I'm not sure for new board members, but policy is delinquent taxes and utility billing, 1 year in arrears, usually. You can go to tax sale. So you can go to tax sale with utility billing.
Do we do that?
We haven't historically. We also, our policy is 2 years.
Okay.
We can,
I do 2 years, but policy states 1.
Does state.
our policy states
Yeah.
1?
Yep.
Interesting, because we've had that discussion numerous times over the years.
Yep.
And we always,
No, I looked at the policy, Josh.
Has anybody over a year?
I
Yes.
thought,
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I was wrong doing 2 years, but it states 1 year. But
Interesting.
If you look towards the bottom of that
It's a lot of
page,
work
David,
to
you'll
do it
see
every year
the
for 1
first
year.
one that's
Yeah.
in arrears over 120 days.
so I just wanted to make that comment.
Some of this is a significant amount of money.
Yes.
Wow.
And so are we in conversations with these
So what were you,
folks?
Yes.
what were you looking at that were?
Well, this is
Oh, these are the utilities. Sorry, I was still looking at the delinquent tax
Yeah, let's
report.
not
Yeah.
name names right
No,
now.
I don't
but,
know the names.
Well, these are public documents,
I
but we
know,
don't
but
need to
yeah,
name
it's
names.
nice
Yeah,
not to have
Um,
to.
yeah.
Yeah, and that information too is in the town report. without names, so property locations are in there.
Okay.
But, so sewer services, Laura, as an FYI, you can't shut sewer off.
Right.
Okay.
I was gonna say.
You can shut water off,
You can shut water off, we can put liens on property,
yes.
and or we can go to tax sale.
It just so happens that all those people that are over 120 days don't have water.
Water, they're only sewer.
Sewer and water bond.
Yeah.
So we have no,
Right.
There's really no way to shut sewer off? Not that I want to, but like,
No,
there's.
it's a health, that's
Okay, yeah.
statutory.
Like, that's interesting.
Hmm.
So we can allow somebody to hook up to the line, but we can't disconnect them.
No.
Right, essentially,
Yeah,
Because
I'm
when they
not
chose
pushing to
hook up
do
our
that, it's
line,
just
they gave up their
interesting.
own system.
yes.
Yeah,
So,
But there are.
Well, plus, I mean, if you're out of water, you can purchase, if you're
Yeah.
out of sewer,
and I don't want that to happen to
yeah,
anybody.
no, but it's
just-
an interesting question, yeah.
Yeah,
so how is that enforceable?
that's,
by liens.
yeah,
By
Exactly.
and
liens,
tax sale.
property liens,
Yeah, ultimately.
tax sale.
But that's so cumbersome and expensive and time consuming.
Yeah.
Not really. So history is, you send out,
People pay,
they will pay.
yeah, exactly.
We just have to be persistent and, you know.
And that's in fact the advantage, I think we had this conversation
Mhm.
once about that being the advantage of doing it annually as opposed to every 2 years, is that it prevents people from getting
So
that
far.
much further in,
Right.
Right.
you know, so. But yes, the history is, you know, if you took all these people and put them on a list saying your house is gonna go up for tax sale because your utilities, you know,
3/4.
86% of this would get paid within,
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
Well, it's
So-
like tax sale last year. We had 36 properties when we
Right.
first started.
And you end up with, yeah,
Yeah, we ended up with less than a handful
Right.
at tax sale.
Right.
So they will
but
pay.
you're right, it takes a lot of work.
Yeah, and
The other thing too with utilities, water, sewer, the users pay. All of those users have to pay to support that system. So when we're not collecting money, you know, we gotta get that money from somewhere else.
right. No, I get that. This isn't for profit.
Right.
I get it. It's not
Right.
like we made a profit and there's extra money.
Right,
Right.
I get it. I get it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, the
I
other,
get that.
the other thing is the vast majority of this money is current.
Right.
It's not overdue.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's overdue, but it's currently overdue, it's not.
16,000 is overdue?
It's 120 days overdue.
Right.
Got it.
Right.
How much?
16,000.
So like 36,000 is current.
Right. And most of that'll come in.
And most of that'll come in, yeah.
Exactly.
So 40% of it is 120 days, 16,
Right.
36.
So the 120 days though,
Yeah.
Alyssa and I will,
No, I can't.
we'll work those
Current.
properties and see what we can collect.
90 days.
Sometimes it's just a friendly reminder, you
So
know?
this,
Right. And then, I mean, and then the folks who aren't gonna pay in a timely
Yeah.
fashion, aren't gonna pay in a timely fashion, and
Right.
those are the ones that are challenging,
Do
so.
you set up payment plans for people that are?
Yep, we have payment plans for taxes.
No, I meant for the sewer and water.
I've never had to do that.
I'm just, some of these
But-
amounts are a little steep, and I'm wondering if a payment plan would, it's you know,
Yeah.
a big chunk to bite off if you're trying to do it all at
how old are
once.
some of the ones that are 120 days?
Oh.
3 years.
3 years. So did those places go up for tax sale that are 3 years? They didn't.
No.
So how long do you wait before, it's 2 years before you put it up? It says 1 year, right?
Right.
But we haven't done it.
I'm gonna do 2.
Got it.
And
So some of
this'll be
them
the
would have
first
been
time.
eligible this last year.
Right.
Got it.
If we could at least encourage people to start paying like their current bill and maybe working a little bit
That's
off
the
from the
tricky part,
past.
yeah.
Right.
you know.
And payment plans for utility billing,
Uh-huh.
services. I don't mind doing a payment plan, you know.
But it has to get you a little bit ahead over
Yeah.
time, not,
Right.
you know, you can't keep widening that gap even though
Yeah.
you're on a plan.
And the other thing too is that even though somebody sets up a payment plan, if they're not active, 6 months down the road, I can do a tax
Right.
sale
Yeah.
or a lien. See, the thing with a lien for utility services, that number is gonna change, because you're gonna do interest every month. So it's not a steady number, it's not a firm number.
Well, the problem is we don't also end up redeeming it until the property sells,
Right.
potentially. So
Right.
that's not an effective way to do it.
Not for utility services,
Right.
it's not.
Yeah.
Have any of these folks that are, I mean, some of these are water as well, have we ever shut anyone's water off?
We have threatened with certified mail,
Okay.
and they do come in and pay.
Okay.
But as Karen said, some of those are bond payment only.
Okay.
So that
Right.
means they don't actually have water in there, water being supplied to them by us. They've reserved a spot
Yeah.
in the water system and they're paying on it. And
Yeah.
some people, that's a point of contention with some people and they
We
get.
should revisit that
Yeah.
conversation too.
I really hate
that's-
the idea of shutting someone's water, but I mean, a tax sale is even more, doesn't sit well with me at all, so.
Well, what happens
Yeah.
there is they incur legal costs as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, we recover all the costs it takes for us to try to get our payment too,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
it goes into
I mean,
the
it
bill.
depends on, I mean, we're already paying to have that process being done, so we don't pay well, I mean, we pay additional to Larry,
Yes.
but we're not paying more in-house for that because it's a
No.
service we already
Got it.
do. So it sort of depends on how you look at it,
Yeah,
but yes, when Larry does a tax sale for us, that's rolled into the price of.
it is, and it can be up
Right.
to $1,000.
Right.
Right at the gate.
I would think that would be a deterrent to our encouraging them to come pay the bill because.
Yeah.
We send out probably 3 letters before we send it to Larry. So we do our due diligence to work with everyone.
And the hard thing is, the hard thing is some of these people are just unable to make their payments.
Right.
I mean, they can have the best of intentions, they can
Mhm.
set up a plan,
Yeah.
they can't do it,
Yeah.
and then that happens. I mean, it's just a reality, unfortunately. But it can't be, we can't underwrite that indefinitely because
That's a much bigger and longer discussion for another
Yeah.
time about how communities could help those people and.
We have the White Whitney Fund.
Yes.
And, I mean, we don't, but it's
There
available.
are
There's
options.
places
It's
that
out
they go
there.
Yes, and in fact, we've had interesting discussions based on that in the past in which, there are people who, we had one, I don't know, 3 years or 4 years ago where, they had a fire at the house and the taxes had been abated on the fire, but they owed previous and so on and so forth. And they came in with somebody from one of the services on our social services list, I can't remember who it was, who basically was there saying, hey, we've come up with a plan and we're working together.
Got it.
We're all here in a good effort to get this taken care of. And we didn't send it to tax sale because we said,
Right,
okay,
of
that's
course.
fine,
Right.
as long as this is all in place. So, there are ways around it, but unfortunately, more often than not, it's the folks that either don't access that additional help or are unwilling, for any number of different reasons, they don't go there, then it goes to tax sale, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Right.
So do we, when we're having these conversations with people, do you try to point them in that direction of like talking to Putney Community Cares, talking to the folks that,
White Whitney.
yes, yeah, that there are services out there that may be able to help?
I haven't come across anybody that's like destitute to, they don't ask, but
It does happen. I mean,
Yeah.
I've dealt with a number of, yes, where we say,
right.
have you reached out to so-and-so?
Okay.
But it's, we can only do so much in that respect because unless they come to us and
Right.
specifically say, can you help me with this, then we
Right.
can't really help them with that. So
And
that's
yeah,
a challenge.
these people aren't responding.
Not
to-
likely, exactly,
So,
right,
yeah,
not
we
likely
haven't
to
even had
do
any
that.
conversations with them.
The other thing, I think, and I may be mistaken, is that because White Whitney is a fund of the towns,
We oversee,
well,
the select board
right,
oversees
right.
Lake Whitney, yeah.
But I don't think I can ever recall, and I think that this is written into their thing, it can't be used for taxes, I'm pretty sure. Because
Right.
essentially, it's taking from us in order to pay us.
That makes sense.
And that's my recollection, I
So,
might be wrong.
White
but-
Whitney operates on interest
Mhm.
from their CD.
Yeah.
So they're only allowed.
It's limited, right.
It's limited. And we've seen them use money for rent, car repairs, electric bills.
All sorts of things, yeah.
Those kinds of things, but never ever a tax.
And I don't think they can use it.
But
for
maybe
that
it could
payment
flex
directly.
around that, so we'll pay your electric, your grocery bill,
If
and your
you-
car payment
So
this
you
month, and
have
you
the
pay
money to
your
pay
I don't know
water
whether
bill.
I don't know whether they have the leverage to actually enforce that in any
So I have a
way.
question.
They're restricted to
Yes.
by so much for each person.
Right.
So
Uh-huh.
there's
Pretty
a
small.
whole criteria that people have
Right.
to, before they're even approved.
Mhm.
So,
Question.
So some of these people who don't actually have water, but they have the water bond, the
Yes.
reservation. Do you or Karen and I are we allowed to take them off of having that
No.
reservation? To stop it from incurring?
no, they have to come to the water commissioners.
Exactly. And numerous people have done that over the years, and I would be surprised with the ones that are on this list that have been there for a long time if they haven't been told that that's what they need to do, and they may not have done that. But no, we can't take them off unless they request it.
Right.
Even if they request it, essentially, they agreed to pay that amount in order to be that on there.
To reserve it.
What we've done in the past is work through things with people where we've said, okay, you pay X amount, because certain people get up to a certain point where they say, oh, well, we knew, 2 years ago, we decided not to build the additional apartment, and that meant we didn't need the water. So we don't want to pay it. So we've done, we've worked things out with people, but they have to come to us and say, this is what we're trying to do, and this is why
Well,
we don't want
right,
it.
I don't mean like take off what's built up,
Well, that's,
but
To
just
stop incurring more
stop,
bill.
right, to be
Yes.
like, okay, well, you're gonna lose your allocation because you haven't paid, and
I don't know, you'd have to look at the policy, I'm
They
not
still have
sure
to
you
come
can
to
do
you.
that, I think so.
They have to come
Yeah.
to you because that payment is paying on the bond.
And it's a reservation,
And it's
not
a
a slot.
reservation,
Yeah.
and it was built based on the number of users.
Right.
And
So-
it's billed on a number of users.
Yeah,
Right.
and we're not allowed to change allocation in the system.
Right.
That has to go through the water
Us,
commissioners as well,
Right.
water sewer. So any changes has to be made by the user in
Yeah.
front of this board.
Yes, and it has to be, essentially the problem is that creates a liability, if we were to take somebody off of that list and 6 months later they came and said, okay, we're building a new house and we want to go on the thing, and we say, sorry, you lost your allocation.
or our well failed, or.
Yeah, or whatever it might
Right,
be, right.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't have done that, so they do have to keep accumulating that, unfortunately, and it's,
And the ones that have been paying right along, when they're ready to hook up, then they're okay. They don't, they don't have to come up with $5,000 or more.
Right, but they do have to come up with money for the engineering and for the connection and
And the
everything
connection,
else,
yeah,
so.
yeah.
But they've
Yeah.
reserved that spot, that's the
Right.
whole thing, you're paying
Yes.
for a reservation.
Yeah.
That's,
And there's an application fee and there's a connection fee.
there aren't many of those left in town, as I recall, how many, do you
No,
know
there's-
how many there are? 'Cause
Maybe a handful now.
exactly,
Yeah,
because
I
we've
came
worked
across
through
an
them a
old
number of
list
times, yeah.
and,
There were a lot for a long time,
Yeah.
and it's been slowly chipping away.
yeah,
And largely, it's slowly chipped away because people look at this and go, wait a minute,
right.
I'm either gonna spend that money and get hooked up, or I'm gonna
Right.
get myself out of it.
Yep.
All right. So we don't need action on any of this, right?
No, that's just
Okay.
informational.
So town manager's report.
So third installment of property taxes are due February 21st. Town Hall is doing a food drive for the Putney Food Show. So I know we'll have a lot of traffic with taxes being paid here. So if anybody wants to donate to the food drive for the Putney Food Show, please bring an item. Town report is just about finished. So Kim and Alyssa have done a lot of work in the last week, cleaning it up, formatting it. Mary Quinn has a copy right now. She's gonna proof it. Jonathan has proofed it quite a bit. So there's been a lot of eyes on it. So water and sewer is due February 1st, and then that's about it.
All right. Warrants.
I move to accept and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded to accept and execute the warrants to the treasurer upon completion of review. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Payroll warrant dated January 31st, 2020, in the amount of $22,803.67. And we have fire department, we have rec league in there. So it's bi-weekly now.
Several snowstorms.
Yeah, so it's bi-weekly now. So it should be consistent with library. The only ones we wouldn't have consistently is the rec department. They only get paid once a month.
Boy, those highway guys are resistant to get on electronic payments, aren't
They
they?
don't wanna do that.
Man.
They like going to the bank.
I try.
Yeah, we can't force them. But
Well, at some point, we probably could, couldn't we?
I don't know, they're pre-existing, so.
No, I think you can, if you want to. You just have to.
Give them warning and say, guess what?
What if somebody doesn't have a checking account though?
Yeah, we have somebody like that, so,
That's an exception
Yeah.
probably, but other than that,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't think we can force them.
well, we probably could.
I don't think there's a law that says you can't.
Right, but is there a law that says you can? I don't know.
Is there a way to entice them into it? Like,
Accounts payable dated January 18 through January 31st, 2020, in the amount of $45,459.11.
do they have to pick their checks up here?
Yes. Well, they don't, but Brian usually grabs them, or someone grabs all of them.
Makes me think of a funny story of my dad who would keep his uncashed checks in his wallet for up to a year.
We
And
have
drive
somebody
Bill
like
Darrell
that.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. I told him, I said, it'd be a lot easier if you just did direct deposit.
My dad would say, if you don't cash it, you don't spend it.
Yeah, but you could lose it.
Yeah, he wouldn't lose it. He wouldn't.
Cargill is salt, presumably.
What was that?
Cargill is salt.
It is salt, yes.
For the road salt or water salt?
Yeah, road salt.
So Alyssa, I don't know from memory, so have we gotten other Cargill invoices or are these the, yeah?
We've had them.
Okay. I just don't remember. We did have some Green Mountain power bills, and I don't know if you noticed, but
I saw.
yeah, $1,214 for wastewater treatment plant.
Is the Green Mountain portion? Wait, say that
Is the
again?
Green Mountain portion, yeah,
Not making as much power these days.
right.
Not surprisingly. It's actually that shed, the equipment shed down at the treatment plant just to the south of the
Right,
is a place
right.
we've talked about having panels, solar panels as well.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of space down there that there could be panels actually.
Where is, I thought the fire department was in here.
I'm thinking clearing the bank behind my house, put some up. We're talking about mini splits, and I did some research on that, it'd be perfect for my house.
Yeah. Okay, other business, Forest for Learning.
So-
One sec,
Okay.
Forest for Learning, go ahead.
So I had a conversation with Larry,
Yeah,
so.
this
I
is for the
brought-
pool,
This is for the pool
Right.
property.
yeah.
So Larry was concerned that the Development Review Board approved a permit for 0.92 acres. And Larry's question was, why didn't you do it for an acre? Why an odd amount of acreage? So the pool,
Difference, isn't it?
the pool is connected to the sewer.
Right.
So zoning regulations, it meets the zoning regulations at 0.92 acres. Hooked up to sewer.
Right.
So if we decided not to be hooked up to the sewer, which there would be no reason not to be, there's no way you could put a septic down there
Right.
because it's in the flood plain anyways. So
Right.
we're restricted unless you put it in the parking
Why
lot.
would we want to consider that anyway?
We don't. So Larry's just,
But making it an acre would be advantageous how?
Yeah, exactly.
it wouldn't. I mean,
Right. Well,
I
so
don't-
why is he bringing that point
You
up?
must have a reason.
Well, it's because of the sewer. So if we didn't want to be on the town sewer,
If you had an acre and you
Right.
could put a septic system in, you
But
could
we
do it
can't.
on an acre, but not
Right.
on .92.
Right.
That's the
right,
point.
you would
Okay.
have to have an
Is
acre,
that what he's saying?
you would have to have an acre in order to put septic
Ah.
in the village.
Yeah, no, we don't, that doesn't matter to
Okay,
us.
so in Lionel's, when he went through the process, you know, he was saving the town maintenance on all the invasives and trying to protect, you know, the endangered species that are out there. So I'm comfortable as a zoning administrator keeping it at 0.92 acres and not changing it, because there's no need to. And-
The only reason to change it is related to sewer.
Right,
Yeah, no, that doesn't
So-
seem, because I'm assuming we don't pay a sewer bill to ourselves for the pool? Or do we?
That's a good point, you don't.
I don't think we, I
Well, we don't
never-
have to, I mean, we
Right.
shouldn't. So,
No,
Well, yeah, but everybody else does.
yeah.
what do you mean everybody else?
We
does?
get a bill that we,
Yeah, the
Town
fire
hall gets a bill?
station, town hall
Oh,
does,
so-
yeah, we do pay those, so,
Huh, interesting.
do we, I
but
don't,
there isn't one for the pool, why is that?
maybe the school's paying for it.
Why?
I don't know,
Why do
good
we-
question, we'll have to look at that
That doesn't make that much
That's
sense to
still-
me that
but-
we,
When they figured the plan
We
to work, the
pay.
number of sites that were the towns that didn't go into the figuring out the cost of the system.
It's all user fees, so. So, yeah, I mean, We're
I
paying
mean,
for
we
the
journal
bond,
entry,
we're
we
paying
don't
for
write
the
a whole
bond,
check or,
so.
you know what I mean, but.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But we move money.
exactly.
well, it goes to that
No,
fund.
I know, right, I'm all for taking it out.
So
Yeah, I would-
Larry's wants to know if we want to move forward. So again, in order to do that boundary line adjustment, we still have to warn it, 30
Right.
days in advance.
Right.
And he has to do all the title work, okay? So Lionel's gone ahead and done a deed,
right,
but there's a right of way,
right.
and it was mapped out as 20 feet, I think, but it's actually 30. So Larry definitely needs to
Needs to
do,
do title work.
so that's gonna cost the town money.
So what's the other option? Not to go ahead, in which case what happens?
Then we have to keep in mind that they're trying to transfer the
Right,
school forwards
right,
to Forest for Learning, because the town still
Right.
has that.
right.
So this boundary line adjustment, they're trying to do it in tandem with that.
We can't.
Right, no, I
transfer.
understand that,
Yeah.
but why, so why wouldn't we want, why wouldn't we go ahead with this? Because of the costs involved. But if we don't go ahead with it, what's the repercussion? Part of our pool sits on their land, or is it just they want that? I guess I know we've been over this, but I don't understand.
So it's been permitted to do the boundary line adjustment.
Right,
So at this point, and you can appeal it, you have a certain amount of days to appeal that permit. So, I mean, we agreed to move forward with the boundary line
Right.
adjustment, so.
right.
Now Larry's gonna have to do the title work and, make sure it's clean.
So is Larry recommending what, I guess I'm, again, sort of missing the
No,
point.
he wants to know what you guys wanna do. Do you want?
Well, is he recommending against moving forward?
No, he's not.
Okay.
He was only recommending changing the acreage size of the pool in case, to
Right.
protect that spot
Right,
in
and
the
I'm
future
not
for septic.
concerned about
And
changing
we don't need to
the
worry about that.
acreage.
I wouldn't think
Yeah,
so.
okay,
So-
all right.
So I will talk to Larry tomorrow when I talk to him about the articles
Right,
and let him know we do want to move forward. I'll try to get some sort of like
yeah,
cost associated with this, but I also recommend he do the title work so it's a clean
so
title.
it's done. Yeah, we
And
have
it
to-
can be a warranty deed,
Yeah,
so everything's clean,
yeah,
okay?
and that's what he would recommend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he needs to look too to make sure there's no glebe land
Right,
associated.
No what?
Glebe, Glebe. So I'm not too familiar with that.
What does that mean?
it's essentially commonly owned, well, it's land that was allocated from the town for use by people who didn't have land, essentially, I think is
yeah.
my understanding of it. Sort of.
Sort of like town
But
clerk.
why
So it's
would
like
there be
shared.
glebe land there? Yeah, I don't know.
He brought it up, so
He thinks there's some history?
if he does the title work, his office.
find out.
He will find out.
Right,
Because what he's nervous about too is giving a warranty deed and not having clean title, because that liability will be on him.
right.
So he does need to do the title work.
Now, the town is giving this to the Forest for Learning.
Yes.
Is there any reason why the Forest for Learning wouldn't reimburse for the cost of the title work?
Because they're a nonprofit
Yeah,
and.
Because no money.
Because they don't have the money.
Yeah, and they were
It's
given
not-
that money, that 18,000.
Right,
that
to
we're
take care
holding.
of this.
Right,
Right.
to make sure they finish this
Right.
process.
And this is all essentially to separate it from the school because of the
Yes.
change in the school building.
Consolidation,
Right,
yep,
exactly,
yep.
right. Which
And it
keeps
was-
it in our hands.
Right.
It was
Right.
something that we agreed to
Right.
a couple years back where, yeah.
No, it makes,
Yes.
it definitely makes sense.
Yes,
I
yeah.
mean, it's just,
Yeah.
it takes time. Mr. Fairman?
Mr. Chairman, it turns out I have two things to mention.
Okay.
Concerning glebe land, of course, you need to check what I say as well, because it's worth what you're paying for it. But my understanding of New England history is all the towns in New England were granted before there was a United States or even a confederation before the Revolution.
Yeah.
And so they were British colonies, and a requirement was that land be reserved in each town for the established church, the Church of England. And my understanding is that this is what glebe land is.
Is that the glebe? Okay.
But as I say, that's just my understanding. Now, of course, these people were looking for good farmland, so the glebe land, they made that some land that wasn't good for much. That's simply my understanding. But the other thing was, I thought I would briefly mention, coming back to the question of donations to various organizations and DHMC being taken over, visiting nurses and hospice being taken over by DHMC. Are you familiar with what One Care Vermont is?
By name only, but
okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
All right. See, it would be now 3 years ago, the Green Mountain Care Board entered into an agreement with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. There was an initial year to get started, and then it's a 5-year contract, which culminates in 2022. Now, the idea is that One Care Vermont, which is owned and operated as a limited liability corporation by Fletcher Allen Healthcare of Burlington and DHMC of Lebanon, but now we're talking only about their DHMC's Vermont patients, that people would be enrolled in One Care Vermont as an accountable care organization, where the accountable care organization receives for each person a flat payment per year, which of course is doled out monthly, for keeping the people healthy. Now, I checked online a few minutes ago. At the moment, 172,000 Vermonters are enrolled, but they mention, and I read the contract. The contract says that by 2022, 70% of all Vermonters and 90% of all Vermont Medicare recipients shall be enrolled in One Care Vermont, or what translated into plain English, the contract with CMS says, Green Mountain Care Board makes it happen, or we will make it happen. So this is where we're headed. Now, I've not checked recently what the actual amounts are for the all-inclusive population-based payments are, but I can tell you for sure that for Medicare recipients like me, it's around $9,000 a year. As I say, they're enrolling more and more people, and CMS says, you're going to get this done, or we'll do it for you. Now, with that in mind, DHMC for the enrolled people is receiving a flat rate for each person.
Right.
Which of course includes the care provided by visiting nurses and hospice. So in the future, they and some other organizations, they for sure, and some organizations possibly, will be simply receiving their portions of the all-inclusive population-based payments. And if that is the case, they may no longer need donations from towns, because they're being financed otherwise, and on an effectively mandatory basis. So really, it is a single-payer system. There's a number of these experiments being run around the country. Vermont happens to have one of them, but we're the one where they're really experimenting with the idea that you get so much a month for each patient, you keep them healthy, and if there's money left over, you get to keep it. Now, of course, this certainly raises the question of how do they deal with the ethics of, we want to keep the money, but this person, me for example, is really sick. What are we going to do? And of course, this does put them in an ethical dilemma. What they're hoping is that it will average out extra for me, less for somebody else. But that's where we are and where we're headed.
Interesting.
I've been following this since the beginning because I thought it was really interesting in terms of the whole question of medical insurance in this country.
Well, I think very basically it sounds like promoting proactive care, which is great. We should obviously be doing that. But if they're, like you say, if they're getting that check, but they're not promoting that care, then, that's not what you're saying, but that's the potential, is what that ethical dilemma is.
Well, yes, although I was not thinking about it in terms of they're doing something wrong. I was thinking of it in terms of it's guaranteed someone is going to get really, really sick.
Yes, definitely.
Just because life is like that.
Yeah. and see how it plays out over time, right?
Mhm. So it may be a question to ask these organizations in the future, are you part of One Care Vermont?
Yeah.
Right.
That would be the question. Are you part of One Care Vermont? Because if you are participating for sure in the all-inclusive population-based payment.
Yeah, yeah.
Good point.
All right. Executive session? No. Next meeting date, February 12th?
Unless I have to call one sooner. You're gonna have to sign the articles,
Okay.
the warning. I'm gonna need signature before Friday.
Well, we can stop in then.
I will contact you. Okay.
So if we can all plan, okay, so you just need to get that one question sorted out. But if we all plan essentially on stopping by sometime on Friday, that would cover that.
And I can be here early in the morning.
Friday.
What's
If
that?
I can,
Day after tomorrow, Friday.
Yes.
if I can get it cleaned up by tomorrow, I will contact you
Okay.
when it's ready to go,
Right.
and then you can come in and
Sounds good.
Because that has to be posted, right?
by Sunday.
Not, okay,
Right.
not in the town report, okay.
Well, it has to be in the town report too.
Right, but not a signed copy.
Right.
Good night. Let's
Good night, Howard.
Howard.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.